Chapter 501. Do you have a theory? Have you investigated the maid who cleaned the room? Holmes took out his pipe and filled it with tobacco. I have. Even though the maid has been working in the house for 2 years, the old housekeeper immediately detained and searched her. Still, there was no oil painting. Moreover, she had not been anywhere else since she entered the house and went to see the housekeeper. So, we can rule her out as the suspect, said Villard. After a brief pause, he continued, through the Viscount's contacts, I also found 2 other victims of Mr. M. The descriptions they provided were similar to the Viscount's situation, all receiving a letter from Mr. M when their valuables were stolen. One of them was on vacation when the burglary occurred, and the other was a public figure more prominent than the Viscount. Their valuables were well concealed, but by whatever powers, they were stolen somehow. Like a magician, the thief could sneak into whatever secret rooms you have and always has his victims firmly in his clutches. Holmes lit his pipe and took a drag. The most talented thief I've ever met is a dwarf who performed in a circus. He was half the height of a child and a scrawny, stick-thin creature. He could burrow into your home through the chimney and squeeze through narrow crevasses by contorting his body, never leaving behind a single trace of his visit. Which is exactly why I've come to you. I haven't the faintest idea how the guy did it, replied Villard respectfully. All right, Holmes smiled. Since I've already promised to help you, and this case interests me, I won't set it aside, but for now, let's find you a place in London. The 3 arrived at an inn on a carriage, and while Villard checked in, Holmes stood in the lobby, smoking his pipe as he watched the tourists come and go. Do you think Mr. M is among them? Jong-Hung asked. Who knows? Holmes blew out a ring of smoke. He was obviously in a good mood. We're fortunate today, Jong-Hung, to have come across such an intriguing case. I knew that Villard was going to bring us a surprise, ha! Turns out he didn't disappoint. Jong-Hung didn't know if he should laugh or cry. The more difficult Villard's case was, the happier Holmes became. Such mentality and trend of thoughts of a great detective was what separated him from that of the ordinary mind. Do you have any theories as to where the painting might be? Asked Jong-Hung. Holmes did not answer, asking in return, what about you? Do you have any ideas? Jong-Hung had been contemplating the case as they traveled here, trying to piece together all the clues. Thanks to Villard's comprehensive notes, the red-haired detective carried out a very detailed investigation of the scene, virtually turning the Viscount's mansion upside down. Jong-Hung was able to conjure up the scene in his mind. He took a minute to think before answering. You said to eliminate all the bizarre and unscientific options, and you will be left with the truth. No thief could be this good and not leave a single trace on the soil, then walk past the hound, and not cause a commotion. So I inspected the layout of the house. Other than the old housekeeper guarding the door, the chef was also up very late that night. He was busy in the kitchen, located not too far from the main door, usually locked. That being the case, I believe that the problem lies with the maid. Holmes looked at Jong-Hung as if he was gazing at an endangered animal before exclaiming, my mysterious, oriental traveler friend. Despite how long we've known each other, you never fail to amaze me. It has been such a privilege to have met you. Though you're still learning, you could actually work independently with those abilities of yours. You better my mediocre counterparts by miles. Even Villard, a newcomer full of potential, is no match for you. It won't be long before you become a strong competitor of mine. Perhaps then, this world would cease being so dull and pedestrian. Coming from Holmes, these words were considered high praise. Although he had to include some self-gratification, in the end, the very fact that the proud detective could say such things demonstrated that he genuinely respected Jong-Hung. Holmes chuckled. Ha ha. When I saw the note earlier, I thought of the homicide of Fort Coombe. At that time, the rumor was that the victim had been murdered by ghosts. All the doors and windows had been shut from the inside. To make matters worse, the murder scene was gory, highly suggesting a revenge. The locals believed that only ghosts could have done it, and even a large number of police think that it must have been an act from a vengeful spirit. But, as I said, eliminate the distractions out of the equation, and whatever remains will be the correct answer, even if it might seem impossible on the surface. It turned out that the victim was the murderer himself, and he killed himself by extreme means. It was a fascinating case since the victim kept a secret that had been digging at his soul for the longest time. Ridden by guilt for something he had done in the past, it had haunted him all his life. To make things worse, he was terminally ill and was worried that the spirits would seek revenge on his wife and daughter. As a result, he decided that it was the best way to repay the debt. The circumstances of that are similar to this case. I've studied Villard's note and ruled out the possibility of an outsider entering the home. It leaves us with only one possibility: the thief has to be someone from the house. After all, bribing a maid who earns less than £1 per week was a lot easier than sneaking into a well-guarded mansion. If I were Mr. M, I would have done the same. Jong Hung's brows furrowed. That explains the letter found on the floor. The maid must have planted it there while she was cleaning, then stole the painting. There is one thing that still puzzles me, though. How did she pass the inspection? Could the guards be accomplices? You're very close to the final answer, my Eastern friend. Holmes' eyes sparkled, excited and eager. I believe you only need another half a day to figure it out. Finding the painting is not going to be difficult. The tricky part would be capturing Mr. M and having him admit that he was the thief. He is very talented and has an incredible imagination. Based on his behavior, we understand that he is cautious, meticulous, and patient. It won't be easy to catch that guy. But London is our stomping grounds. It would be unacceptable that we let him escape again. Chapter 502. The Opera Singer. What are you discussing? Villard returned, forehead drenched in perspiration. The restaurants in London and what we should treat you to later, Holmes answered. The redhead detective blushed. Oh, there's no need for that. I'm not here on holiday. Don't worry about me, I'll settle for a simple meal. Holmes couldn't help but smile at the fellow's reaction. Villard, my friend, we were actually looking for the missing oil painting. What? You found the oil painting? Villard nearly leaped into the air. That was fast. But how? If you do as I say, stay calm, and pay attention to the details that you might have missed, you will also be able to piece the answer together. Oh, you have such a high opinion of me. It may be child's play to you, but to the unexceptional man like us, it's like reaching for the moon, Villard sincerely admitted. It's not like that. As I said, you have the potential, Villard, but you haven't fully tapped into it yet. In fact, Jong Hung here is about to find the answer as well, and he hasn't been in this business for long. The people in your company are certainly not ordinary. I can only hope to learn from them. Unlike Gregson, this red-haired detective was unduly modest, always putting himself down, playing the humble student. With nothing to combat Villard's self-vilification, Holmes said, "It was a joke, but since you're our guest and it's almost lunch, let's have a meal together. You can rest later in the afternoon and mull over the case. I'll need the afternoon to look into something anyway, so we'll be seeing each other again tonight." The three subsequently had lunch at the famous Royal Restaurant in London. After the meal, Holmes left in a hurry as he had declared, leaving Villard to return to the hotel and Jong Hung to Baker Street alone. As soon as he opened the door, Mrs. Hudson shot him a strange look. "What is it?" "You have a guest," she answered. "A guest?" Jong Hung looked puzzled. He was all alone here in this 19th century London and had neither friends nor relatives. The only person he was close to was Holmes, and nearly everyone who came to 221B, Baker Street was his guests. Then, suddenly someone came to mind: the gypsy busker he met that afternoon in the East End. Before they parted ways, the busker had asked for his name and address and promised a visit. Jong Hung thought that the gypsy had only said it in passing, never expecting the fellow to actually come, and the very next day, to boot. However, when Jong Hung walked into the drawing room and saw his guest, he was surprised to see that instead of the gypsy busker, a woman was seated on the sofa, and a gorgeous woman at that. No, to put it in a more precise way, she was the ultimate fantasy of every Victorian man, elegant, well-dressed, and all around her, an inherently mysterious persona. "What is it?" the woman asked as she bit into a biscuit. "Don't you recognize me?" You've gone through an immense transformation. Jongheng had to admit that if Holmes' makeup skills were at a level 2, this mysterious woman was at a full-blown level 3. Her disguise as a man was very natural, to put it mildly, even covering up her neck with a long scarf. It made it impossible to see that she did not have Adam's apple, a dead giveaway. Of course, it was also mostly because Jongheng paid little attention to her at the time. He was simply helping her. Also, unlike Holmes, she was not a familiar face, and numerous factors contributed to his failure in noticing those tiny little details. I didn't mean to deceive you, but as you can see, if I went as myself, I wouldn't have been able to go, said the woman. Then what is lady such as yourself doing in the East End? I'm the lead singer of an opera troupe, and I am fairly well known in London, but I guess you probably haven't seen me perform. I went there looking for inspiration for the new piece, the woman answered. Sorry, I rarely pamper myself with operas. It's all right. I'm performing at the Queen's Theatre tonight. If you like, you can come watch with your friend. The woman produced 2 tickets and placed them on the table. I only helped because I happened to there. You really don't have to. Then, treat it as making an acquaintance. The woman did not take the tickets back. After finishing the last cookie in her hand, she went to Mrs. Hudson, complimenting, "Good bake." Well, I'm glad you like it. Mrs. Hudson trilled in delight. The opera singer stretched lazily. She had come with the intention of gifting Jongheng the tickets, and now that it was done, she stood up from the sofa to leave. But Jongheng called out to her, "I didn't get your name." Adler. The opera singer turned around and smiled, Irene Adler. She reinstalled her bowler's hat and veil, showing herself out. A 2-wheeled carriage was already at the ready. Jongheng flinched when he heard the name. Those who read the Sherlock Holmes series would find the name Irene Adler all too familiar. Holmes once told Watson that he had only lost to 4 people. Among them were 3 men and a woman, and that woman was the mysterious opera singer, Irene Adler. The confrontation between the pair was recorded in A Scandal in Bohemia. The female singer and her new husband fled London one night and Holmes failed to complete the commission, but it turned out to be a perfect ending for both parties. In the end, Holmes asked to have Adler's photo as a souvenir, and since then, had only referred to her as that woman. Consequently, certain readers suspected that Holmes might have had a secret affection for the opera singer. Nonetheless, as Sherlock Holmes's new roommate, Jongheng, was more inclined to think that it was pure admiration for a like-minded soul. In fact, Holmes was a stranger to the softer passions, such as love. His attitude toward it was always one of repugnance, believing that such things would damage rationale, its effects of which far worse than the substances he injected himself with. Love was like sand that had fallen into a precision instrument or cracks on a high-powered lens. Therefore, he had always stayed away from love and the likes of it. Of course, he did still study the psychology of people in love, but it was all in the name of solving cases. Chapter 503. The oil painting's location. Holmes returned at dusk, storming into the room without saying a word. Completely disregarding the audience's well-being outside, the shrill rubbing of bow and string started blaring out his bedroom. After torturing them with erratic howls, screeches, and wails for a good 15 minutes, he finally put down the instrument in contentment. He then said to Jongheng, who was at his side, "The meeting with Villard has been cancelled tonight. I told him that we couldn't acquire much useful information in the afternoon. Hence, the meeting would be pointless." "Sounds good to me. I actually wanted to tell you that I might not be able to make it tonight." Jongheng then took out the 2 opera tickets. "A friend gave me these and invited me to her performance." "Who?" "A new opera in the Queen's Theatre." Holmes' intuition was as sharp as ever. "Any companions that might be tagging along with you?" "You know that I just arrived in London not long ago, and I'm still unfamiliar with the place." "So, I don't have any acquaintances. What a coincidence." "I do happen to be going to the Queen's Theatre tonight," chuckled Holmes. "Other than the violin, do you also like opera as well?" "I really like opera, but we won't be there for that tonight," Holmes said. "We want to capture that Mr. M. Once we capture him, we will know who his target is." His playground has always been in France. Now that he's come all the way here to London, he must have a big job to do. So, you've narrowed down the list. Well, I went to visit a few friends this afternoon and compiled a substantial list of his potential targets. He hasn't moved his finger yet, but I would have begun studying my victims if I were to be him. It just so happens that the first, third, and fifth on my list will all appear in the Queen's Theatre tonight. I know the chief makeup artist of the hall. Initially, I wanted him to help me get a ticket, but since you have an extra ticket with you, it's all perfect. As they finished the last bites of dinner, Holmes and Jong-Hung draped on their suits and prepared to head to Queen's Theatre. Holmes got rid of his stubbles and cleaned up himself. When coupled with his aquiline nose and sculpted face, he looked bright, as if a renewed vigor clutched his soul. Perhaps he wasn't the most dashing man around here, but he was definitely not ugly either. He picked a walking stick. It had the carapace of a tortoise for a handle and rosewood for its body. My Oriental friend, you are now wealthy. You should pick a walking stick that suits your standing. Jong-Hang might never understand the love affair between European men and their walking sticks. The streets of London saw every gentleman bearing their very own walking stick. And most of them had more than just one. When they walked their corgis in the morning, they would bring along their wooden sticks, and in the evenings, those would be replaced by a silver cane. Men waving their golden sticks around at some fancy banquet was a common sight for the more affluent and moneyed. There were also custom walking sticks used only on occasions like business meetings and operas in theatres. When Balzac was depressed and in huge debt, he still didn't hesitate to splurge 700 francs to buy a luxurious walking stick with agate embedded on it. Such manner of over-consumerism surpassed most modern shopaholics, the Victorian equivalent to selling one's kidney for that latest iPhone. However, Jong-Hung's principle has always been to adhere to the culture of the place he set foot in. The 19th century was probably the golden age of the walking stick. Famous jewelry brands quickly jumped on the bandwagon, all wanting a piece of the large profit. Tiffany and Cartier launched their own walking sticks, though Jong-Hung wasn't that interested in those brands. Other than their extortionate and extravagant price tag, what Jong-Hung had in mind differed from most ordinary people. Such an ostentatious price was one of the reasons why he wanted to stay away. He insisted on his own specifications too, where other than providing him an appropriate identity, he also wanted the cane to double as a defensive weapon when necessary. Having that in mind, he paid more attention to the stick's weight and sturdiness, and if it was qualified to be used as a weapon. Its appearance wasn't his priority. Thus, he planned a visit to the flea market the next day. When the two arrived at the Queen's Theatre, there was still half an hour before the performance began. Irene Adler selected Jong-Hung, and his companion was superb. Their seats were located right in the middle of the second row. Coincidentally, the three persons Holmes talked about were in the second row as well. Jong-Hung learned that one of them was the current Prime Minister of Great Britain, the Marquis of Salisbury. Before the show started, he strolled into the box with a cigar in mouth, accompanied by a few individuals. Sherlock Holmes was also on the watch list, or more precisely, keeping an eye on the Prime Minister's company. Thus far, he found nothing worthy of note. As spectators began to pour into the venue, the theatre's lights dimmed, the music started, and the curtain slowly drew upward. 2 minutes before the show began, Jong-Hung told Holmes, "I think I finally understand now." "Well, what is it that you understand?" "I know where that oil painting is." "Oh." Holmes couldn't help but crack a smile when he heard that. "Let's talk about it." The disappearance of oil painting is the main point here. The painting's frame is still in the room, Jong-Hung analyzed. It's been something that has baffled me for a long time. Taking the painting and its frame along with it is rather unmanageable. In other words, my last deduction was indeed problematic. If the housekeeper and maid were conspirators, he could have brought it out first and left it with the maid. However, the maid removed the painting in the end. It shows that the housekeeper had nothing to do with it. She had taken the painting out of the frame to conceal it easily, probably rolled up somewhere. Since she had been searched and nothing was found on her, only one possibility remains: the painting is still in the room. Many tend to come up with the wrong idea when it comes to this. They think Mr. M has to hold something in escrow to threaten its owner. In fact, there was no reason for him to do so. There was an easier way to achieve his purpose. As long as the victim thinks he is the thief of the targeted items, his plan had already kicked into motion. The letter we found was a scheme to lead us off the trail to where we are now. Think about this: when the Viscount woke up in the morning and found the painting missing, Mr. M's letter was discovered on the ground at almost the same time. The combination of these elements would lead people to think that Mr. M was indeed the culprit. Outstanding! Holmes clapped his hands and praised. I'm not ruling out how certain criminals deliberately mess up crime scenes, but most of the time, everything they leave behind serves a purpose, especially for such an experienced thief. Like an artist, he will not mind adding a couple of extra strokes to an already perfect painting. Let's move forward. If I ask where the painting is hidden in the room, can you come up with an answer? In that porcelain vase, Jong Hung replied decisively. Villard is indeed a very conscientious detective. To collect more information, he rummaged through every corner of the room, except the porcelain vase. It has a tiny mouth, but is spacious within. If someone hid the oil painting and placed it close to the bottom, spotting it from above would be impossible. Chapter 504. Carmen. Terrific deduction, Holmes commended. As I said, you really do have a remarkable talent for this line of work, my Oriental friend. There really are no words to describe your brilliance. He was about to say more, but the music had started, so Holmes retreated to his seat. He clasped his hands and straightened his knees, ready to savor the performance. This new opera was called Carmen. The author Georges Bizet was French. Extremely talented, he sadly died at the young age of 37. This play, which told of a tragic tale of love in Seville, Spain, was completed a year before his passing. The story told about Carmen, a beautiful and unfettered gypsy girl that worked at a cigarette factory. Don Jose, the military squad leader, fell head over heels for her, abandoning his lover, the kind and gentle Michaela, by the countryside. He even violated strict military discipline and let Carmen go when she got involved in a fight with a fellow female worker. When Jose was released from prison, he joined the group of smugglers that Carmen belonged to. Alas, the days that followed saw the two young lovers hit a rough patch. Carmen quickly moved on and fell in love with Escamillo, the bullfighter. While the crowd was cheered for Escamillo's victory over the bull, Carmen perished under Don Jose's dagger. Love and destruction were the themes of this play. Unlike the previous stories where the main characters were heroes or mythological personalities, the protagonist, Carmen, was a female factory worker and a low-level military officer. It was an incredibly bold attempt, which was why Irene Adler disguised herself as a gypsy busker in the East End to search for inspiration. Ms. Adler wore a red dress that drew everyone's eyes to her. Tonight, she was even more dazzling than ever, with a certain wild disposition. The 3/8 beat aria she sang as she seduced Don Jose was the climax of the first act. But just as the audience was indulging her performance, Holmes patted Jong Hung on the shoulder and whispered, "We have to make a move." The pair got up from their seats and tiptoed as gingerly as they could to the aisle, crouching low to avoid attention. "Do you see that waiter in the box on the second floor?" asked Holmes. "MMHMM. He delivers fruit platters to each of the boxes. And normally, the same person does it throughout the night. Just 10 minutes ago, another guy took his spot. Do you think it could be Mr. M observing his target up close? I don't think it's Mr. M himself, but this bloke is obviously connected. If we get our hands on him, at least we'll be able to find out who Mr. M is targeting now," Holmes continued. When they looked up, though, they spotted the waiter staring at them suspiciously. "He seemed to have noticed us," Jong Hung sighed. "Looks like it," agreed Holmes. Without warning, the waiter abruptly threw the platter he was carrying and ran to a nearby box. "Let's split up." "I'm going up." "I'll take the outside then," said Jong Hung. After a quick discourse, Holmes ran up to the second floor and Jong Hung exited the building. Sherlock Holmes' sudden appearance at the stairway alerted the guards beside the Prime Minister's box. It was then that he dashed into the box next door. Holmes pushed the doors open. The table was a mess. Food and wine were all over the floor, and the windows were wide ajar. A man who seemed like a businessman, together with his wife and daughter, huddled together, trembling in fear. Holmes didn't stop there, placing his left feet on the window sill. He was about to leave when he noticed that the family seemed more aggravated than relieved. He quickly understood that the person he was after must be still in the box. But the waiter was also quick to realize that his pursuer had seen through his plan, so he rolled out from under the seat and stabbed Holmes' calf with a knife. Sherlock managed to block the attack with his cane and knocked the dagger off his attacker's hand. The man, however, pushed himself off the ground and grabbed hold of Holmes. As Holmes struggled to free himself, the pair stumbled backward and fell onto the floor. The situation was utter terror and chaos. The wife of the businessman screamed at the top of her lungs, but it pitched exactly with the peak of the crescendo, the perfect cover for the scuffle in the box. Sherlock's boxing skills were no use to him in such a cramped space, and on top of that, he hit his head on something during the fall. The waiter sat on top of Holmes and coiled his hands around the detective's neck. Holmes desperately tried to reach for his cane, but the waiter merely kicked it out of the way. Presently, Holmes could only hope that the family watching from the sidelines would somehow help him. The businessman was the first to snap out of his temporary paralysis. He pushed the door open and left with his wife and daughter, leaving his coat behind. "Great! You've been really helpful," Holmes growled through gritted teeth. Now, his only option was to try his best and pry away the hand strangling his neck. Although Holmes looked thin and lean, he was certainly not weak. But tonight, his opponent way overpowered him, and there wasn't much space to move either. Holmes was struggling to breathe, and his grip gradually weakened. Just as he started to see his vision getting cloudy, a figure jumped in from the window, kicking the waiter on the ribs, and sending him through the door towards the corridor. Vindicated, Holmes greedily drew in his critical supply of fresh air. "Am I dead?" "Why else would you be here?" he sputtered and choked between words. "I didn't see him on the street, so I assumed he hadn't left the box. I was worried that you were in danger, so I climbed up," Jonghang explained. "Climbed up? You mean you climbed up all the way here? But how?" "There's no ladder or stairs," Sherlock asked in bewilderment. "Have you worked in a circus before?" "I guess you can put it that way." "If you're fine, I'll be chasing after our guy, then," Jonghang replied, not wanting to let slip the opportunity. "Go ahead. I'll lie down for a bit." "I'll be there as soon as I can," Holmes panted, his face now as white as a ghost, and his eyeballs bulging. Jonghang ran out of the box and saw that instead of leaving, the waiter had proceeded to the Prime Minister's box, telling something to the guards outside. After hearing what the waiter had to say, both guards charged towards Jonghang in a menacing hurry. Chapter 505. Prussian Barbers. "Don't move and stand against the wall." The guard issued a stern warning, drawing a pair of handcuffs from behind. When the man pretending to be a waiter saw Jonghang getting detained, he silently fled via a nearby flight of stairs. Even in such moments of peril, Jonghang remained calm and unruffled. He turned and asked Holmes, "What are the consequences of killing the Prime Minister's guards?" Sherlock, still gasping for breath, replied, "It depends on the situation. However, I'm pretty sure you can't stay in London after that. If that's the case, I'll leave it in your capable hands." Jonghang walked back into the box, opened the window, and leaped out of it in front of Holmes. The guard soon filled the box, but Jonghang was long gone. A stricken Holmes, however, was found lying on the ground dumbfounded. Jonghang had LV1 rock climbing skills, and with a little assistance from the decorations on the walls outside the theater, he managed to rappel down with ease. The moment his feet touched the ground, the masquerading waiter exited the theater, bolting instantly in the opposite direction when he saw Jonghang. Not wasting a single second, Jonghang went after the escapee. The hot pursuit covered half of the street. West District was a very lively spot at night, where the roadsides were lit to the bone with old gas lamps. Compared to the dark, dingy, wet cobblestones of East District, this place was another country. Pedestrians strolled, and carriages rumbled on the streets. The turn of the 19th century saw nightlife blooming along London's main business arteries. A rarity in that era, eateries, theatres, saunas, clubs, and many stores were still open for business after sunset. The waiter in disguise frantically searched around before finally racing into a barbershop. Jong-hang followed him in, but only after a few running steps, he stopped in the alert. It was but too late. He heard the click of the doors lock behind him. Meanwhile, several barbers who were chatting and reading newspapers rose in unison, grabbing the razors on the barber stations. Jong-hang did a quick headcount of his enemies. Together with the apprentices, there were 7 in total, all armed with the sharpest weapon they could get their hands on. This battle would by no means be easy, and he was all prepared to endure the upcoming challenge. He gestured for them to wait and slipped out of his suit. Like a mantis poised for its kill, he wiggled up his wrists and ankles, taunting the plump barber closest to him with a finger. As a response, the entire 7 began to swarm around Jong-hang. Having no intention to be tonight's carving, he turned around and ran. The weakest-looking kid of the bunch, probably about 14 or 15 years old, acted instantly, thrusting the razor forward, but Jong-hang managed to dodge it. Not to be outdone, he picked up the kid's collar and threw him over the shoulder at 2 assailants. At that very instant, his bogies behind him had arrived. Jong-hang dropped low, rolling quickly on the ground to avoid the attack. However, before he could get up, a small knife was drawn at his back. The enemies were ruthless. While Jong-hang focused on dodging the attacks, he managed to pick up a knife the apprentice had dropped. Once he avoided the first blow, Jong-hang subsequently blocked the second, and at the same time, grabbed hold of the knifed barber and tossed him to a mirror on the side. It caused the man a temporary loss of his fighting abilities, but at the cost of getting a deep gash on the left arm. The 2 barbers that had been rendered paralyzed had now caught up to him too. There wasn't much choice except for plucking up courage and standing up. 1 split second was all Jong-hang needed to grab another knife from the station beside him. He could now use both hands to attack. Armed, he gained the ability to defend himself fully. The cage battleground lasted for about 6 minutes, and at the end of it all, 4 barbers and 1 apprentice were defeated. The remaining 2 barbers were in exhaustion, gasping for breath. Jong-hang wasn't in good shape himself, now having a few slash wounds on his body. Fortunately, it wasn't his face they went for. Sure, Jong-hang had an endurance of a bull, but he had already endured a battle earlier at the theater. A sprint of pursuit then followed, consuming more of his stamina. Having spent all his energy, he no longer bothered to deal with the remaining 2, leaning against the table, gasping with short, shallow breath. In these tense moments, someone suddenly knocked on the door, causing the entire room to jump in fright. Jong-hang saw Holmes standing outside, signaling for someone to open the door for him. The 2 barbers merely looked at each other, and no one went and opened the door. Holmes shrugged, having no choice but to figure it himself. Holding his cane with 2 hands, he drove it into the door's glass, shattering it to smithereens. He then reached in with his right hand and unlocked the door from the inside. Seeing how the situation had escalated, a barber rushed over to Holmes with a knife. However, Holmes still did not retract his hand. He waited for the opponent to get closer before hooking the barber's neck with his cane. Along with the rod, the barber's head was dragged into the door, jamming itself between the door and Holmes with an awful thump. After that, Holmes opened the door quickly and walked in. He put his cane on the ground. "Sorry, did I interrupt you?" he quizzed the room. "A little bit, I would say. I thought you would have retreated to the safety of the carriage, well on your way to Scotland Yard by now," Jong-hang replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Ha! Nice move to let me deal with the police. Lucky for me, the theatre's guards know who I am, and the precinct's deputy chief in the other box can testify for me as well," Holmes said. "So, here we are. If you stayed for a little longer, you would have heard my warning. The man who pretended to be a waiter is a Prussian, and the Prussians in London happen to love them group fights. So, it wasn't a coincidence you were ambushed. Best avoid Prussian places when you are going after your target." Holmes looked around, seeing the defeated Prussian barbers at his feet. However, I have to admit the result surprised me a bit. I know you're a good fighter, but I didn't have the faintest that you were this good. After saying that, Sherlock swung his cane at lightning speed, striking the only barber who was still standing. The latter was about to escape, but his lower abdomen was smacked so hard that he fell on the ground. You are welcome. Is your neck better? Jong Hung asked. I are one. It has seen better days. I don't know. When this fiasco is over, I'll probably visit the clinic for a basic checkup. Holmes's mood had turned sour after Jong Hung mentioned his neck injuries. Is that guy still inside? He asked Jong Hung while rubbing the sore spot. I don't think so. Otherwise, I would have fought 8 men instead of 7. After that, Holmes walked to the back room. As expected, the window was wide open. Well, we are not without gain this time. At least, we got an answer to your second question. Who? Aren't you curious about how Mr. M knew the secret behind the Viscount's oil painting? Holmes rubbed his chin. After this incident, I become more and more convinced that Mr. M is not acting alone. Since he has errand boys, he would naturally have people helping him gather information. I'm afraid we didn't simply come across a simple criminal this time. It's a criminal organization. They have a clear division of labor. Some are responsible for gathering information, some to the area, and some to bribe those around the target. Mr. M is the head of the snake. All he needs to do is to plan. Sherlock watched Jong Heng pick up the dusty, wrinkled suit that had been trampled. Where are you going? He asked. Back to the theater to enjoy tonight's interrupted show, Jong Heng replied as he put on the suit again. Anyway, the ticket is a gift. It would be rude for me to leave halfway through the show. And, oh, Jong Heng stopped at the door. You don't have to thank me for saving your life. I thought it had slipped your mind. Apparently not, said Holmes. It's not easy to forget that red and bloated tomato of a face when you got strangled, chuckled Jong Heng. I'm leaving, he waved. And I will leave you to deal with this mess. I didn't kill any of them. Their injuries are only external. Well, the female lead is indeed gorgeous. I hope her fatal attraction on you won't compromise our plan, dear Oriental friend of mine. Holmes smiled, troubled, and with a cocked eyebrow. Chapter 506. Show's over. Jong Heng briefly treated his external injuries before returning to his seat at Queen's Theatre. When he got there, the opera was already coming to an end. Escamillo and Carmen walked into the crowd at the square outside the bullfighting arena with their heads up high. Carmen remained outside the ring as she watched the valiant Escamillo walking into it. It was around that time that the rowdy-looking Don Jose found her. He begged for reconciliation, but Carmen only remained indifferent. At the same time, loud cheers echoed in the arena. Escamillo defeated the bull. Carmen was elated, proceeding to take off the ring that Don Jose gave her and threw it on the ground. She wanted to rush into the ring to share the joy with her lover, but in a shocking turn of events, the desperate Don Jose took out the dagger that he prepared to stab Carmen. When the bull had returned, and the arena cleared, only Carmen remained, lying in a pool of her own blood. I killed her, Carmen, my dear Carmen, wailed Don Jose in agony as if the world had come to an end. At this point, the opera finally ended. Then all the play's actors walked onto the stage. The lights came on, and the entire theatre was filled with thunderous applause. There were no doubts here that the new play Carmen was a runaway success in London. Jong Heng stood up as well, applauding and clapping along with the people around him. After the performance was over, he headed backstage to congratulate Irene Adler. Throngs of people formed lines to congratulate the beautiful songstress, and even the wife of the Prime Minister went backstage to give her best wishes personally. Since she had more than enough of her share of action, Jong Heng wasn't inclined to squeeze in and join the fight to congratulate her. He simply stood there quietly, and only after the crowd had almost dispersed, did he approach Adler's dressing table that was now like an overgrown greenhouse. There were so many flowers that she had to place them next to her dressing table. As for the other actors, they received all but a few. I now know how much Londoners adore you, exclaimed Jong Heng. Really? Pity that you're not from London then. I saw you leave midway, Adler replied with a sly smirk. After my friend and I have something urgent to deal with. Well, I can see how urgent the matter is. Adler raised his eyebrows and pointed at Jong-Hung's suit. You look a little worse for wear, almost catching up to Don Jose's persona if you will. Actually, I just visited the barber. I see they haven't the best service, considering the state you're in. Mind telling me the name of the establishment? I'll make sure to avoid it in the future, Adler chuckled. Aye. As a person who had read the original works, Jong-Hung would, of course, be wary of Irene Adler. That being said, he had to concede that Irene Adler was indeed a very, very attractive woman. It was no wonder that the King of Bohemia could never forget her. The king was the one at fault. He abandoned Adler in the quest for more power, and after marrying a Scandinavian princess, it led to the photo incident. Judging by Holmes's attitude toward the case, he was more inclined to take Adler's side. Not to mention how he became rather disgusted by what the king had done. That was why he only asked Adler's picture as payment once the matter was over. At the same time, he refused to shake the king's hand. Jong-Hung could probably understand Holmes's appreciation for Irene Adler. She was indeed a brilliant and intriguing woman. Therefore, Jong-Hung decided to act as neutral as possible when dealing with her, careful not to be too elusive or zealous. Even a strong character like Sherlock Holmes did not always act alone. He had the Baker Street irregulars and police officers that assisted him with his cases. He had friends from all manner of trades. If Jong-Hung wanted to compete with him, he would need his friends for help. As one of the only four who had beaten Holmes, Irene Adler could just be an excellent candidate to aid Jong-Hung. Although you left the hallway, and I was a little mad at that, the very fact that you came back, in the end, makes me willing to forgive you. I'd like to also thank you for waiting outside to congratulate me. Though, I see you brought no flowers with you, Adler battered her eyelids. It was a long night for many. When Jong-Hung returned to 221B, Baker Street, Holmes hadn't gone to bed, fiddling instead with an Amazon blowgun in his room. Earlier, he barely survived the attack, but now it seemed his spirits had returned to him. It was exactly as he said, the more difficult the problem, the more excited he would become. On the contrary, asking him to live an ordinary life was no different from murder. Interesting, you did not send her home, Sherlock observed, looking at Jong-Hung at the door. I don't think we are close enough for that, replied Jong-Hung, and don't worry, my relationship with her is not what you think it is. Excellent. Otherwise, they would simply gain another ordinary man falling in love, but lose an excellent detective. Jong-Hung did not continue the topic. Did you get anything useful from those barbers? He asked Sherlock, not wanting to dwell on the Adler topic. I'm glad that you still remember our case, but unfortunately, as I guessed, they are not affiliated with Mr. M.'s criminal gang. At least, I found out who beat us up in the theater tonight. He beat you, but I beat him up for you. Thank you, Jong-Hung corrected. It doesn't matter. Makes no difference to me. In short, that man is called Carlson. According to him, he works in a gun factory. I believe the 2 pieces of information they gave me are 80% false. He got to know the group of barbers when they drank together. As I said, Prussians in London stick together in a group. He had gone into the barbershop, frantically telling them that bad guys were in pursuit of him. Hence, the barbers worked together to fight you off. Wait, so, they didn't know that man very well? That would mean you got nothing useful from them, Jong-Hung frowned. You're right. But fortunately, I have fought him earlier, and I got something useful when he strangled me. Holmes put down the blowgun in his hand. That man has extraordinary skills. They are simple yet practical. When he put me down, I could see that he was in the army before. And he is definitely Prussian. I believe I've mentioned it to you before. Other than that, he is also a gambler. I saw the watch on his right hand. It should be quite valuable, but it has some sort of ticket number on it. It is exactly what London pawnshops would usually do. They would use a needle to engrave the number on the back of the watch, much like tagging the item with a price tag. This was done to avoid confusion. Typically challenging to spot with the naked eye, I managed to touch it when I was struggling. There are at least 3 numbers, which means that he has pawned this watch 3 times. He would repurchase it from the pawnbroker each time, indicating that he acquires a large amount of money once in a while. So, the question is, where did that money come from? Mr. M. Yes, we will need to head to the casino tomorrow. I have a hunch we are very close to the mastermind behind the whole thing, said Holmes. Chapter 507. New Discovery. Regardless of creed and period, gambling had always stood to be one of humanity's favorite choices for entertainment. 19th century London was no exception. There were probably hundreds, if not thousands, counting pubs, street arm wrestling, and gambling houses, both large and small. The next evening, Holmes, Jong-hung, and Villard met up at 221B, Baker Street. Considering the nature of the bloke's job, he won't go to popular gambling houses, said Holmes. Pubs suit him better, and fighting clubs as well. Last night I had an amicable conversation with the Prussian Barbers, and I was able to find out the name of the tavern they usually gather at. We'll use that as the basis for our search to improve efficiency. So, we'll be splitting up? Jong-hung asked. Sure. We've both seen the man. Villard will go with you, and I will go on my own. But since they've seen our faces, we should put on a disguise, Holmes added with a thin beam on his face. He brought out 2 wigs and some makeup tools. Your skin color is a problem. You'll stick out like a sore thumb in London, but most of that could be covered up with clothes and an application of soot on the face. It's night time, so unless you take a real close look, you won't be able to tell. Of course, you shouldn't get too close to him. Holmes immediately got to work. After a while, a batch of fresh soot was ready. Holmes had disguised himself as an old, chain-smoking sailor. Jong-hung paid close attention, taking note of the techniques Holmes employed. Of course, it was all relatively elementary disguise, nowhere nearly as good and as fine of handiwork as Sherlock Holmes's earlier coachman impression. Irene Adler's genderbender, gypsy busker disguise, on the other hand, was on a whole different level. Pockets filled with change, they left the apartment once all was ready. At the crossroads, Jong-hung and Holmes each went in a different direction. Jong-hung and Villard's first stop was a pub called The Pigeon, but after sitting down for a drink, they discovered that the target wasn't present. It appeared the Pigeon's patrons were mostly refined gentlemen, and since there were only a handful of gamblers there, Jong-hung and Villard left for the fight club next door. The atmosphere of the place was crowded, stifling, and deafening. 2 brawny men battled it out in the ring while the others watched in eagerness. Through the mass of body odor and overflowing testosterone, Jong-hung and Villard painstakingly combed through every corner of the place. By the time they were done, the match was over. One of the fighters lay motionless on the floor, unable to get up. The spectators erupted into cheers and applause. Obviously, these had placed their bets on the winner. In juxtaposition, there were also men with their faces buried in their hands, looking ravaged and destroyed. It was apparent that these were the unlucky ones tonight. Having been here a few times himself, Jong-hung understood all too well how those who watched the game couldn't help but wager a part of their money. The lure of easy money could have been the most infectious disease, where one would be infected with an almost instant effect the moment they saw how so much money could be made so easily. It was an infection that would force you to scratch that itch, despite the best abstinence efforts. There was a caveat to that, however, where most of the time, there was a much higher chance of making a loss. The French detective, against all odds, was completely unaffected by any of this. Jong-hung finally understood how Villard could garner praise from someone as austere as Holmes. Not only did he know how to bow and scrape, but he would also be absolutely unyielding once given a task, completely focused on the mission at hand. Each time he spotted someone that remotely fitted the target's description, he would covertly approach Jong-hung for confirmation. Despite their best efforts, neither of the two spotted the man who escaped from the opera house. Jong-hung even suspected that he must have fled London after getting spooked by last night's incident. But Holmes somehow adamantly insisted that he was still in the city. Even though he's not the one who calls the shots, his caliber is difficult to replace. At this point, he won't abandon the plan just because of a small hiccup, Holmes reminded them in their earlier discussion. Subsequently, Jonghang and Villard visited 2 taverns and another fight club. And yet, perhaps it was just bad luck or juju that their expedition was again unfruitful, not to mention it was already getting dark. "I wonder how Mr. Holmes is doing," asked Villard in exhaustion, wiping his forehead. But then, Jonghang suddenly stopped walking. Villard followed his partner's gaze and saw that he was looking at a man that did not fit the target's description. However, the red-haired detective carefully set his doubts aside and said nothing to deter Jonghang. When Villard looked back, Jonghang was leaning against the wall all of a sudden, stumbling wildly and emptying the contents of his stomach. Villard played along, patting his friend on the back. The target in question didn't seem to suspect anything. He merely glanced over at the 2 gentlemen, and as if in a mighty hurry, he strode away as quickly as he could. Jonghang waited until the man had left before he terminated the act, getting to his feet. Villard could finally ask the question he'd been longing to ask. "Who's that?" "One of the Prime Minister's guards. We met at the Opera House last night. He was the one who wanted to put Jonghang in handcuffs." Because they had seen each other's faces and Jonghang's rudimentary disguise, Jonghang wanted to take no chances. Mulling over how Mr. M had bribed the maid to fake the oil painting theft, Jonghang concluded that this was his modus operandi, and it seemed that he planned to use the same approach this time. "What should we do?" "Should we go after him?" asked the French detective. Jonghang considered the proposition, shaking his head after that. "It would be great if we can find out who the new target is, but it doesn't make sense to follow a guard." "Do you remember where he came from?" "Of course," answered Villard. "Let's go see if the man I fought last night is still there." Jonghang and Villard entered the cafe that the guard had just walked out of. It was late, and since it was nearly time to close, only a few customers remained. Even the waitresses were yawning and stretching their arms. Jonghang looked around, but the Prussian was nowhere to be seen. Jonghang and Villard decided to expand their search scope, but unfortunately, there wasn't a single trace of the waiter from last night. Deciding that it was time to call it a day, they rejoined Holmes 2 blocks away. When the private detective heard Jonghang's account of what took place, he nodded. "You're right. The person who was bribed is not part of the group. Bribery aside, since we can't prove it just yet, if you had apprehended him, it would have caused Mr. M and his group to panic. Conversely, now that we know who their next target is, and we have the advantage here. Let's play this game with them." Chapter 508. Closing in on the truth. Holmes decided not to tell the Prime Minister what happened that night. Jonghang had no objections, but Villard felt differently about it. He thought that it was not very gentlemanlike since it meant using the Prime Minister as bait. But since he wasn't a British citizen, he felt it wasn't his place to make any comments. So, in the end, Holmes got what he wanted. The Baker Street irregulars were summoned once again. This time, Holmes made an appearance himself. During the day, he would dress up as a cobbler, setting up a booth nearby the Prime Minister's residence. At night, he played a drunk on the streets. 2 days later, he managed to make 4 shillings from repairing shoes, but still, no sign of the elusive Prussian. Even so, Holmes didn't get perturbed at all. He only slept 3 hours a day, yet still seemed to be filled with energy, even in the mood to play the violin when he had the time. Jonghang and Villard, on the other hand, spent their time stomping in the belly of London's pubs and fighting clubs, hoping to find the perpetrator. To their disappointment, like Holmes, neither of them yielded anything. Then, on the morning of the 3rd day, Jonghang received unexpected news that Holmes was arrested. He rushed to the police station, accompanied by Villard. The private detective was found seated on a bench, chin resting on his hands, and seemingly deep in thought. Jonghang completed the bail procedure, and Holmes was subsequently released. Holmes collected a shoe brush and toolbox from the police officer and walked out of the pound without saying a word. This worried Jonghang and Villard. The moment he got into the carriage, Holmes broke into a fit of laughter. "Ha! It appears that I've underestimated our opponent. Who? It's all rather embarrassing, Holmes sighed. I haven't been this abashed in such a long time. I went there to spy on them, but instead, I was found out and given a good beating. Someone informed the officer patrolling on that street that a suspicious individual had been seen outside the Prime Minister's residence. Thus, I was arrested. I'm well acquainted with the police, but since this involves the Prime Minister, they weren't able to release me immediately, except on bail, of course. They saw through your disguise? Rather, it had been all a trap since the beginning, said Holmes. It's safe to say that we've been targeted. Probably because we attempted to find the Prussian based on the information we had on the night at the opera. But the enemy clearly did their homework as well, and boy, did they do pretty well. It appears they now know where we stay and what I do. They have been monitoring us, and what happened today must have been a warning directed to me. Warning? Yes. It seems they do not wish for me to be involved, lamented Holmes. But at the same time, it means we're very close to the truth. Sorry to interrupt, the French detective scratched his head, but did I miss something? Haven't these 2 days been unfruitful? Why are we suddenly close to the truth? I don't know yet, but we must have done something these past few days that made them nervous. I've been trying to determine what it is even before you came, Holmes said. He reached into his pocket, only to find his pipe was missing. Where did it go? Oh yeah, he had changed his clothes earlier. Villard quickly took out his own pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered Holmes a stick using both hands. Don't worry. Let me think about it a little bit more, said Holmes, taking in a long drag. As Holmes mulled over the issue, Jong-Hung recollected the events during the past few days to see if he had missed anything. It wasn't long before the two looked at each other and cried Eureka! Almost simultaneously. What is it? Villard was burning with curiosity, wishing so badly that he could just climb into the brains of Jong-Hung and Holmes. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Holmes asked Jong-Hung. Jong-Hung looked at Villard. You mentioned that all of Mr. M's crimes were committed in France. This indicates he is very likely a Frenchman. And Carmen is a French opera. Yes, that's all true. The French detective frowned. So, Carmen first premiered in Paris before London, and Mr. M happens to be here in London at the same time, replied Jong-Hung. Could it be just a coincidence? Hold on. Are you inferring that Mr. M is connected to the opera troupe? That would explain why they were so nervous, said Jong-Hung. Nervous because we showed up the opera, Holmes continued. They must have thought that we were close to finding Mr. M. I'm going to pay Ms. Adler a visit and see if any of the troupe members are French and had arrived in London recently, Jong-Hung announced. Half an hour later, Jong-Hung arrived at Irene Adler's place. After Jong-Hung reported his name, the housekeeper welcomed him, telling him to wait in the living room. Upon entering the house, he heard someone playing the piano on the second floor. Ms. Adler is practicing. Please wait a moment, said the housekeeper. All right. Jong-Hung sat himself down on a sofa while the housekeeper made him a cup of tea. After about a quarter of an hour, the music stopped, and the opera songstress emerged from the stairs. Look who's here. It appears we have an extraordinary guest, Mr. Jong-Hung, Irene quipped. The white dress she was in today made her look like a blooming lily. Knowing how perspicacious Irene could be, Jong-Hung went straight to the point and related everything to her. The opera singer looked stunned. It all makes sense now. You left that night because of this case. Cause. I hope you won't take any offense, Ms. Adler. Irene. Just call me Irene, answered the singer. How could I blame a man who works so hard to make London a safer place for all of us? It's strictly a pro bono job, said Jong-Hung. So, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a hobby. That makes it even more admirable, doesn't it, said Irene. Sitting adjacent to Jong-Hung, she poured herself a cup of tea. The person you're looking for actually exists. He's the troupe's French consultant. During rehearsals, he only communicates with the team through telegrams, but the London premiere is of great importance, so he came here all the way from France. I must say, though, that I don't fancy him very much. He might appear humble on the surface, but I can tell how he's a very proud man, constantly looking down on people, women especially. Of course, he's very good at his job, but unfortunately, he's not the smartest person in the troop as he would like to think. Chapter 509. Case over. Yuri, he asked me to have dinner with him before, but I rejected him. He probably thought that I was the same as those women from the French opera troupe that allowed him to do whatever that pleased him, said Irene Adler while putting down the teacup in her hand. I can give you Yuri's address, and I can even ask him out for you, but what good is it for me? What do you want? Jong-hung asked. I haven't figured it out yet. Irene blinked. Let me know after you figure out what you want. Sounds good to me, replied Irene Adler. In this case, Yuri is yours. At the Royal Hotel. Irene was sitting opposite a Frenchman looking to be about 40 years old. The latter was going on about Paris's artistic atmosphere and how many outstanding artists were born there. Irene Adler was looking at the man with admiration, greatly elating the Frenchman. It's a pity that Bizet is no longer there. I can introduce other plays to you, though. I have many contacts from the Paris Music Festival, so if you get tired of staying in London and coming to Paris, please contact me. Oh, you think too highly of me. I can only speak a few French words. It would be hard getting used to Paris, let alone singing there. It's okay. Language can be learned. Yuri wiped his mouth with a napkin. You are very talented. Whether your appearance or singing skills, once you have mastered French, and coupled with my resources, you will be the best in Paris. You will also become one of the few female singers who have succeeded in France and England. Irene burst into a giggle when she heard the words, seemingly yearning for the beautiful reality depicted by Yuri. She then raised her glass in her hand and said, "Please, forgive me for being rude. I didn't know you were this funny and interesting. You are completely different from other men that I have met. At my age, nothing more is left except for a little experience and a bad sense of humor." Yuri laughed at himself and raised the glass in his hand. He had always been polite, making him hard to fault. When his eyes flashed over Irene's chest, he could feel that an imperceptible heat ignited him. His experience told him that his remarks should have conquered Adler's heart. He assumed she was now completely mesmerized by the beautiful prospects that he portrayed, meaning that he was about to get what he wanted, maybe even as soon as tonight. Yuri was pleased when he noticed that Irene had taken the initiative to drink first. Once she became drunk here, he could. Instead of that, Yuri felt dizzy first. He knew the amount of alcohol he just consumed, and never before had he gotten drunk only after 2 sips. Yuri immediately realized that there must have been a problem with the wine. His heart sank. Despite all that, he didn't suspect Irene, believing that some other enemies must have targeted him. It was also a common mistake made by most men. Underestimating women. Even a powerful character like Sherlock Holmes could have fallen for Irene Adler. This time, the famous Mr. M was no exception. Yes, yearned badly for the attention of the people around him to help him, but he was also a cautious man. Even on a date, his bodyguard would tag along. A few seconds later, his head fell in Irene's arms. "Oh, Mr. Yuri, you look a little drunk." "It's fine. I will send you back," Irene purred gently. She then called the waiter and asked him to go downstairs to call for a carriage. Holmes, disguised as a coachman, walked into the restaurant behind the waiter and carried Yuri to the carriage with Irene. The bodyguard at the other table was lost. Uncertain if Yuri was drunk or about to be taken advantage of by that woman, he stayed in his spot. Yuri had already been carried downstairs by that time. The bodyguard hurriedly paid the bill, but the carriage was already gone when he came out of the restaurant. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. Jong-hang and Villard quickly sandwiched him. A week had passed since the brewing of the oil painting case. Holmes's tactics of capturing the mastermind behind the criminal organization had been a great success. All members of Mr. M's gang were found and arrested. The Viscount retrieved the missing oil paintings from his porcelain vase, and Villard had safely returned to France. However, Holmes still needed to figure out a way to deal with Mr. M, a mastermind of countless crimes committed. Hence, it made him a criminal. Strangely, for all the crimes he committed, none of his victims dared to speak up or report the crime. In other words, it was difficult to convict him through legal means. When Yuri woke up, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. However, he noticed that Holmes could not do anything with him. In the end, Jong-hung was the one that managed to force him to unveil information of his accomplices. After Mr. M swore he would never return to London, and Sherlock Holmes allowed him a safe return to France. Jong-hung too had gained something after this case. The criminal investigation skill appeared on his character panel, something that could be regarded as a reward for studying this period's cases and participating in an investigation in person. In addition, apprehending Mr. M earned him 15 game points. That said, the main task he cared about the most was still unfinished. Jong-hung initially thought that with Irene's help, he would be the first to discover Mr. M's true identity. In fact, it was exactly how this case ended, but the system didn't seem to recognize this result. Jong-hung guessed that it was because Holmes was the one that made most of the deductions. And in the end, it was also Holmes's deduction that spooked Mr. M. After that, the two thought of the opera troupe at about the same time. Hence, the system didn't recognize Jong-hung as the first to find the criminal. Naturally, Jong-hung became a little resentful, but he wasn't too upset. At least, he'd now figured out the way to win this game. And he saw the hope of winning. Although this wasn't an easy path to go down, time was still on his side, fortunately. After this case, he came to the realization that Holmes was only human and could make mistakes. His self-correction ability was terrible to the point he managed to see through Mr. M's defenses in the oil painting case. In the end, Jong-hung always felt that there was another reason why Holmes chose to release Mr. M. He had asked Holmes about this before, to which Holmes only replied with a smile. After that, he reproduced his violin. "I'd like to listen to Carmen again. It is indeed a good opera show. Your friend, Miss Adler's performance, is lovely. I'm fond of one of the sessions. Let me play for you right now." Chapter 510. A Little Game. Before he knew it, Jong-hung had been in Victorian London for 5 months now. He had gradually grown accustomed to the thick smog covering the Thames, the din and chaos of the underground fight clubs, and the Englishman's lack for culinary imagination and creativity. On the other hand, his skills had progressed expeditiously. His criminal investigation skills reached LV1 3 months ago, and the few cosmetic lessons that he picked up later in the quest also earned him a LV1 last month. On top of that, thanks to frequent interaction with Irene, he learned a lot about 19th century music, literature, and arts. Art appreciation was even added to his list of skills, though it was only at level O at the moment. Miss Adler was of great assistance to the oil painting case, but she never asked for any favors in return, as if she had completely forgotten about it. She treated Jong-hung like a mate, but considering her intelligence and cunning, he never believed for a second that the incident had completely slipped her mind. He only hoped that whatever request she was brewing wouldn't be anything too troublesome. For now, at least, they were getting along reasonably well. Holmes, on the other hand, was a little trickier. When they first met, Sherlock Holmes was rather gentlemanly, and although there was the occasional act of delinquency, it was nothing that put anyone in real trouble. However, as time went by, the two became like couples who had outlived their honeymoon and were gradually revealing their true selves to each other. Holmes would often conduct all sorts of experiments in his bedroom, and other than when he snuck a corpse into the house, he nearly burnt the whole building down. Mrs. Hudson was especially miffed about this. Then there was the sensuous melody of Sherlock's legendary violin in the wee hours of the morning, a spectacle Jong-hung was fortunate enough to have heard. But every time he got into trouble, Holmes would apologize earnestly to Jong-hung shortly after that. Knowing Holmes as Holmes, he would then repeat the same offense the next time. Fortunately, other than these minor frictions, life on Baker Street was a fairly pleasant one. Jong-hung learned more than he ever did before from Holmes, not only his method of deductions, but also all manner of recherche, amalgamated into a wealth of practical knowledge. Of course, determining the target's direction based on shoe impressions on mud was only useful in the 19th century. Back in the 21st century, such an approach was ineffective with modern concrete-layered cities. Although that was the case, learning all about it was in itself a very interesting experience, even more so when the pair worked on cases together. The main objective of this game was to solve a case and find the criminal before Holmes did, though, if the plot development matched the one in the book word for word, there would be no beating the player who knew the answer even if 100 Sherlock Holmes were to be put together. Jong-hung realized that at the beginning of the quest. In fact, up until now, none of the cases they had worked on were the same as the ones in the original text. By this time, Holmes and Watson would have completed the study in Scarlet case. This never happened in this game. Jong-hung expected this, of course, because it made perfect sense. The game would just be testing players' familiarity with the novel if it did. It wasn't as if there was nothing to worry about, though. If Irene Adler had appeared, then what about Holmes' other notorious archenemy? Would he be appearing in this quest as well? Enter Professor Moriarty, a man Holmes described as the Napoleon of crime. He was the most powerful criminal mastermind in all of Europe, establishing himself as kingpin of London's criminal empire, where half of all the crimes in the city were related to him. Descriptions of the professor in the novel were few and far between, making him one of Doyle's more mysterious characters. That said, he wasn't exactly ambiguous either. In the book, Moriarty was mathematics professor at a small university in England, and was a well-known figure in academia. Surprisingly, after consulting several lecturers from the mathematics department, Jong-hung discovered that none had ever heard of the name Moriarty. Even the professor's acclaimed academic piece, The Dynamics of an Asteroid, was nowhere to be found in bookstores. Of course, these signs alone weren't necessarily an indication that Moriarty wouldn't make an appearance in this game. Henceforth, Jong-hung would remain vigilant of this criminal mastermind. He and Holmes both didn't know that another case was creeping upon them. It was a lazy afternoon, and Jong-hung and Holmes were lazing on a bench in the park, snacking on sandwiches and playing the game they had been playing a little too much recently. Jong-hung rested his chin on his hands as he looked at a lady with a puppy walking past. Definitely married, at least 2 husbands, and has a child. Her living conditions aren't as good as they used to be, loves jewelry but is stingy with her maids, and, in fact, has a disdain for animals. She has one only because everyone else does, and she feels pets are simply extra trouble for the maids. She smokes, enjoys the occasional drink, and has recently attended a ball. Appendage, the child she gave birth to is gone, said Holmes. Who? I'm glad you noticed that she had given the candy in her pockets to the children on the street. Generally, a person who has children in the family would carry sweets on them, but if you paid attention to the way she looked at those children, you can see that within the affection lies a hint of jealousy. To boot, she comes here every week to distribute candies to the neighboring kids. If you have a child of your own and that child is well and alive, trust me, you won't be so caring towards other children. You're cheating. You've seen the target before. No, it's experience, replied Holmes in an instant as he shook his head. I often came to this park, so I have the relevant experience. You must know that all reasoning is based on experience. You can't possibly expect me to abandon them when I make deductions, my Oriental friend. All right, next. Holmes pointed to a man not far from where they were seated. Typist, has a wife, a Freemason, and has been to China. The pipe in his hand is of great importance to him, plays soccer, and was probably in the Navy in his younger days. I can tell that he's been in the Navy, but the part about soccer, was it because he was observing the children play on the street? Not just that. Earlier on, when the ball rolled over to his side, he gave it a respectable kick. But you didn't see it probably because you were busy gnawing on that sandwich. What about the pipe? Why would you say that it's essential to him? Oh, that's very obvious, my friend. Holmes smiled. That pipe only cost 6 to 7 shillings, but the silver hoops it had been repaired with costs more than the pipe itself. Most people would have just bought a new one. Chapter 511. Whitechapel Serial Homicides. Jong-Hung tossed a half-pound gold coin to Holmes, the money for the bet they'd made before. Sherlock took the coin and slipped it into his pocket, a rare contented smile appearing across his face. "Don't be discouraged, my friend from the Far East, you have progressed greatly compared to a few months ago. As I said, you only lack understanding of this city, but these things cannot be rushed. Live in London for 3 to 5 years and I'm sure you'll know most of its crooks and nannies. But if one wants to surpass the great detective, I am afraid he will need more than 3 to 5 years. Jong-Hung said. This is something that has always intrigued me. Holmes tore up the remainder of his sandwich and threw tiny bits of it to a flock of feral pigeons nearby. You seem to be very obsessed, trying to outdo me at every corner. Why is it so important to you? Climbing the highest peak has always been a climber's ultimate dream. Sherlock Holmes smiled. You flatter me. My Eastern friend sees me as the tallest mountain in my field of work. Just when Jong-Hung thought Holmes had changed, he added, well, I don't think I can find a detective better than me. Jong-Hung wanted to defeat Holmes, not because he was dying to be the best detective, but simply because the main mission required it. It was also something he had struggled to complete ever since this game started. It had been more than 100 days since he entered this world. Unfortunately, his extra 24 hours provided him with another 240 days of game time. Nevertheless, after so many cases, he still failed to defeat Holmes even once. This arrogant, impossible man of a Victorian sleuth was nothing less but a legend. However, after stripping off the halo surrounding Holmes, living with him for a period allowed Jong-Hung to peer into the real, true person Sherlock Holmes was. He was really just a man, not a god, meaning that even he made mistakes and had his share of weaknesses. Whether he liked it or not, Jong-Hung had to admit that Holmes was leagues ahead of him in a fair contest, not to mention how Holmes was in a familiar setting. There was indeed an apparent gap between the two of them, and a rather large one at that. Jong-Hung never thought he'd never beat Holmes, though. Holmes's hubris was justified, and as he said, he was truly the best detective of the era. Jong-Hung wasn't that bad, on the other hand. The two were similar in more ways than they'd like to think, both equipped with excellent observation, reasoning, and an uncanny composure under duress. He was confident that he could fill in the gap between him and Holmes. After completing so many games, Jong-Hung was no longer the innocent student he once was. Based on Holmes's ability to reason, he estimated his criminal investigation skills were probably at the top of LV.3. With Irene's assistance, and when his criminal investigation skills had reached LV.2, he might just be able to defeat Holmes. Instead, the competition appeared to have already begun, something Jong-Hung expected would only happen after he had gotten a bit of practice. Look at this. Holmes handed over the newspapers in his hands to Jong-Hung. It seems our dull existence about to end soon. Jong-Hung took the newspaper, and when he saw the headline, he was stunned. The Whitechapel serial murderer has sent a letter of provocation to Scotland Yard. The public hopes the police will apprehend the culprit as soon as possible. Seeing the Whitechapel serial murders, Jong-Hung couldn't help but think of an unsolved case. Reading on, the news matched what he was thinking of. What was London's most infamous criminal case at the end of the 19th century? It was none other than the case of Jack the Ripper. In just 3 months, 6 women were murdered around the Whitechapel area of London's East End. 5 of the victims were generally thought to be related to Jack the Ripper. All of them were prostitutes and were killed using ruthless and brutal methods. Due to a lack of substantial evidence, the case remained unsolved, and to this day, Jack the Ripper's identity remained a mystery. Many theories subsequently surfaced about who he was, but the case gradually grew cold as time went by. If Jong-Hung's memory served him right, then Jack the Ripper had started his killing spree in the fall of 1888. It was now in 1881. He surely didn't expect to bump into the case 7 years beforehand, though, and realized how this might just turn out to be his golden opportunity. Although hundreds of years had passed, interest in the Whitechapel murders of 1888 hadn't diminished. In fact, Jack the Ripper remained a hot topic that would be fervently discussed among future generations, where numerous films and novels depicting him sprouted like mushrooms after the rain in the modern world. Whether police, detectives, or fanboys, they had always sought to find the real serial killer. No matter how compelling some of the theories were, none were convincing and conclusive. It meant the gap between Holmes and Jong-heng had finally drawn closer. Holmes had the home advantage, but Jong-heng was equipped with all kinds of weird fan-based theories that later generations had come up with. Jong-heng knew very well that this game wasn't going to be so simple as the previous ones. The victims, for instance, all the names of the victims, differed from the original cases. Jack the Ripper would choose his target randomly, and since his killing spree had started 7 years earlier, many victims of the actual cases hadn't even begun becoming prostitutes yet. Thus, these women wouldn't be the targets of Jack the Ripper. This time, intervals between the prostitute murders had increased significantly. Thus far, 3 people had already been killed in just half a month. Meanwhile, news publishers had also received the first letter with a "Dear Boss" written on it. The murderer's arrogant attitude shook up the entire Scotland Yard. Most didn't think that the murderer himself wrote the letter. As a result of the many unknowns, panic began to fester within the East End bowels, amongst them, prostitutes and women that lived alone. The police had also started to receive flack for the way the case was handled. No wonder Holmes said his boring life was over after he read the news. The two did not stay in the park any longer, where Holmes hurriedly flagged down a carriage to return to 221B, Baker Street. As he expected, 2 other carriages were parked by the side of the road. "It seems that we have many visitors today," Holmes said while knocking on the door. The door opened to a very disturbed Mrs. Hudson. Obviously, she had never witnessed a scene as such before. Seeing Jong-heng and Holmes had returned, she let out a massive sigh of relief. "Thank God, you two are back. I have never seen so many police in my life. I wouldn't be too worried about Jong-heng being the good, law-abiding, courteous man he is. As for our Mr. Holmes, what trouble have you caused us again?" "Don't worry. This is work." Holmes chuckled delightfully, adding, "And what a terrible judge of character you are. Our Eastern friend here is not as harmless as you thought, Mrs. Hudson. You have never seen his performance in the boxing ring. He is a total beast." Chapter 5:12. Handwriting. Jong-heng and Holmes entered the living hall, and 221 Baker Street was, as Mrs. Hudson had described, unusually crowded. Apart from the familiar faces of Gregson and Lestrade, even the deputy chief of police was there, and it was plainly written on his face that he was in a rotten mood. Seeing their chief pace back and forth by the window, none of the officers dared ensconce themselves on the settee either. So, the whole group of men stood around the drawing room. Though plenty of seating was available, no one dared to rest their bums. It was quite a funny sight, except that no one was laughing. Every face in the room displayed an expression of grim and solemnness. Only when Holmes walked in did the group unanimously let out an audible sigh of relief. "It looks like none of you have been sleeping well these days," said Holmes. "Lestrade, did you have oatmeal and omelette for breakfast?" "It's not the time for jokes," the small, wiry inspector smiled bitterly. The deputy chief looked up at Holmes like a drowning man clutching at a straw. He marched toward the private detective, offered a hand, and cried cordially, "I've heard a lot about you. Lestrade, Hopkins, and the others often mentioned you, telling me that you're the best detective London has ever seen, possibly even Europe. Also, we haven't had the time to thank you properly for your assistance in the Thames case." "Oh, it is all but a minor matter." Holmes returned the chief's handshake before motioning his guest to take a seat. Only when their deputy sat down did the rest of the Scotland Yarders finally rest their feet. The deputy chief had apparently done his homework before coming to Baker Street. It was already informed of the Eastern detective who worked alongside Holmes, the reason why he made no comment on the matter and dove straight into the issue at hand. He looked at Holmes with eyes filled with anticipation. "I believe you are aware of the reason for our visit." "The Whitechapel homicide," Holmes smiled, reaching for his pipe. "I saw it in the newspapers." He paused for a minute, then continued, "Left-handed, male, between the ages 30 and 40, not the most steadfast of characters, unstable, is traditional and conservative." "How could you tell?" The deputy chief shook his head, looking stumped but impressed. We haven't even presented the case to you. Or, could you have covertly been to the scene? In fact, information published on the papers has been somewhat tweaked, not to conceal the truth, but to curb unnecessary unrest from brewing among the public. Holmes pointed at a picture of the article with his pipe. This might have been edited, but the picture is real. All my inferences are based not on the article's description but rather on the handwriting on the letter sent to the publisher. Oh! The deputy chief exclaimed, bemused. You could tell all from the handwriting alone. Of course. Just like art, a good graphologist can see beyond the literal word. The deputy chief looked skeptical, so Holmes took the initiative to explain his deduction. I won't talk about age, it's going to be rather troublesome. If you're really interested to know, look it up in the paper I published 2 years ago. There is an obvious disparity between the handwriting of the old and the young. Theoretically, the age of an author could be told from their handwriting. Of course, learning all these takes a lot of practice. Telling apart the handwriting of a male and female is elementary since each gender has their own aesthetic deviations. A lefty is easy to tell as well. Notice those ink stains on the letter? When you write with your left hand, the side of palm tends to rub against the paper, which is why there are smeared blotches all over the letter. Then what about the theory of the killer being weak of character, unstable and conservative? How were you able to tell? Asked the deputy chief in even more intrigue than he already was. Notice that the tall letters are not the same height as the short ones. See how his DS look like A's, and the I's and E's are the same sizes. People with strong personalities tend to write with a clear distinction between the short and tall alphabets. As presented here, this shows the exact opposite of that. Similarly, you can see that his KS are all written in different sizes, implying that he has an unstable personality. But the capitals are elegant, an indication he is a conservative person. That's everything I could deduce from the handwriting. But your doubts are not unfounded, and since no evidence points to the writer of this letter being the murderer, we cannot rule out the possibility of someone trying to meddle with the police. The deputy chief candidly responded, "You have proven more than once that you are good at what you do. I'll be frank here and tell you that the police are under great pressure to solve this case, not only from the Parliament but also from Her Majesty the Queen herself. She has decreed that we solve the case within a specific period, but so far, we haven't found any leads yet. You know what the East End is like, complicated and a cesspool of criminals and their offspring. Gregson and his men have identified a few suspects, but one after another, they were ruled out. Now, we have lost our bearings, so we've come to you for help. If we can solve the case on schedule, we will reward you handsomely." "You're too kind," Holmes nodded, bowing politely. "I happen to be very interested in this case. If I say so myself, even if I don't get paid, I would still do it." The deputy chief was ecstatic to hear the private detective's answer. "That's absolutely wonderful. This is the best thing I've heard all day. It's almost noon now, and I've booked a table at a restaurant for you and your friend." Holmes interrupted the deputy. "I'm the type who forgets everything else the moment he starts working. Thus, there is no need to eat. In fact, we should begin now, if possible." "Oh? That's even better, the deputy chief nodded vigorously. "I heard that you know Lestrade and the lot. If there's anything you need, just give them the orders then. As long as it's within our capability, we will do our best to provide you whatever assistance you require." Lestrade and other officers flushed with embarrassment. It wasn't as if the Scotland Yarders hadn't approached Holmes for help, it was because it made them look ignominious. They might as well have publicly announced the incompetence of London police. On top of that, they could also clearly hear the disapproving tone in their deputy chief's voice when he mentioned the Yarders. Holmes said nothing about it, though. Getting up from his seat, he said, "Well, gentlemen, if that's the case, let's get to work." Chapter 513. Autopsy. After the visit to Sherlock Holmes, the Deputy Commissioner hurriedly left, dealing with pressure from the media and the Parliament. The other officers returned to their jobs, too, leaving only Lestrade in the apartment. Although solving Whitechapel's serial killings had suddenly become the police task force's top priority, it certainly didn't mean they could abandon all their other duties and cases. As the largest city in Europe and the world, police work was challenging, to say the least, not to mention how it was now an eventful season for the city. Whitechapel's homicide spurred a flurry of copycats, serving to rile up potential criminals tempted to commit evil. Coupled with the growing panic among its citizens, the entire London police force was forced to cancel their vacations and return to work. Lestrade had been following up with the Whitechapel cases since the first murder appeared. He was also the person who knew the case best. Naturally, he was the best candidate to stick around and help the two sleuths. The three got out of the carriage, and there was a morgue not far away. So far, 3 women had been killed, all ranging from ages 34 to 50. The first 2 victims' bodies had been returned to their families for their final rites, and the third victim was killed 2 days ago. No family came forward to claim her body, and it was still there as a result. When Sherlock Holmes was about to enter the morgue, he was stopped by Jong-hung. "Can you give us some time?" Lestrade gestured politely with his hands, stepped aside, and waited patiently. "For this case, I hope the two of us can work separately," said Jong-hung to Holmes. "Oh?" Holmes asked with a curious look, "Why?" "I would simply like to verify what I have learned during this time." Holmes looked into his eyes, leaving Jong-hung to wonder if Sherlock Holmes had seen through him. However, in the end, Holmes just smiled, saying, "Fine. The more, the merrier. Your joining only serves to make this matter more interesting. If that's the case, let's bet on who catches the murderer first. The loser is doomed to supply 2 tickets to an opera at the Queen's Theatre. Our Gram plays a new addiction of yours." Jong-hung didn't hesitate and agreed to the bet. The conversation between the two took less than a minute. They then called Lestrade back, and the latter started to introduce the case. The deceased was called Bernice, a 46-year-old woman. Like the 2 previous victims, she was also a prostitute living in the East End's worst parts. Her body was found at the fence behind the cheap apartment where she lived. She was first discovered by a coachman who went by the name of Slater. "We can technically rule him out as a suspect." The stumpy police officer lifted the shroud covering the body and continued. "Our pathologist estimates that she was killed was around 5 in the morning. Her neck was slit by a sharp knife, hence the cause of death. The modus operandi is similar to the other 2 murders that we encountered before this. After she died, the murdered mutilated her body. When the coachman found her, a section of her bowels had been thrown over her right shoulder." As he explained the gruesome murder, Lestrade passed some photos of the scene to Holmes and Jong-hung. The difference is that part of her uterus and abdomen had also been cut away. "This piece of the puzzle baffles us. I simply can't imagine why the murderer would go to this end. What was his purpose?" Lestrade went on, unable to stop a hint of concern and anxiety from seeping through his composed nature. Holmes's eyes lit up, but he did not rush to say anything. Instead, he asked Jong-hung, "You go first, or me?" "You go first." Jong-hung was still studying the photos, including that of the 2 previous victims. He looked hard, sifting through them, trying not to miss out on even the slightest detail. At the same time, he was interested to know how his inferences compared to those of later generations. It wasn't that Jong-hung didn't realize how unrealistic beat Sherlock Holmes by relying on his LV.1 criminal investigation skills. He hadn't the slightest room for faults this round, not to mention how letting Holmes go first was actually a strategic move so he could observe where he placed his attention. On the other hand, Holmes wasn't the least bothered by the fact that he had to go first. He immediately took out the magnifying glass he often used from his pocket and walked to the body. Suddenly, Holmes seemed to transform into this incredibly sharp hunting hound, sniffing around the corpse in excitement. He even put his face up to the rotting body, although the putrid odor is emitted. 5 minutes later, Holmes put away the magnifying glass with a look of satisfaction on his face. It was now Jong-hung's turn. As if the start of a boxing match, Jong-hung inhaled sharply as he closed in on the corpse. In the past few months of tailing Holmes, he had gained heaps of valuable knowledge, where he made significant progress in anatomy, forensic anthropology, and wound inspection. All these meant that the body in front of him was now a treasure trove filled with clues, and he was equipped with the right tools to harvest them. He first noticed a foul stench of alcohol in the air and later found the deceased's skin to be reddish, suspected to be caused by telangiectasia. Combined with the smell of alcohol, this indicated that the victim had a long-term drinking habit. Later Jong-hung also noticed the fatal wound on the neck. It wasn't clean-cut and straightforward, but the murderer had brutally sliced and butchered the neck to the point her head was almost severed. Other than the apparent wounds, noticeable strangulation marks were also apparent on the neck. Jong-hung frowned. Those were the marks of a rope or a hand. It looked more like a handkerchief caused it. Jong-hung remembered a rumor that claimed Jack the Ripper to a woman, but such a conclusion was too premature with only a handkerchief as evidence. Jong-hung remembered Holmes' warning that detectives were required to be absolutely rational and objective when handling a case. One couldn't afford to have preconceived ideas. This sort of reasoning involved using clues to eliminate irrelevant evidence, eventually leading to the indisputable answer. If one was subjectively biased when gathering evidence, it only served to stray them further away from the truth. So Jong-hung set aside all the clues he'd found so far and continued examining the body. In addition to wounds on the victim's lower abdomen and neck, there were injuries to her neck and face. It can be seen that the murderer has a real disdain toward prostitutes, Lestrade, who was leaning against the wall, sighed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done anything like this to her. I have been an officer for so many years, and I have never seen anyone treating another person like this. Jong-hung did not respond, turning to look at the scratches on her face in silence. He then looked down, before finally, his eyes locked onto her abdominal cavity. The uterus is an extraordinary organ, the origin of life. A human fetus is conceived here. It could be seen that this serial killer had a special liking for this organ unique to a female. In the first murder, the victim's throat was slit, and there were a dozen stab wounds on her body. As for the second victim, her abdomen was slit open, and her uterus was also stabbed. For the third victim, the serial killer went one step further and cut off half of the uterus. Like a prospective miner, the demented killer had just strolled into an endless goldmine, digging out their innermost desires from the depths of her very bowels. Chapter 514. Cooling off period. It was in the opinion of many people that serial killers were absolute lunatics or unhinged, cold-blooded thugs. The fact was that it wasn't an accurate representation. Serial killers weren't all the same. Studies have shown that a number of them come in the form of highly educated idealists who have a high sense of morality, even willing to sacrifice themselves in pursuit of the truth they so desperately sought. They often came as good-looking, well-dressed, and well-spoken individuals with stable careers and closed interpersonal relationships. As for how they ended up being serial killers, the reasons varied from one individual to another. The Federal Bureau of Investigation defines a serial killer as a person who has murdered 3 or more people, with a cool-down period between the crimes. Unlike mass killers, they would carry out massacres in one place in a short period, or spree killers who murdered in a frenzy. Jack, the Ripper, was your textbook serial killer. His crimes only occurred within the confines of Whitechapel, and he had a consistent behavioral pattern. According to Lestrade, among the 3 murders that had taken place within half a month, there was a 10-day gap between the first and the second, but the third murder happened only 5 days after that. It was clear that the rate of murders was accelerating. Whether the killings were for a mission, entertainment, ideals, or only a career choice, the killer got a certain kind of satisfaction from the act itself. It wasn't dissimilar to those addicted to video games or patroning brothels, where serial killers were simply addicted to killing people. Every time after visiting a brothel, most people would have a so-called refractory period, and similar to that, the cooling down period was like a serial murderer's refractory period. After each murder, the killer's excitement would peak before gradually deflating. They would relive the experience and continue to learn until their next crime was due. This phenomenon proved to be little more than troublesome, considering how you'd be facing a constantly evolving enemy, the shortening cool-down period a telltale sign of the declining emotional stimulation and gratification that each murder granted the killer. For that reason, the murderer would need to kill even more frequently to ease the gradually intensifying cravings. If Jong Heng remembered correctly, 2 more murders occurred in the East End on the 3rd day after the first letter. However, one of those crimes was different from the rest. Modern-day researchers concluded that this particular case wasn't the work of Jack the Ripper himself. But it was unclear if it a copycat or if someone was trying to rock the boat, taking advantage of the chaos to kill before putting the blame on Jack the Ripper. In short, Jong Heng didn't have much time to solve the case. If possible, he wished that no more murder victims turned up. The best-case scenario was to find the murderer within 3 days. Of course, now that the rate of the killings had only gotten more frequent, he might not even have 3 days to solve this. Not to mention how he was competing against the formidable Sherlock Holmes. Jong Heng got to work immediately. After examining the body in the morgue, he went straight to the crime scene. But whatever that had happened there had long been cleaned up, and all the evidence collected by the police. There was still small traces of blood on the ground, but other than that, not many clues were left. After a visit to all 3 murder sites, it was clear from the locality of the crime scenes that the murderer was only getting bolder. He had moved from dark and dingy alleyways to a loading area, then to the fence behind the apartment, each new murder having a possibility of being discovered than the last. Jong Heng marked the 3 locations on the map, then going by Lestrade's addresses, he visited witnesses who discovered the bodies and the last person who saw the victims alive. Unsurprisingly, having been harassed and bombarded with questions by reporters, police, and nosy curtain twitchers, the witnesses were immediately put off by Jong Heng the moment he revealed the purpose of his visit. When he took out a gold coin from his pocket, though, their attitudes took an almost instant turn. The once hostile witnesses became hospitable again and readily regurgitated answers they had been repeating so many times before this. The police reports had actually provided all these facts, and Jong Heng had already read them, so that wasn't his focus. Thanks to the generations of fans inspired by Jack the Ripper, Jong Heng already had a list of suspects. The specific names and ages may not be useful, but their corresponding occupation and motives are made for a great reference. For instance, a retired sheriff believed that Jack the Ripper was a sailor on a German merchant ship since the Whitechapel district was very close to the pier. The arrival and departure of the merchant ship from London coincided with the time the victims were killed. He speculated that the murderer was probably a seaman. As for the killer's mysterious disappearance and the fact that no further crimes were committed afterward, the sheriff surmised that the murderer must have fled to the United States. Jong Heng could then use this information during his interviews with the witnesses and inquire if they saw any sailors around the victim's last seen location on the night of the incident. There were other theories like the royal conspiracy theories, the Barber theory, midwife theory. All of these are sort of collective intelligence. Each approach had a corresponding entry point, but the results, on the whole, weren't ideal. The witnesses spewed all manner of claims, and the ramblings weren't nearly good enough to form a firm conclusion. Jong Heng realized that he might be heading in the wrong direction, but he had to give it a try anyhow since he had the advantage. He had been so busy the whole day that he forgot to eat his lunch. In a blink of an eye, the sun was already hanging low, so Jong Heng decided to call it a day. He had been to many places today, and he had managed to collect a diverse and extensive chest of information. It was time to stop for now and sort his thoughts out. When Jong Heng returned to 221 Baker Street, Holmes had already finished his dinner and was tackling a dessert plate with a fork. He did not seem to be in a hurry. "How was your investigation today?" "I don't have any leads for now." "What about you?" "I found a handy clue, and I'm digging deeper into it." "I should have the results tomorrow," Holmes smiled. "Would you like me to give you a few tips, my dear Eastern friend?" Jong Heng shook his head. The one who sprints first might not be the first to reach the finishing line. "That's true, but the person who runs first would always hold an advantage." "I'm already choosing the opera we'll be watching," interjected Holmes as Jong Heng seated himself across the table. Mrs. Hudson walked in carrying dinner. It was smoked bacon, peas, and bread, and a few pieces of fruit. The dessert was pudding. Jong Heng finished his meal quickly, wiped his mouth, and returned to his room. He took out the revolver he had bought 3 months ago, a kerosene lamp and a knife. Holmes raised his eyebrows in surprise at the sight of Jong-Hung's gear. Going out again. MMHMM. The murderer may be on the prowl. Even if I don't find him, I could at least inspect the environment and condition of the crime scene at night, Jong-Hung added after a pause. Also, I could use the chance to understand the sex workers in a deeper fashion. Not bad, applauded Holmes. You're becoming more assimilated to this city. Chapter 5:15. I have a few questions to ask you. The east and west ends were like two completely different worlds come nightfall. Only one street lamp still glowed, and the rest were either broken or vandalized. Until now, no one took the initiative to repair them. Hence, many spots were left dark and unlit. The low, squalid, dilapidated buildings, uneven roads, and dark alleys made navigating around the area an awful nightmare. After the Whitechapel serial killings, the police sent an entire battalion to strengthen waning security. Up until now, Jong-Hung had come across two teams of very serious-looking police officers. They sternly held onto their batons while a whistle hung around their necks, ready to be blown at the earliest sign of trouble. No matter how many officers were deployed, making them patrol the area seemed to yield pointless results. They couldn't keep their eyes on every street corner. More importantly, the police simply couldn't maintain such intensive patrols for an extended period. In fact, the police had increased their workforce when the second murder case surfaced. Thus far, they still hadn't found any leads, and instead, a large number of low-level officers had started complaining about the dreary working hours and how they simply weren't paid enough. Before the murders, patrol officers typically headed to the tavern for a cool-down and a pint amid their patrols. After the series of brutal killings, none were inclined to pull such stunts anymore. Jong-Hung still wore the old coat he bought when he first arrived, and Irene had also given him the scarf she wore when she masqueraded as a gypsy busker. Coupled with his recently mastered makeup skills, few would doubt that he wasn't from around here. Jong-Hung first headed to the location of the most recent homicide. This particular spot had now become the focus of the police. Since residents inhabiting the area had done well to avoid the place at all costs, Jong-Hung could stand quietly behind the fence during the day without having anyone to bother him. During the day, he attempted to identify the soil using the method that Sherlock Holmes taught him. However, that provided him with little useful information because the entire East End's infrastructure was in shambles. Puddles and mud smeared every inch of the road, and even if the murderer's shoes were stained with dirt, it was no longer reliable evidence. At night, Jong-Hung came here to look at the lights, curious to know if the nearby houses were lighted at that time. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he trod lightly, careful not to overstay his welcome. He quickly walked out from behind the apartment, and it was about then that he spotted a girl in her early 20s on the side of the road. She had an old coat draped over her shoulders, and she lugged around a wine bottle in her hand. When she saw Jong-Hung, she took the initiative, saying, "Hi." Jong-Hung raised his eyebrows, feeling amused and flabbergasted. "Exciting, isn't it? I won't let you down." The girl's smile seemed somewhat forced. "Since you know about the recent tragedy here, you should have stayed home," said Jong-Hung. "I need to pay for rent and food." "I just borrowed this half bottle of wine from someone," replied the girl. Her English sounded like she wasn't from this country, a heavy accent embedded among her words. "No matter what happens in this world, we have to keep working, don't we?" "Well, at least stay in a crowded place, or with your companions, perhaps. You will feel safer. This line of work is not as simple as you think it is. We, the prostitutes, have our designated territories. I am just a foreigner who arrived here not too long ago. They will definitely not accept me," the girl sadly related. "I can only linger in places they won't go." "Anyway, what are you thinking?" "You shouldn't be here," said Jong-Hung lightly. "Know what kind of men come here at this hour? They say a murderer wouldn't commit two crimes at the same spot." The girl's body had been trembling a little from the beginning, and obviously, she wasn't as bold as she seemed on the surface. "That's right, but ever thought that even if that serial killer doesn't come here, there will be others with ill intentions dropping by this place? Behind every famous serial killer lies many impersonators. You being here provides them the opportunity to honor their idol by killing you, said Jonghang as he took half a step towards the girl. The girl could not help but gasp in shock, subconsciously stepping back. Jonghang then took the half-finished bottle of wine from her and looked at the label. Do you usually drink this kind of wine? That's right. The girl replied, her eyes darting around wildly, scanning her surroundings to see if there were passing cops. Jongheng opened the cork and smelled the bottle's contents. How much can you make in one night? Who? The girl pondered for a while. 3 or 4 pennies. If I am lucky or if someone is generous, I may be able to earn more. Or I can meet several customers in one night. Jongheng then threw a half-pound gold coin to the girl. Come with me tonight. The girl was thrilled at the prospect of earning a gold coin. No wealthy men were living in the East End, which was the first time encountering such a generous and rich customer. However, she later recalled what Jongheng said. Her heart sank instantly. She was not that valuable, anyway. To be more precise, she possessed nothing of value as well, except for her own life. Don't overthink it. I just want to ask you a few questions, Jongheng reassured the frightened girl. I guess you haven't had dinner? Let's look for a place to get something to eat. The girl only hesitated for less than half a second before she decided to go with Jongheng. Like what she had said earlier, she knew the risks of following a stranger. That said, she was willing to risk her life to put some food into her very empty stomach. Such was probably the fate of people like her. Jongheng saw many other prostitutes while he was heading to the restaurant. They posed and slithered seductively, doing everything they could to attract potential customers in the pubs and alleys. That included some older women that were in their 50s and 60s. Logically, they should have laid low after Jack the Ripper went on a rampage, and the streets would only be safe after the authorities arrested the serial killer. To Jongheng's surprise, none of them stopped work. The one thing more terrifying than Jack the Ripper was life itself. Once you get yourself into this line of work, it's tough to get out. Think of it as being trapped in the mud. Since you can't get out, you can only watch yourself sink slowly. This was what an experienced colleague told her when she first entered this line of work. The latter died of typhoid fever 3 months ago, all alone in her home when her life fizzed out. No one knew she was dead until the rent collector knocked on her door 2 days after her death. The girl did not want to end up like her when she became old. However, reality had always proven to be the harshest of teachers. She was not good at talking like the others, and in her younger days, she didn't get to earn much. Once she became older, lesser and lesser customers would want her for business. Her mood became even worse when she thought of this. Suddenly, Jongheng spoke up. How should I address you? Chapter 5:16. Key questions. Numi, I'm from Sweden, the girl replied, licking her lips. Seeing that she was still a little uneasy, Jongheng produced a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to her. She thanked him graciously, but it wasn't until the cigarette touched her lips that she realized something odd. She then asked slowly and cautiously, How did you know I smoke? It's simple. Although you haven't smoked in a while, your teeth are still yellowish, and the holes on your clothes are the result of cinders burning through them, Jongheng said. After that, he paused for a while, noticing how his mannerism had become more and more similar to Holmes'. It was probably because they had been living together for some time now. On the other hand, Holmes was no exception to Jongheng's influence, greatly interested in his fighting style and having started indulging in rock climbing lessons. Numi's surprise brought Jongheng back to reality. Oh, what is your profession? You have an excellent observation. Detective. Actually, I came to investigate Bernice's death. Oh, and the 2 victims before her as well. Are you a detective? Numi was relieved. No wonder you went to that place. I overheard the men in the tavern saying the police have locked onto a suspect. They all said that the devil is doomed. Jongheng wasn't allowed to comment on this matter. It had always been the usual practice of Scotland Yard, where they would first release a batch of vague information to stabilize the situation. It was done to put the public at ease, which would otherwise have ended up in panic and hysteria. As far as these murders were concerned, only they knew how far along the investigation was, so far. "I am just helping out," Jong-hung was forced to say. "Before the murderer is arrested, I would advise you to be more vigilant about your safety." Numi wasn't the least bothered. "Not only are the girls in a state of constant fear in a time like this, but our business has greatly deteriorated as well. Everyone hates that guy. Anyway, it's not easy for me to get a customer, and I can't be bothered by other things. Of course, if everyone is as generous as you, my life would have been much easier." Jong-hung did not say anything after that. He chose to change the subject. "Do you know all the 3 victims?" Numi hesitated. "As I said, even the prostitutes have their territory. I'm not familiar with the first and third girls, but I live quite close to her with the second victim. We even cross paths sometimes." Jong-hung swiftly retrieved information about the second victim from his mind. "Edna? What do you know about her?" Numi pondered for a while. "I heard that she had an Indian boyfriend, and he worked in a glass factory. But he was no good to Edna. He was a violent drunkard, bludgeoning her up every time he had too much to drink." Jong-hung raised his eyebrows. This was a new clue. The police had also found out about Edna's boyfriend, but they did not know about the latter's violent tendencies, nor did they know that the two had conflicts before. That said, it was highly unlikely that Edna's boyfriend was Jack the Ripper. The police had an excellent job of covering all the aspects of their investigation. On the night of Edna's death, Jack was drinking at the bar with someone, leaving more than a dozen witnesses to prove his alibi. It was a good sign, though. Jong-hung's decision to approach the prostitute could prove vital to the investigation, and thus, he continued his interrogation. "Any other information?" Numi shook her head. "I don't know Edna too well. This is how we usually behave in this line, every woman for herself, looking out for themselves first. We usually have no time to stick our noses in the affairs of others. Oh, one more thing. I'm not sure if this helps, but I heard that Edna had a child before she met her boyfriend, but she sent it back to her birthplace." "Oh." This time, Jong-hung's interest was truly aroused. Back in the real world, someone had managed to summarize the similarities between the victims of the Whitechapel homicides. Other than the fact that they were all prostitutes, most of them suffered from moderate to severe alcoholism. Otherwise, they would be living with at least one drunkard and even had offspring as well. In the 3 homicides Jong-hung was currently investigating, the victims' names and ages had been altered to some extent. However, alcoholism and cohabitation were 2 factors that remained unchanged. The second victim, however, was the only one with a child. Nonetheless, the information provided by Numi now filled the gaps in dotting Jong-hung's investigation. As of now, Jong-hung was confident Jack the Ripper didn't select his targets based on the difficulty of achieving his goal. When he was hunting, he did abide by a set of strict guidelines. Or at least for the first few crimes that he committed, he carefully selected his targets. When the authorities started to close upon him, he would then abandon some of his rules to stay afloat. So the question was, how did he acquire information about his targets? According to Numi, there were territorial boundaries, even among the prostitutes. They were usually unfamiliar with their counterparts from a different territory, and it just happened that Jack the Ripper committed the crime in a vast area. Not to mention how only a few people knew that the second victim had a child. At most, it was just a rumor that was spread among the inner circles. The prostitutes were considered the group of people who belonged to the lowest of society's lows even if they lived at the East End. However, the men that live here still needed their services. No one would care about their affair other than their bodies. Even if one met up with them every night, they would not know their living conditions, families, and interpersonal relationships. A man deliberately collecting all this information would surely attract attention. Although the police officers of Scotland Yard were not as capable as Sherlock Holmes, they were more diligent than expected. It would be impossible for such a person to exist without catching their eye. The case was beginning to get more and more interesting. Jong-hang realized that if he could find the answer to this question, he might not be far away from finding Jack the Ripper. Seeing that Jong-hang had paused and seemed to be thinking about something else, Numi became a little nervous. "Sorry, I'm not bright, and I don't have many friends. Did I manage to help in any way?" "No, you did a great job. Have we arrived at the restaurant? Let's have dinner first, and let's stop talking about homicides. Let's talk about your daily routine." "My daily life?" Numi was bewildered. She has been in this business for so long and had encountered many strange requests. No one, however, had asked her such a common question. It was then that a look of sudden realization flashed across her face. "Oh, you want to know about my customers and me?" No, I don't want to know about that. I want to know about your hobbies, places you would go to every day, people you meet, and so on." "I don't need the details," Jong-hang explained. He simply wanted to learn more about the prostitutes through Noom. From there, he hoped to find how Jack the Ripper selected his targets. Chapter 517. Same starting point. Jong-hang returned to 221B Baker Street at 4 in the morning. It had been a peaceful and uneventful night at Whitechapel, and the only real bother were a few drunks fighting in the alley behind the pub. As soon as the police arrived, everyone disappeared from the street except for the wasted ones, to slosh to even wake up. Nothing else happened after that. After sending Naomi back to her place, he headed home to bed. At 7 o'clock, 3 hours later, his eyes flipped open. As he walked out of his room, where Holmes, as usual, had already finished breakfast and was smoking his pipe, flipping through the day's newspapers. "Good morning." "Morning." Jong-hang sat down at his usual seat, rang the bell, and waited for Mrs. Hudson to bring his breakfast to the table. "You came back rather late yesterday night. How did it go? Please don't tell me you still found nothing." "I had high expectations of you," remarked Holmes as he turned a page, his eyes still fixed to newsprint. "I have found one very important clue. I have a general idea of how the killer selects his targets." "Oh." Holmes straightened up, finally tearing his gaze away from the newspaper. He looked at Jong-hang. "Pray, tell. Don't forget that we're now in competition against each other." "If you want to know, you should go find out yourself," Jong-hang answered. Holmes burst into laughter. "Are you still mad at me for choosing the opera ahead of time? All right, I take back what I said. But I've also managed to learn a lot of things. If that's the case, let's see who finds the answer first then." He put down the papers in his hand, fetched his hat and walking stick from the hanger, and said to Jong-hang, "I must admit, you're putting me under a bit of pressure. It seems I'll have to raise my game." "Hopefully, you can still catch up," said Jong-hang with a grin on his face. By the time he finished his breakfast, it was 7:15. Quite some time had passed since Holmes left. Jong-hang lingered at the breakfast table for a while and began sorting his thoughts. What he had said to Holmes wasn't in any way an exaggeration. In fact, he did discover a lot of things last night, especially after his talk with Naomi. He found a precious piece of information. According to her, churches of the East End wouldn't accept girls in her trade, except for a tiny chapel known as the Church of the Sacred Heart. The priest treated the prostitutes as equals, and when some of them had no place to go, he often allowed them to spend the night at the church. On top of that, the generous clergy periodically passed out loaves of bread to the starving women when he had the opportunity. Naomi might not realize something amiss, but Jong-hang sensed it clearly enough. He finally found the answer he had been searching for the whole night. Who could approach these prostitutes openly without attracting attention? The answer had actually been staring him in the face the whole time: a clergyman. In fact, there wasn't even the need to deliberately collect information about these women, since they actively sought the parish out to reveal all their secrets no holds barred during confession sessions anyway. Jong-hang looked at his pocket watch but did not leave immediately, knowing that the Church of the Sacred Heart wasn't yet open at this hour. While waiting, he briefly planned his next move. After that, he put on last night's gear again and called for a carriage. When he arrived at his destination, a familiar face showed up at the steps of the church. Holmes was standing outside the door, watching him, wearing the most intrigued look on his face. Interesting. While we both chose to go in different directions, it appears we still ended up in the same place. Zhongheng felt a little frustrated. He had tried his best to race against time, even successfully obtaining the information he wanted, but despite all the effort, he was unable to curb Holmes's unrelenting progress. The skills of this Victorian detective could never disappoint. Well, should we exchange information we have before we go in, suggested Holmes. Zhongheng considered the proposal and agreed, albeit reluctantly. Unlike during the previous cases they worked on, where Holmes would candidly explain his reasoning and Zhongheng would employ them in the investigation, the pair was now in a short-term alliance. This fair transaction of information shouldn't affect the final outcome. But then, the question remained, that if the both of them caught the killer together, who would be considered the winner? At this juncture, there was simply no point in thinking about it. "I'll go first," declared Zhongheng. He gave a quick summary of the information he gathered from Naomi and also his own interpretation of it. Also, the wounds on the victims' faces, the first one was a little vague, but the knife marks on the second and third victims were crisscrossed. They looked very familiar when I first saw it, and now that I think about it, it resembled a cross. The murderer is likely to be a religious person. Impressive analysis and reasoning. Holmes exclaimed, "I am very glad your work yesterday bore fruit. Mine is relatively simple. I went to the newspaper's publisher in the afternoon." "The newspaper?" "Yes, I noticed some red ink on that letter. As you already know, I've been researching this subject for a long time, and from the material of the paper, I was able to tell the manufacturing company. It's the same with ink. But the information I could gather from the black ink is limited because nearly half of London uses this red ink. The letter, on the other hand, turned out to be useful." Holmes chuckled, continuing, "Unlike the ink, these letters were not the cheapest. It's not something commonly found in the East End, but when I heard who the biggest customer of that paper mill was, I immediately thought of this place." "The church?" "Yes. The church's stationery is purchased in bulk before they get distributed to each chapel," Holmes said. "But there's not only one church in the East End." "Yes, but this is the one closest to all three scenes of crime. And while you were still at home enjoying your breakfast, I talked to the people in the neighborhood. The prostitutes are known to frequent this church." Zhongheng sighed, adding on to Holmes' account. "There are 2 priests in the church. Father Matthew is 80 years old and is semi-retired. He retired to the suburbs 5 years ago and is now rarely involved with the church. Basically, only his name is attached to the church. Also, at his age and seeing how frail he is unlikely to be the murderer. So that leaves us with Father Jacob. He is 56 this year, still strong, and is in charge of the church. The prostitutes often come to confess their sins to him. Now, what they didn't know was that Father Jacob may, for some reason, resent prostitutes who have children but are drinking and cohabiting. The dear secrets they so openly shared with him turned back on them, haunting them in a lethal fashion." Holmes could only smile. "As I said, we are both now at the same starting point again." Chapter 518. Father Jacob. The doors of the Church of the Sacred Heart flung open sharp at 8 o'clock. Father Jacob appeared at the entrance, carrying 2 baskets of bread to be handed out to the homeless of the neighborhood. Zhongheng and Holmes observed the priest from a corner. "Your previous deduction was wrong," said Zhongheng. "That's impossible. Even if there is a slight deviation in the details, it's unlikely to be too far off," Holmes said flatly, albeit looking a little resigned. They were referring to the deduction Holmes made based on the letter's handwriting. "Left-handed, male, between the ages of 30 and 40, of a weak personality, is unstable, traditional, and conservative." It appeared that apart from his gender, the other inferences, such as being left-handed and age, were incorrect. As for the suspect's character and personality, it was still too difficult to tell at the moment. On top of that, Zhongheng noticed that Father Jacob's left shoulder appeared to have an injury, most likely due to his advanced age. He held the bread basket with only his right hand, probably because his left hand was too weak. Besides that, Father Jacob's hair was combed neatly, and while his clothes were well worn, they were spotless. Father Jacob embodied the archetype of a typical priest, a little old-fashioned and imposing, yet filled with warmth and kindness at the same time. Holmes and Jong-Hung looked at each other, seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. Up until this point of the investigation, Father Jacob had topped the suspect list, but now that they had actually seen him in person, Jong-Hung felt that the priest's chances of committing the crime were slim. Everything else aside, according to Holmes and clues from the crime scene, the killer probably held the victim by the neck with one hand while slicing her throat with the other using a small knife. With Father Jacob's shoulder injury, it was doubtful he could have done all that strenuous and vigorous maneuvers. Jong-Hung grabbed hold of a homeless man who had just received a loaf of bread. "My friend, I have some questions for you." "What is it?" The man looked alarmed, hurriedly concealing the bread in his coat. Jong-Hung produced a shilling. "Is there anyone else parishing this church besides Father Matthew and Father Jacob?" Before he could even answer, the vagrant snatched the shilling and shook his head. There was a young deacon before this, but he couldn't stand living in the East End, so he left. Now, there's only Father Jacob. "Does he have a family?" "No, he has always been alone. He's been in this church for over 30 years. He has never been married, no children either. But I heard that he has a cousin, but he's not in London." As the man spoke, his eyes were drawn to the pocket from which Jong-Hung had just taken out his wallet. Jong-Hung knew what the older man was thinking. It may be daytime, but this was the East End. He gave the man another shilling, but clearly, it wasn't quite enough. Deciding to try something else, Jong-Hung drew his coat back a little to reveal the revolver strapped to his waist. The vagrant immediately behaved himself. Upon realizing that Eastern man was not someone to be trifled with, he abandoned the idea of robbing him and turned to leave, muttering and cursing under his breath. Holmes, on the other hand, was already walking towards Father Jacob. "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Every soul makes mistakes in life, my child," Father Jacob said. "The important thing here is if you are willing to repent or not. I want to confess my sins, all the lies I've told, the things I have done, the guilt that they have brought. They torment my days and my nights," cried Holmes. "Very well. It shows that your heart still belongs to the light," Father Jacob nodded. "Come with me, child." Jong-Hung watched as Holmes followed the priest into the confession room. About 15 minutes later, Holmes came out. Before Jong-Hung could ask him anything, he shook his head at his friend. "You don't have to go. It's not him." "Who?" Jong-Hung furrowed his brows. "He had solid alibis when the first and third murder took place," Holmes explained. "He wasn't even in the East End when the first murder happened. Also, that injury on his shoulder is real. He couldn't possibly have done it with one arm." "What about an accomplice?" asked Jong-Hung. "We cannot rule out that possibility. I asked him some suggestive questions when we talked, and he showed no sign of disgust towards the prostitutes. And judging from the crime scenes, I don't think there are any indications of an accomplice." Jong-Hung was not too surprised by Holmes' answer. He had only asked the question for the sake of asking. It was generally rare that serial killers worked with a partner. No matter their reason of starting their demented journey, they all wanted to play God in their own world. But then, there could only be one God. Holmes wasn't discouraged, though, nor was he disappointed by the fruitless discovery. "This proves that my description of the murderer is accurate. I just need to find more clues. You're heading in the right direction. Once we find the commonality between the three victims, we'll be able to identify our killer." "I hope we still have enough time," replied Jong-Hung. Although going the church route did not turn out as expected, it did give Jong-Hung quite a few ideas, and soon his attention fell on a small clinic in the East End. Apart from the priests, another category wouldn't raise suspicions when they contacted the prostitutes. They were the doctors. Until now, the notorious fourth murder case, in which the Ripper sliced open the victim's abdomen, where he removed part of her uterus and kidneys, had yet to occur. That murder was done in the dark because there were police patrolling nearby, and the whole process probably only took less than 9 minutes, not to mention how the cuts were clean and surgical. So, it was no surprise that many people suspected that the murderer had to be a professional surgeon of some sort. But because Naomi was from Sweden and didn't fit in with the other prostitutes, she had very limited knowledge about the victims. She wouldn't have known where they usually got treated. Jong-hang had to seek out others to get this piece of information. Holmes had already left. Jong-hang turned around to take one last look at the church, and his eyes met Father Jacob's. The priest nodded back politely, picked up a mop, and began cleaning the floor with his head lowered. As Holmes said, there was quiet and equable energy about him. Jong-hang felt that someone like him couldn't possibly have anything to do with the Whitechapel serial murders. The bet between him and Holmes hadn't been forgotten, so he didn't linger at the church and made his way to the tavern, where more prostitutes could be sought. Chapter 519. Notebook. Jong-hang did not know where Holmes had disappeared again. On the other hand, he managed to find a few prostitutes who were relatively close to the three victims, and through them, found out about their daily routines. In the end, Jong-hang set his sights on a man called Mark Cohen, a Jewish doctor active around the Whitechapel area. He wasn't a qualified doctor registered by the Central Medical Commission, but it was also rare that prostitutes were offered the luxury of getting a qualified doctor to treat them. During that era, a physician held a high and mighty social position, belonging to a social class called the gentries. However, with the rise of surgeons and pharmacists, physicians gradually lost their high standing, especially after pharmacists gradually transformed into general practitioners, working hand in hand with surgeons to actively promote the British medical system's reform and strive for better rights. But even when it came general practitioners, few were stationed at the East End. None of them were willing to provide any services the prostitutes working around this area. It was the reason why people like Mark Cohen existed. In a sense, his role was somewhat similar to that of a general practitioner, where he would do his best to treat various illnesses. Other than that, he also doubled up as a midwife and an obstetrician. This made Jong-hang pay special attention to him. The prostitutes had mixed comments on him. On the one hand, his services were cheap, and although he wasn't a qualified doctor, he had managed to do his job reasonably well. On the other, a large number of prostitutes had also voiced their discomfort when they were examined, where his stare seemed to follow their every movement, very much like a slithering snake. Jong-hang then inquired about Mark Cohen's residence, arriving at the place before sundown. A stench so intoxicating and revolting overwhelmed the senses, not to mention the pigsty not far away. Chicken manure was everywhere on the road, and Jong-hang spotted a few women doing their laundry by the ripe sewage while a couple of men with blackened faces walked towards him. They looked to be stokers that worked in the nearby factories. It did not take long before Jong-hang found the doctor's apartment. After a few knocks on the door, there was no answer. He then took a look at the lock on the door and found it to have a basic mechanism, one that was only effective against ordinary men. Battling the nauseating odor, Jong-hang's eyes darted around like a wildcat, ensuring that there weren't prying eyes before he gently picked the lock with a knife. Arrow. The smell inside the apartment was worse than outside, bearing the strange but putrid mixture of sweat and decay. With a deep frown, Jong-hang pulled out the revolver strapped to his waist. As he explored the apartment further, he saw a pool of blood on the ground. The unit itself was relatively empty, sparsely furnished with only a bed, wardrobe, and dining table. Socks and filthy garments were strewn everywhere, and as Jong-hang followed the bloodstains to the curtain, a pair of boots could be seen under it. Instead of drawing the curtains open, he slashed it with his knife, the blade tearing through it as if it were butter. Unfortunately, he did found no monsters concealed behind. A false alarm? The boots were still on the ground, probably placed there by their owner. Jong-hang quickly drew the rest of the curtains with his other hands. He saw a spot that looked like a simple consultation room. With only 2 stools and a small workbench in the middle, the thing most noticeable was a very bloody lump of flesh on the workbench. This was the origin of bloodstains on the floor and putrid odor, where a massive swarm of black flies noisily devoured the decaying body part. Jong-hang's first reaction was finding the third victim, Bernice's missing uterus and abdominal flesh. With that, he could lock on to the serial killer. When Jong-hang walked towards the table and observed the organ, However, he found that the object didn't resemble a woman's womb in shape or size but rather looked like it belonged to some kind of animal. Jonghang then thought of the pigsty that he saw on the side of the road. Other than that, he also saw a notebook on the table. After opening it and flipping through its pages, he only found random notes and scribbles, most of which happened in his daily life. Some medical research was documented, as well. But as Jonghang progressed through the notebook, the contents gradually changed. The writer had apparently become more and more agitated with each entry. Not only had the handwriting become more and more scribbled, but the contents had also changed. Most of them were related to prostitutes. He lamented about a large amount of money they made yet wouldn't stop acting pitifully here in the East End. From an entry about a month ago, he seemed to have gotten into conflict with 2 prostitutes. One had stolen his pocket watch while they came to seek his service. Mark Cohen went after the prostitute, but the other made him trip, causing him to lose a tooth. Jonghang was going to keep reading, but he heard the door behind him getting opened. He slipped the notebook into his coat, and at the same time, the person entered the apartment. Judging from the footstep sound, it appeared 2 people were walking around in the unit. This surprised him a little but also did little to affect his plan. He could always jump out the window, but the path had been ruled out when he slit the curtains before this. Once Mark Cohen found out that his place had been broken into, he would definitely make a run for it. Not to mention how Jonghang had taken away his notebook, as well. Hence, he decided it best to arrest Mark Cohen here and bring him to the police station. He hid behind the curtains, listened intently to the sound of the footsteps, and did some calculation in his mind. Once one of them reached out to lift the curtain, and that was when Jonghang pointed his knife directly at him. Jonghang could see that his target was in shock, and luckily, he managed to retrieve the knife before anybody got hurt. Almost instantly, the other policeman drew the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Jonghang. Jonghang raised his hands and threw away the weapon, indicating he harbored no ill intent. An hour later, Holmes arrived at the police station. He knocked on the floor with his walking stick and looked at Jonghang from behind the iron fence. "They planned to let you out half an hour ago, but I asked them to keep you behind bars for a little while longer. I want you to take a moment to experience what I experienced." "Did you tell the police to arrest Mark Cohen?" asked Jonghang. "Yes, in fact, before you went to his house, the police got to him. The 2 officers you encountered were there to collect evidence." Holmes laughed. "It seems that I will win the bet this time. I can finally think about which opera I should watch." "I don't think so," replied Jonghang as he looked at Holmes. "You've caught the wrong person." "Apprehended the wrong person?" Holmes raised his eyebrows. "You haven't interrogated Mark Cohen yet." "Yes, but Lestrade said he admitted he was the murderer as soon as he was in custody. It's useless for him to admit to the crimes." Jonghang took out the notebook and shook it in front of Holmes. "If you interrogate him, you will know he suffers from amentia." Chapter 520. Guessing. Interesting. Holmes closed the notebook in his hand. It appears Mark Cohen had indeed come into conflict with those prostitutes. So, he led himself to the role of Jack the Ripper, all for the sake of seeking pleasure. However, he didn't expect that the deeper he got into the role, the more he lost parts of himself. These things were clearly recorded in his notes. He began to imagine that he was the murderer after the first killing was reported. By the time he saw the letter in the newspaper, his soul and mind had completely been devoured by Jack the Ripper, and in the end, he couldn't even tell who he was anymore. At the same time, Jonghang had already walked out of the cell. He then loosened his hands and ankles. "And as for the uterus that you retrieved from his residence, give it a once-over, and you will find that it does not belong to a human. When the first victim was killed, he had the perfect alibi of delivering a baby girl that night. Once you locate the girl named Clarissa, you will know I speak the truth." Holmes chewed on the pipe in his mouth, pondering thoughtfully over something. Just then, Lestrade rushed over from the other side of the corridor. "I contacted several newspapers. The director wants to promote this case. He wants to commend the police force and you as well. After all, you are Scotland Yard's special consultant. This time, you've helped us solve this strange case. Wait, Holmes reached out and interrupted Lestrade. We haven't caught the murderer yet. So let's forget about celebrating. It will only serve to inflate the murderer's ego. What are you talking about? Lestrade was confused. The suspect has just pleaded guilty, and he even described how he killed the victims. He got the idea from the newspaper report. The uterus on the table was taken from a pig, Holmes explained. Lestrade, I always thought you are the best and brightest Scotland Yard had to offer. If you are willing to spend more time collecting clues instead of boasting your merits, you would surely achieve more than what you have right now. Lestrade shook his head when he heard those words. I have been at Scotland Yard for so many years, and no matter what case it is, we usually close it once somebody steps up and confesses to his crimes. I think you are just overthinking. Anyway, the reporters should be there in half an hour. The director is going to see the Queen early tomorrow morning to report the good news. He will also mention you and your Eastern friends' contributions. Have you so quickly forgotten the Thames case? Planning to cooperate with the media to fish out the real murderer? By then, I don't think the public will cooperate with you, Holmes went on, shaking his head in discouragement. It's the director's decision. I can't change it no matter what you say, said Lestrade said. Unless you can arrest the real murderer right now. Jong Hung suddenly asked, can I meet Mark Cohen? You want to see him? That's not how the rules work, but in light of your contribution to the police, I believe we can make an exception, Lestrade said. Lestrade then brought the two to the interrogation room where the doctor was held. I've tried questioning him once, hence I won't be going in this time. Besides, I have to deal with the reporters. As Lestrade left, Holmes rubbed his chin. Do you think Mark Cohen losing his mind wasn't an accident? Jong Heng nodded. Judging by his notes, I can see that he did have a mental illness, but I don't think that it was an accident that his mental health suddenly deteriorated during this period. The police were looking for Jack the Ripper, and he so just happened to come to us and confess his crimes. Interesting guess, Holmes said. Jong Heng noticed that Holmes used the word guess rather than inference. Even Jong Heng had to admit that after two previous cases that they solved, he realized it would be impossible to beat Sherlock if he only used what he gave him. Under the deductive framework, it wasn't possible that his LV.1 deduction skill would beat Holmes's, which was at LV.3. Even if he tried hard, the best he could do was to achieve a draw. He sorely needed to find another way to win this bet, and to accomplish that, he would need to bolster his deduction skill greatly. In the absence of evidence, he needed to be able to make bold assumptions. Sherlock Holmes once said that guessing was a big taboo for a detective, and the moment they headed in the wrong direction, it was highly likely they would end up stuck in a dead end. Jong Hung's situation was different now, though, where he only needed to win once. As long as he made the right bet, he would be able to complete the game. Besides, he wasn't about to make any blind guesses. He saw Mark Cohen sitting in the interrogation room, looking very calm and composed. He did indeed possess the temperament of a doctor, save for a set of small and protruding eyes. Jong Hung sat down opposite him. Were the 3 Whitechapel area murders related to you? Yes, I killed them, Mark Cohen nodded and admitted without hesitation, flashing with it, a crazed smile across his face. I like the way they looked at me when they died. Fear in its purest form. It's beautiful. Really? Asked Jong Heng. Don't worry. God will punish you. The doctor shifted uncomfortably, looking slightly annoyed. God will punish me? No, I'm just doing the right thing. It is the women who are wrong. God instructed me to punish them. They deserved every bit of it because of their sins. I'm simply obeying his command. His voice, they are always in my ears. Have you heard the voice of God? Yes. He said he would reward me and call me his son, Mark Cohen proudly declared. Last question. Jong Hung stared into the doctor's eyes. Which church do you usually attend? Mark Cohen's mouth instantly snapped shut the moment he heard the question. His eyes then rolled toward the ceiling as if a doorway to heaven was about to open and he would slowly ascend. Despite all the showbiz, his actions had already given Jonghang the answer he wanted. Jonghang got up and left the interrogation room. Holmes listened to their conversation, and not a word escaped his mouth. He did not speak until Jonghang walked out of the interrogation room. Interesting, so, you suspect Father Jacob brainwashed him? Jonghang nodded. Instead of answering Holmes's question, he hurriedly walked out of the police station, flagging down a carriage. Holmes got in with him. Even if you suspect that he's the serial killer, there's no need to leave in such a hurry. I wasn't done with my questions. There are only 2 priests in the Church of the Sacred Heart. Father Matthew is too old, and I am certain that Father Jacob is not the murderer. So, the question is, why would he make Mark Cohen, a mentally deranged man, believe he is Jack the Ripper? I'm sure the real murderer must be related to him, replied Jonghang. As for why I am in such a hurry, it is because I am worried about the safety of a friend. Chapter 521. Quick Rescue. In the afternoon, you asked a friend to keep an eye on the Church of the Sacred Heart. Did you suspect Father Jacob at that time? In the carriage, Holmes seemed a little surprised. No, I didn't suspect Father Jacob at that time. I'm not targeting the Church of the Sacred Heart. Jonghang shook his head. You said that the letter came from the church, and although we cleared Father Jacob in the morning, I haven't given up completely on this lead. Instead, I asked a friend to help me investigate churches in the Whitechapel district. To find out the true attitude of those churches toward prostitutes, she even put on some makeup, masquerading herself as one. Are you talking about Miss Irene Adler? Holmes came to a sudden realization. She is indeed a better makeup artist than me. That's right, replied Jonghang. You seem to be very concerned about your bet this time. Allow me to express my opinion on this matter, Holmes said. It is unwise to put such a beautiful lady in such grave danger, especially when Whitechapel is shaken by fear of the serial killer. Jonghang decided to be frank when it came to this. This incident has developed in ways that have completely exceeded my expectations. I initially planned to meet up with her after investigating Mark Cohen, but I didn't expect to encounter the police in his residence. Jonghang had been mingling with Holmes for several months. He knew how certain Scotland Yard officers, Gregson and Lestrade, for instance, were familiar with him. Unfortunately, low-ranking police officers knew very little. Most had never even heard of Holmes's name, a similar story with the 2 policemen Jonghang encountered at Mark Cohen's residence. Knowing he still had a long way to go before the quest could be completed, Jonghang didn't want to offend Scotland Yard just because of some misunderstanding. Hence, he elected to surrender his weapon voluntarily. At first, when he arrived at the police station, he thought someone there would recognize him. After he told the officers in charge of his arrest about his situation, Holmes had been messing with him, which was why no one released him from the cell. It wasn't until the Mark Cohen investigations were over that Jonghang had time to meet with Irene Adler. By that time, it was completely dark. They then saw a carriage crashing into a fruit cart, overturning it and blocking the road. The coachman and the fruit farmer locked themselves in a heated dispute, and after waiting for a long time, Jonghang and Holmes decided they should just switch carriages. By that time they arrived at the East End, it was already around 9 in the evening. Did you both agree to meet here? Asked Holmes as he alighted the carriage. The 2 now stood at a small pavilion, a relatively prosperous place at the East End. Nonetheless, they caught no sight of Irene Adler anywhere. Although Jonghang was worried about her, Irene Adler wasn't in a situation as dangerous as he had imagined. Other than the fact that the authorities had increased the number of patrols after the 3 murders, Mark Cohen's arrest managed to ease Whitechapel district's tensions. Whatever the relationship between Father Jacob and Jack the Ripper was, he obviously wanted Mark Cohen to take the fall. If that were to be the case, the real Jack the Ripper should now be in hiding since Mark Cohen had been arrested. But for some reason, Irene Adler still hadn't shown up. Was it because she had waited too long and decided to return? It might be the reason she didn't show up as promised. After all, he did arrive several hours later than the agreed time, and Irene Adler certainly wasn't the kind of lady that would stand in the same spot, waiting for hours until Jonghang arrived. Before leaving, she should also be smart enough to find a way to notify Jonghang. He became increasingly worried that Irene Adler might have been a little too smart for her own good. Having discovered Father Jacob's anomalous behavior, she might have investigated him alone. Of course, Father Jacob would not just sit there and wait for Irene Adler's big exposé. The Church of the Sacred Heart shut its doors at 8. Father Jacob lived in a small house behind the chapel. Without wasting any time, Jonghang and Holmes rushed there, and upon their arrival, they found the house to be completely dark. Jonghang entered the house through the window, and Holmes, the front door. Upon deeper inspection, they found the house to be empty. Only an elderly dog lay on the floor, so old it could hardly move. It couldn't even manage a bark when a stranger broke in. Holmes lit a candle, and the two scanned their surroundings. Unlike Mark Cohen's bloody cabin, Father Jacob's cottage looked just like an ordinary priest's residence. Sparsely decorated, a worn and well-read Bible was beside the bed. And that was it. There was nothing else worthy of note inside the house. According to descriptions by the prostitutes, Father Jacob's daily routine was simple and straightforward, even considered to be rather rigid. He would either be working at the church or spending time at his residence, and being anywhere else for the clergyman was a rarity. Since the church was closed and he wasn't at home, something was definitely not right. Holmes walked around the kitchen for a while. He was about to say something but decided to keep it in instead. The disappearance of Irene Adler and Father Jacob made the whole situation a little uncomfortable, especially how Irene Adler only got involved in this matter because of entrustment. If something terrible happened to her, it would be difficult for Jonghang to forgive himself. Right now, it was imperative Father Jacob was located as quickly as possible. In comparison to the sloppy Mark Cohen, Father Jacob was a more cautious man. He left nothing in the house that would lead Holmes and Jonghang to him. The only notebook left behind was related to theology. The entire house was in pristine condition, almost spick and span. Jonghang stood at the desk, closing his eyes. After half a minute he opened his eyes again. Church. No matter what relationship Father Jacob has to Jack the Ripper, it will not change the fact that he is a devout priest. Jack the Ripper knew about those prostitutes through Father Jacob, and as a priest, he had sworn an oath to keep those confessions confidential. I don't think he leaked it intentionally. Jack, the Ripper, must have overheard it. Jonghang paused before he finally concluded, there is probably a secret room in the church, beside the confession room. Below. That secret room is not next to the confession room, but below it. There is to be an empty space below the confession room. Holmes pompously interjected. I discovered it when I made my confession at the church. It was obvious when I stepped on the floor. I thought a basement had to be beneath it. Chapter 522. Just wait a little longer. Jonghang and Holmes got to the church as quickly as they could. The rusty brass lock on the door wasn't about to stop them from getting in. Holmes struck the lock with his cane with oomph and hurrah, only to find the stubborn old thing not budging an inch. Defeated, he stepped aside and watched as Jonghang pulled out his revolver, firing a deafening shot at the lock. The two then ran into the church. As was the case with Father Jacob's residence, there was no one here. Moonlight poured through the stained glass windows and lit up the pews with a kaleidoscope of colors, creating an atmosphere of enigmatic tranquility and stillness. Find an entrance, Holmes instructed Jonghang before the pair split up. Irene Adler, now underground, heard the movement above her. She struggled, twisting and squirming hard, but her hands and feet were tightly bound. Gagged with a piece of cloth, the only sound she could manage was a muffled whine. Father Jacob continued praying fervently by a wooden table as if he hadn't heard the gunshots. But who the opera singer feared more was the other person in the room, a man between the ages 30 and 40, his skin paler than a ghost, as if he had never spent any time under the sun at all. His long and unkempt beard looked like it hadn't been shaved for a long time, and he was thin, except for his pair of sinewy arms. A tattered old coat covered his body, and as he sat by the bed, he watched on at Irene with intrigue. The priest seemed to have read the opera singer's mind. They won't be able to get in. This secret room was a shelter built during the Middle Ages, and even if you were to dig your way, it's not something to be accomplished in a day. Upon hearing that, Irene stopped struggling. The pale man was getting impatient. Are you done yet? Can I start already? Not yet. Just a little while more, replied Father Jacob without turning around to look. The priest picked up a blood-stained leather apron from under the table. He turned to Irene. You must be wondering why we've chosen you. This is all because of a mistake I made when I was young. Can we leave the stories for later? The pale-skinned man snapped, but when he saw the apron, his eyes lit up. It won't take long, said Father Jacob. Don't you remember what I taught you? We have to be polite and patient. The pale-skinned man immediately stopped talking, and his face flushed red. Father Jacob continued, as I said, I've made a mistake. I was only 19 then. Father Matthew wrote a letter to the church saying how short-staffed Sacred Heart had become. But at that time, priests were scarce, and barely any of them were willing to come to the East End. But I was young, zealous, and fervent, so I volunteered to go and help. I must admit I came from a family of squires, and at the beginning, I had great difficulty adjusting to life here. I came to London when I was 16 and stayed with Father Abel's son. We occasionally visited the poor here in the East End, but it's different when you actually live here. When I first arrived, I was a little depressed. I wanted to go back to Father Abel's son badly, but I was afraid people would think less of me because I couldn't bear the hardship. It was also around this time that I met a girl, Emma. She was a prostitute, only 16, and new to the trade. Her father died, and her mother ran away with another guy, so she had no choice but to do what she did to survive. But unlike the other girls, she would attend church every week, and that was also how we met. Perhaps because we were about the same age, that she felt I was different from the rest of the congregation, and she would often come to talk to me. I was in a rut myself, and many a time, she ended up being the one to comfort me. Father Jacob seemed to be lost in the past as he spoke. Father Matthew had warned me before, but I did not take him seriously. I thought I was doing a good thing, leading a lost soul onto the right path. I became so complacent until one night, she came to see me. It was very late, a demanding customer had just hit her, and she cut her arm on some glass. I patched her up, and as I was getting up to leave, she kissed me. It took me by surprise, and my mind went completely blank. She then threw herself on me, and I wanted to push her away, but I don't know why I lacked the strength to do so. And then, it just happened. She disappeared before dawn, leaving me behind. Only then did I realize what I had done. I was filled with guilt and shame, knowing that I would have disappointed many. Father Abel's son, Father Matthew, and myself especially. Whatever the excuse, whatever that happened that night, shouldn't have happened. I wanted to fix it. So, from then on, I made a decision to avoid Emma. She came to church to see me several times, but I pretended I wasn't there. At night, I would lock the door of my lodging and wouldn't open it no matter who came knocking. After a while, she finally disappeared from my life. It was a huge relief, at first. I thought I had gotten away with it, but what I didn't know was how it was the beginning of a nightmare. Can we start now? The pale man interrupted, reaching for a scalpel from under the pillow. Give me some time, replied Father Jacob, in a stern and commanding tone, prompting the pale-skinned man to put the scalpel back. About a year later, I found an infant at the door of the church. Amid the shrouds covering it was a letter with no signature. But I recognized Emma's handwriting. She claimed that it was our child, and although there was nothing to prove it, I don't know why I believed her. Father Jacob paused. I just believed her, he repeated. Irene looked at the pale man, and suddenly, she came to an understanding. Father Jacob nodded. Yes, he is the child. I sent him to the orphanage, but he did not live a good life there. After he came out, I helped him get a job at the hospital, but he could never last long in one place. Only 5 years ago, Father Matthew retired and moved to the suburbs, so I was left alone in the Church of the Sacred Heart. I allowed him to live down here, and I told him the truth about his mother and me. I only wanted him to know where he came from, and I definitely didn't expect him to blame his mother for his miserable life. Can we start now, Father Jacob? The pale-skinned man screamed at the top of his lungs. Obviously, his patience was running thin. She's all yours. I've never let you call me father, but now, you can call me your father, said Father Jacob. Chapter 523. The Truth. Irene Adler watched in dread as the pale man got up from the bed and approached her. His eyes darted around in excitement, like a child who had discovered a new toy, not to mention how he seemed to have a perverse attachment towards her. The demented smile on his face reflected off the scalpel in his left hand. The knowledge that she was all alone, and that no one would be coming to her rescue slowly sank in. Irene Adler shut her eyes in despair. A few seconds later, there was a loud rumble right above her, the sound of someone opening the entrance to the secret room. When Jong-hung and Holmes rushed down with their revolvers, they were bewildered by what they saw. They never expected to bear witness to such a peculiar sight. Irene Adler's hands and feet were still bound, unable to move. Father Jacob stood beside her, with no emotion on his face. A middle-aged man was lying in a pool of blood beside Father Jacob, and engraved on his face was an "I can't believe this is happening to me" look, his eyes staring woefully at Father Jacob as if asking why. When Father Jacob saw Jong-hung and Sherlock Holmes, he threw away the bloody knife in his hand and said calmly, "I'm glad that both of you are here. I'm the one that killed him." Holmes squatted, examining the middle-aged man. He saw the wound on the back of his head and shook his head. "It's too late." Jong-hung walked past the corpse, approached Irene Adler, untied the ropes on her hands and feet, and removed the rags from her mouth. Once free, she spat on the ground, getting rid of the strange taste in her mouth. Earlier, Jong-hung had his evil wall ready for its final usage, but fortunately, Holmes managed to find the entrance within 3 minutes. When the two rushed in, they thought that they would encounter a hostage situation, but the result turned out a surprise. Jong-hung subsequently heard a system notification from the game that his main task was completed. Although he still had many doubts in his heart, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. The two detectives tied Father Jacob with the rope that bound Irene Adler, then notified the authorities. Holmes stayed in the basement, guarding Father Jacob while waiting for backup from the police to arrive. On the other hand, Jong-hung sent Irene Adler home, staying there until 6 in the morning before returning to 221B, Baker Street. At that time, Holmes had already returned from the police station. He looked content, and he even ignored Mrs. Hudson's protests, going straight ahead to his room to rub on his fiddle. Its loud and unmistakable melody echoed around the walls of the old apartment. Playing the rather raucous instrument in the wee hours of the morning, the neighbors might just come over and silence him for good. "It seems you've got ins and outs of the whole thing figured out," said Jong-hung. "It seems you can watch the operas for free in the future," replied Holmes at almost the same time. "This might not be the most complicated case I have encountered, but indeed, it can be regarded as the most interesting." Holmes put down the violin and finally turned the topic back to the case. Father Jacob made a mistake when he was young and he had an illegitimate child with a prostitute. Although I don't think he was really his child, all of that doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that the matter had always been a knot in his heart. He is willing to treat that child as flesh and blood, or perhaps, is simply punishing himself, hoping to atone for his past mistakes. Jong-hung had already learned about these from Irene Adler, hence he wasn't surprised. He signaled for Holmes to continue. "The birth of this child was a mistake. He is the fruit bore of a priest and prostitute after allowed their desires to rule over them. They are not even considered to be in love." To protect his reputation, Father Jacob had no choice but to send him to an orphanage. Having such an environment for a childhood, his character inevitably became withdrawn and gloomy. Father Jacob said that seeds of evil were buried in his body. "I have a way different view on this matter." Holmes lit the pipe. The police and Father Jacob himself believe that Jack the Ripper murdered those trick girls out of revenge for giving birth and abandoning him. However, I think the murders were some sort of ritual to trace his life's origin. Of course, not to mention how he must be dying for attention, much like the rest of the serial killers. The letter sent to the newspaper is the best proof of my speculation. How about the uterus? Jong-hung raised his eyebrows. Yes, I think that the uterus, in this case, is a significant symbol. It's an important organ relating to reproduction, and it is also a place where the fetus grows. Jack the Ripper ripped out the victim's uterus, indicating that he hopes to find a sense of belonging. For instance, he chose prostitutes who had given birth to children, drunkards, and those who constantly lived among men. Through these characteristics, he connected these victims with his biological mother. Each time he committed those crimes, it was then that he felt the closeness between himself and his victims. He feels as if he had found his mother. Amazing. Emma gave him life, and he took that very life away from those prostitutes. A perfect cycle. Holmes blinked. Of course, the latter part is just a speculation of mine. Jack, the Ripper, is dead, and I guess my speculations will probably never be confirmed. Speaking of Jack the Ripper, let's talk about Father Jacob. I have to admit that his role, in this case, went beyond expectation. Remember our previous speculation? We had all agreed that there was no accomplice in this case. In the end, when you connected Father Jacob to Jack the Ripper through Mark Cohen, a brief period of confusion hit me. The fact also proves that Father Jacob was not an accomplice of Jack the Ripper. Holmes continued, Jack the Ripper nestles silently in the secret room under the Church of the Sacred Heart's confession room. This allowed him to eavesdrop on many secrets that should have always stayed within the confines of the cubicle. Father Jacob didn't realize that his son had committed the first crime until he took the initiative to confess to him. At that time, Father Jacob was caught in a dilemma. He did not want Jack the Ripper to continue with his killing, but on the other hand, the murderer was his and Emma's child. This is where he found a reason to protect this child, hoping to atone for neglecting his son throughout his youth. So he made another wrong choice. He decided to hide this matter and hoped he'd be able to control the beast. At the same time, he began subconsciously guiding Mark Cohen, who has a mental health condition, intending to use him as bait to misdirect the police. From a father's standpoint, it all makes perfect sense to me. But he obviously overestimated his abilities and Jack the Ripper's long-repressed mental health troubles. Hence, the second and a third murder case. When the whole thing began to go out of control, Father Jacob realized that he couldn't stop Jack the Ripper. Then, when Miss Adler came to look for him, Father Jacob saw her be the perfect target for Jack the Ripper. So he kidnapped her, but not to let his son kill her. He was using her to test his son. He wanted to see with his own eyes if his son had defeated the devil in his heart or not. He had repeatedly promised that he would not commit those crimes again, but the results disappointed the father. From Jack the Ripper's reaction, Father Jacob knew that more people would inevitably lose their lives as long as his son was still alive. Thus, he was left with no choice but to end his son's life. Chapter 524. Deductive Reasoning, End. Holmes described the case from beginning to the end as simply as he could. However, words could never perfectly depict the complicated feelings and relationships involved in this case. Whether it was Father Jacob and Jack the Ripper, or the relationship between Jack the Ripper and the victims, it was probably more complicated than the world could perceive. It was a pity that they couldn't find the answer to those questions since Father Jacob killed Jack. No matter what, the case was finally over. This was the best result that one could compare with the real-time cold case that would take place 7 years later. Holmes stretched his arms, telling Jong-hung, "You won the bet this time. Although you put yourself in grave danger, I can't deny that you were always one step ahead of me. Now, you can execute the privilege of the winner. It's time to choose the opera to watch tonight." "Really?" Jong-hung asked, "but why do I feel as if you didn't give it your best? Deliberately let me win this time." "Who knows, you seem to have an unexplainable reason you have to beat me." "Once." Holmes smiled, "but I did try my best this time. After all, solving crimes is a passion of mine. It would be hard placing a roasted turkey before a food connoisseur and asking him not to eat it." 270 days seemed like a long time, but for Jong-hung, who had been continually absorbing new knowledge every day, time passed in a blink of an eye. Including the Whitechapel district serial homicides, he and Holmes had covered over a dozen cases together. There were many bizarre and twisted stories. If Jong-hang wrote all of them down, he might replace Conan Doyle as the greatest Victorian-era detective novelist. In the later period, Jong-hang even began to handle some of the cases independently. His criminal investigation skills had reached LV.2, followed by makeup skills. Other than that, he also asked Irene Adler for some knowledge about putting up a good performance, though his art appreciation skills remained at LV.0. Thus far, this game had yet to provide him with any items. It wasn't until the last day when Jong-hang and Holmes went to see an equestrian show. When it ended, the two wandered along the banks of the Thames, talking about contemporary violin artists and 18th-century pirates, where Holmes marveled at Jong-hang's understanding of Nassau. Following that, the two went to a tavern on the side of the road to sit down and relax. It wasn't far from the pier, hence many sailors drank and played cards here. It was indeed a vivacious establishment, its atmosphere loud and lively. It was then that Sherlock Holmes's hold habits began to surface again. He pointed at a man with a mustache on his left and said, "Scotsman, has many brothers, graduated from Edinburgh University, worked as a marine doctor, went to West Africa, likes writing, and they are good at crossword puzzles as well. Heh, we don't have to compete this time. I'll buy you a pint." Jong-hang still had some money, and it would be hard to spend all of it before leaving this world. That was why he did not mind to buy Holmes a drink. That couldn't be better. "We'll start with 2 pints, Holmes requested to the bartender. Just when the two found a seat to sit down and wait for the beer, the mustached man playing the crossword puzzle at the other table came over. "Newspapers in hand," he exclaimed, "Mr. Sherlock Holmes and his Eastern roommate, sir." "Jong-hang. I did not expect to see you two here." "Good, sir. You know us." Holmes raised his eyebrows. "Of course, you two are the most famous detectives in London right now," replied the mustached man with a smile. "Can I sit here?" "Please do. The more we drink with, the more interesting it gets," Holmes said. "What is your name?" "Doyle, Arthur Conan Doyle," said the visitor enthusiastically, reaching out his hand. Holmes was a little surprised. After shaking his hand, he turned to Jong-hang. "Is he the friend that you mentioned before?" Holmes noticed Jong-hang was even more surprised than he was when he heard the name. "Don't be surprised. We actually met for the first time." Conan Doyle explained. "Before that, we were communicating through words." "Communicating through words? You mean the letter?" Holmes frowned. "Close enough," Doyle said, pausing. "When I came, I heard about an interesting case at Central Garden. A lady fell to the ground, and when she regained consciousness, her purse and other jewelry were still there. However, only her earrings are missing. Why not investigate this? Sounds interesting. After staying idle for so long, we finally have something to do." Holmes was excited. He seemed to have forgotten Jong-hang that sat beside him. He picked up his cane, got up, and strode out of the tavern. After that, the bartender brought 2 mugs of beer for them. Doyle picked up one of them and sighed. "Thank God for that guy finally left. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that he will not figure out my real intention with his crazily good observation skill. By the way, do you know that I created Sherlock Holmes based on a teacher I met when I was in college? His name is Joseph Bell. The way he teaches and asks questions will grant him the ability to see through your soul. He is capable of telling where you come from and what your occupation is. He had a great impact on me at that time. I have thought that if he is a detective, he will definitely turn this line of work into accurate science. Of course, Edgar Allan Poe and Emile Gaboriau also gave me a lot of inspiration. The character that Poe created, Detective Dobbin, has always been my childhood hero. And Gaboriau's interlocking writing method also gave me a lot of inspiration. This is how the writers work. One generation will influence another generation, just like passing on the precious knowledge from generation to generation. When you read the works of modern people, you can always find the context that comes from the past. Conan Doyle took a sip of beer and said to Jong-hung, "You should also try it. There are still a few hours left before your quest comes to an end. It's not easy to return to 19th century London to taste the beer here." "Who are you?" Jong-hung finally asked. "Who am I?" There was a smile on Conan Doyle's face. "I am those names that you are familiar with. I am William Shakespeare, Alexander Dumas, and Arthur Conan Doyle. I'm also Neil Gaiman, George Raymond, and Richard Martin. The god of the novel." Jong-hung raised his eyebrows and took a sip of the beer in his glass. "It's an acceptable way to explain the current situation." Conan Doyle snapped his fingers. Jong-hung thought of the ancient Celtic god he met in the Black Sail quest and the mysterious man who called himself Einstein at the Apollo Project's training camp. Now that he encountered the god of the novel, he suddenly realized something. "So, there is a god that is related to the quest in every round of the game that I play. You are good at observing, just like your roommate Sherlock Holmes." Conan Doyle praised. "As you can see, all the games serve two functions. The players can get game items, points, and skills from it. And we can also use this to observe the players and find a suitable agent for ourselves. You have the infinite building block with you, so it should also be easy for you to understand. For us, it does not mean that the more powerful the players are, the better it is for us. We must also take into account the compatibility. This is a very complicated matter. You have to weigh all of the aspects to make the best decision. At the same time, recruiting agents must also obtain the consent of the one that is being recruited. Do you want to recruit me to be your agent? Well, in theory, it is true that only when I want to recruit someone as an agent will I show up in front of him before the end of the quest. But you are an exception." Conan Doyle pointed at Jong-hung's watch on his right hand. "You have chosen your side, haven't you? Then why do you even bother to show up in front of me?" Jong-hung asked, while quietly putting his fingers into his pockets and holding the knife there. "Don't be nervous, I don't have ill intention towards you," Conan Doyle shrugged. "On the contrary, there are actually many connections between you and me." "Connection? I noticed that you are trying to find some answers that can help you to understand yourself better." Conan Doyle drank the beer in the glass in one breath, then burped contentedly, and stood up. "You will thank me for this meeting when you find the answer." "Wait, do you have the answers?" Conan Doyle did not continue on this topic but showed a smile. "We will meet again, just like all the protagonists in the story have to make the final choice. By then, you also need to make your own choice." After speaking, he put down the empty mug in his hand. Jong-hung wanted to go after him, but he found that his body could not move. He could only watch the novel walked out of the tavern. After that, he landed his attention on the newspaper that was left behind. There was a small bump in the middle of it. Jong-hung opened the newspaper. He found the pen that Conan Doyle used to play the crossword puzzle. Chapter 525. Manhunt thread. 2 weeks passed since the end of the deductive reasoning quest. Jong-hung could finally bid farewell to the fish and chips he'd been chomping on for the days he could remember. He could yet throw himself again into the embrace of the canteen on the second floor. His other 3 dorm mates were used to his occasional night absentees by now, and it wasn't like their school officially appointed an officer to check on them. Even if he lived outside campus, no one really cared anyway. Rumors, however, would eventually emerge if one kept leaving campus grounds, just like how Shan 1111 was branded a sugar baby, said to be cozying up to older rich men who would bolster her opulent lifestyle. It was now Jong-hung's turn to taste Shan 1111's unpleasant experience, especially after someone spotted him having dinner with Han Lu at the food court. Han Lu's flirty attitude definitely didn't help things. There was plenty of room for imagination since there was a time he wouldn't return to the dormitory every month. Of course, nobody believed Jong-hung's explanation that Han Lu was just his mother's best friend. The rampant rumors showed no sign of slowing, answering the true, loquacious nature embedded within a person. Besides satisfying one's curiosity, it was to be expected that a little imagination was also added to whatever topic they wanted to know more about. The ugly truth was, whenever a person fell from grace, an onlooker would actually receive gratification from it. A few insincere words of consolation were also an inevitable addition to the package. After all, no one would so brazenly endanger their future and finances due to words from a loose tongue. It was probably because he was male that he attracted lesser attention than Shin 1111. Men had their attention drawn to different things, where their time would be rather spent on games, sports stars, or manga characters. Not to mention they were in their sophomore year, and most hadn't even the slightest of what their future looked like. Jong-Hang or Shin 1111 were both usually busy with things that really mattered, and these rumors didn't bother them at all. He now owed Shin 1111 a favor after the Dreamland of Death incident. Considering the risk of never returning to the real world, Shin 1111 and her team knew nothing of the consequences of entering Hanlu's dream. Even so, they still chose to enter, and although they did it out of their own accord, Jong-Hang didn't want to take their kindness for granted. As of now, there was nothing he could do to help Shin 1111. The non-guild player group she led had recently gained momentum. Not only had a large number of players had joined them, but smaller and medium-sized guilds had begun engaging and cooperating with them. Everyone might not have the same goals, but most of the players knew that killing supernatural creatures would grant a high chance of game items dropping. Considering game items were scarce, and the method to obtain them had always been a mystery, Shin 1111 had actually provided them with a reliable means. Shin 1111 did not refuse such people, though. Not only was it challenging to discern everyone's true purpose, but she knew all too well that players like her were a rarity, armed with the sole purpose of protecting the ordinary. They wouldn't be solving their problems anytime soon with the small number they had, which was why they sorely needed help. No matter what the purpose of the other party was, Shin 1111 didn't mind working with them, as long as the final results matched their goal. As time went on, however, the organization began to juggle with complicated internal issues, and Shin 1111 now spent most of her time coordinating and managing the guild. The city they were in was also an exceptional one, where 2 of the 3 major guilds were headquartered here. So far, the Grand Guild had not expressed their stand on Shin 1111's newly established guild, probably wanting to observe her for now. The flash drive obtained from the whistleblower quest enabled Jong-Hang to log into the player forum on his computer without worrying about his IP address getting tracked. Hence, he had been quite active on the forum recently. After some time, he noticed a post. It was called Finding People, its creator going by the handle of Scarlet Sword, a supporting role in a fantasy novel. The forum was filled with a myriad of posts similar to this. The team that lost to Jong-Hang in the Lego quest was a good example. Disgruntled, they furiously told the world that they would look for Jong-Hang no matter what happened. Whether in multiplayer or single-player mode, there was a chance of encountering other players. Undoubtedly, having more than one player would also see complaints starting to come in. That said, the developers had done an excellent job protecting the privacy of players. Everyone's appearance and voice were modified, and unless one confessed their identity, it was practically impossible to look for a specific player once a game ended. The good news was that there was now a player forum, a place where all players could congregate. Looking for a specific player had naturally become one of the hotter topics of the forum. Then, there were quite a few posts created solely to vent a player's anger, carrying with them not much meaning in the end. Scarlet Sword's post, however, was different. When Jong-Hang saw the name, he instantly thought of the woman in red from the whistleblower quest. The two had a brief but fierce fight, finally ending when Jong-Hang blasted off the ceiling of a parking lot with an RPG. The ceiling gave way to a pile of debris, right where the woman stood. Naturally, Jong-Hang thought that she'd been eliminated, only to learn later from Mr. Coffee that she was still alive, deciding to call the quest quits. And this post was no accident. She was looking for him. The woman named Scarlet made no references to the previous battle, leaving neither resentful remarks, nor did she covet revenge as well. Instead, she simply asked politely if he was available for them to discuss something. Jong-Hang knew what she was talking about. The katana originally belonged to Scarlet, broken into 2 halves during the explosion. Realizing it would be unsafe to linger within the collapsing parking lot, Jong-Hang only managed to pick up the sword's upper part, leaving its lower half buried under the debris. Scarlet must have retrieved it after Black Nest cleaned up the place. The two were presently caught in an awkward situation where neither could use the incomplete game item. Jong-hang consulted the bartender lady, and to make matters worse, even if the missing part was retrieved, the follow-up maintenance cost of the katana would amount to a whopping 2,000 game points. The post received many views, but there were only a few comments. Players clicking on that post didn't see the expected trolling and bickering, leaving many who were hungry for drama high and dry. Some players even pretended to be Jong-hang, asking to talk to her. However, Scarlett didn't reply to them. Bait post or not, he intended to contact her anyway. If he managed to work things out, he could at least figure out the katana's value first before deciding if he should repair it or sell it. I feel sorry for what happened at the parking lot. What do you want to talk about? He typed. Chapter 526. Trade Request. Jong-hang's reply became the top comment in Scarlett's post. After that, new comments kept popping up. After players caught glimpse of his message, someone commented, "Not bad, the good brother of mine. It seems you've done something exciting in the parking lot. You can die with no regrets now." This nonsensical reply made for a lousy head start on Scarlett's post. A few seconds hadn't even passed before someone already commented. "So what happened in the parking lot? Can you describe it in 800 words? Someone then followed suit, saying, "Nah, don't believe him. I'm the main character here. We did in the garage, not in the parking lot." Fortunately, Crimson Sword reply immediately. 2 minutes later, Jong-hang was invited to a chat room, a new function recently implemented on the forum. Initially intended as a convenient place for players to communicate, it had unfortunately turned into a place where spammers posted their malicious messages. Hundreds of people opened chat groups. They ranged from celebrity-chasing groups to football star debates, emotion management classes, and discount information on famous brands. Each chat room had a theme. Alternatively, one could also do what Scarlett did, create an encrypted space to talk about private matters. Seeing Saturn V enter the chat room, Crimson Sword went straight to the subject. "Is the upper part of Mikazuki Munechika with you?" Jong-hang raised his eyebrows as he typed. "So this katana is Mikazuki Munechika? What about the one at the Tokyo National Museum? That one is a counterfeit." Scarlett had nothing to hide when it came to this. She was somewhat of an excellent communicator, and more specifically, good at talking to people like Jong-hang. She knew there was no other way to speak to him except for absolute honesty. Since no one was about to fool anyone, whatever ill intention one had for the other had to be put aside for now. It would also make communication more efficient. "You treasure the katana a lot. What is its value?" Jong-hang asked again. "Grade C." Scarlett paused, then added, "But this grade C weapon suits me best. I can't spare you the details, but I can tell you that I've been using it for more than a year now. I have a unique ability. The longer I use the sword, the more powerful it becomes, which is why I am so obsessed with finding it. Do you want me to return it to you?" "No. I want to propose a trade. You defeated me in the whistleblower. The broken katana is your trophy, but we each have a piece of it. Nobody can use it in this state, so instead of the stalemate, it's better that we make a deal. What will you pay for it?" The katana isn't one of the more popular weapon choices. This grade C game item is estimated to carry a market value of 1,300 to 1,500 points. 1,000 game points are all I can pay for the half you currently possess. I can make up for the rest of the points with game items if you don't mind. Do you have a way to reforge this? That's a problem I'll need to solve." Immediately after that, she became worried if Jong-hang might think her offer not good enough. So, she explained again. "This is the best I can offer you. I'm frank with you here. If you ask for more, then I see no option but to abandon this trade and look for another katana that suits me." She hesitated for a while, saying everything in one go. "I'm willing to tell you one more thing. This sword isn't that great for ordinary people. I only value it this much because I specialize in wielding the katana. Only I can maximize its value. Jong-hang, however, gave an unexpected reply. I'm afraid I'll have to say no to you. Scarlett wasn't too pleased by the reply. She had put in great efforts in analyzing Jong-hung, and supposedly, there was no reason for him to reject the deal. At the very least, he should have shown a little interest in the negotiation. Scarlett began to wonder if Jong-hung actually hated her due to the previous battle. At the time, Jong-hung and Scarlett took sides with different factions in the quest, and it wasn't surprising that they would fight each other. Besides, the battle caused her to sustain significant losses, where not only was her precious katana broken, but half of it was now in Jong-hung's hands. Not to mention how she almost lost her life in the battle. All things considered, she should have been the one holding the grudge, not Jong-hung. Seeing communications breaking down, Jing-hung hurriedly explained his intention. I use melee weapons as well. Scarlett was bewildered when she read what he typed. During the previous battle, she marveled at his swordsmanship, only to take out an RPG in the middle of the battle. Then, when they first met, he displayed excellent archery skills. It was why she didn't know which weapon he preferred, even going as far as to think that something must be wrong with the man. Everyone had a limited amount of energy. Scarlett, being a natural on the katana, occupied most of her day training and honing her skills. And that was all she was really good at. It was her first time encountering an opponent as skillful as him. Jong-hung didn't appear to reject the deal because of anything personal, and despite the attempts of striking a deal, they were now back at square one. So, instead of the deadlock volley, Jong-hung made her a counteroffer. I will give you 1,000 game points. I believe it is an amount sufficient to solve our problem. How about you sell me the other half? Can you fix it? This is a problem I'll need to solve. Jong-hung used her own words on her. Now, their positions were completely reversed. Of course, it wasn't just some random price he came up with. He knew Scarlett wasn't lying, though she didn't explain why she was so desperate for the broken piece. Everything else, apart from that, should be fine. The katana carried a value of 1,500 game points, and if he were to buy the other half, he would need to pay her 1,000 game points and spend a further 2,000 to repair the sword. This would mean the katana would be sold at double its market value. But the problem was that even with a considerable amount of game points, Jong-hung could not find a melee weapon he really liked. Melee weapons were niche and wouldn't sell for a good price. Other than that, bladed weapons were a rarity as well. Jong-hung had been looking for an excellent bladed weapon since he returned from the Black Sail quest, having entrusted Ding Sai to look for a good one in the market. Unfortunately, he failed to get what he wanted until today. And if Mr. Coffee wasn't lying, the so-called proxy war was slated to begin soon. It was probably why Scarlett was so desperate to get her katana back. According to her, she would need a long time to increase her bladed weapon's combat power, and if she got another one, she would have to raise it from scratch. What more, according to the bartender, 2,000 game points should get the katana fixed and upgraded. For Jong-hung, spending 3,000 game points on the katana sounded like a reasonable amount. Chapter 527. The game's next phase. This time, Scarlett was left speechless. Like what she said, 1,000 game points was indeed a very generous offer. It was a fact half a katana was barely usable, and even if Jong-hung refused to sell his other half, it wasn't like selling her part of the sword would be a problem. If it were not for the proxy war that was approaching, she might have just accepted Jong-hung's proposal. But now, she appeared to be unwilling to sell her half to him. Jong-hung had made it clear that he did not want to sell his half because he too lacked a bladed weapon, and it seemed game points weren't his concern. Scarlett hesitated for half a minute before finally replying to him. I will think about it. Okay. Jong-hung replied politely without pushing it. Scarlett couldn't help but ask again at the end. Where and whom did you learn your swordsmanship from? This time, Jong-hung refused to reply. It was clear from his attitude that he didn't want to answer this question. Scarlett realized that she, too, might have crossed the line, and after a while, she saw a prompt on the upper right corner of the screen that Saturn V had left the chat room. And so, it was in that manner that the first conversation between the two ended. Scarlet turned off her surface. She was relieved. Saturn V was not as crazy as Mr. Coffee. In fact, she thought Jong-hung to be very rational and communicated extremely well. However, once his mind was made up, changing it was almost impossible. From there, Scarlet could also tell that Jong-hung didn't need game points. Scarlet, on the other hand, had come up with everything she had to gather a total of 1,000 game points. Her loss in the whistleblower quest forced 800 game points out of her to purchase a mission failure exemption card. If possible, she wouldn't mind using some other means to take back the upper part of her katana. After all, Jong-hung took it from her without permission. Then, when she fought with him, she didn't manage to get any advantage out of him, and although she held Mr. Coffee in disdain, she had to admit that his strength rivaled a nuclear-powered mecha. Up until now, she still didn't understand how Mr. Coffee could have lost the battle. One thing was certain, though Jong-hung had terrifying strength. So, whichever way this went, she would still need to rely on a deal if she wanted to get the other half of the katana. While Scarlet continued to weigh the chips on her hands, Jong-hung was in the lecture room, attending a Western culture and history class, an elective he had taken. He'd put in some effort into choosing several courses this semester. Besides selecting those he had an interest in, he deliberately chose courses helpful to the game, even picking elementary French, a very complicated-sounding language. He earned lots of course credits in this semester alone, and throughout the period, he also had much more free time. Not to mention the extra 24 hours he had in a day. As usual, after finishing the 7th game, he gave the pen he got at the end to the bartender for identification. The results, however, were somewhat unexpected. This was the first time the game point failed to identify an item, prompting the bartender to refund Jong-hung with 4 points and provide him free advice. Such situations are rare, but it has happened before. After all, even the system panel could get hacked at the auction center. I'm not surprised by the results. Perhaps you could tell me how you obtained this pen? I could try to help you figure out the problem. Jong-hung remembered the words of Conan Doyle right before he left. So far, Jong-hung was confident that the old man in the tang suit approached him for other purposes. His qualifications and game points had all been provided by the old man, and up until now, he still didn't know the bartender's role in the game's system. Jong-hung hesitated for a while and finally decided to reveal his encounter with Conan Doyle in the quest before taking back the pen. He then asked the bartender again about the proxy war. Proxy war? Ah, the organizing committee was just about to announce it, said the bartender, so, there is nothing wrong with telling you first. Anyway, I guess quite a few people know about it already, and after completing so many rounds, you should know what it's all about. As of now, most of the agents have been determined. Very few haven't placed their bets yet, but the important is estimated to be released next month. By that time, the game would be entering its next phase. The next phase? Yes, the qualifiers are about to end, and the main game will commence once the name list is released. The next phase is about to get really exciting. It seems you've already got the tickets for the next round. I wish you good luck in advance. What about ordinary players? Jong-hung frowned. What will happen to them after the proxy war starts? They may freely choose the side they wish. They can either join the agents or become apostles. A single person never starts wars. Of course, if you are strong enough to defeat everyone, I will be the first to applaud you, the bartender added with a sly grin. Jong-hung wondered if something was wrong with him. As they conversed about the topic, a wild flash of fanaticism and excitement glistened within the bartender's eyes. You should wait for the organizing committee's notification for the specific content. I'm going back to work. I overspent last month, and this month, I suffer the consequences of a huge debt. And that was all the information Jong-hung had currently. For good measure, he also sent a WeChat message to Fan Mainan. On a normal day, her reply would come almost instantly, which made him wonder if she really had nothing else to do except to scroll through Weibo every day. This time, she waited for an unprecedentedly long time before sending in her reply. I'm busy. After that, there was nothing from her. There was still about a month before the proxy war, and Jong-hung was in no hurry. Fan Mainan seemed to have an important matter. When he thought about the powerful individual behind her, he figured someone was about to meet an awful end. It happened that Zhong Heng needed to deal with something too, hence, didn't browse the player forum for about a week. The moment he came online again, he saw something utterly shocking taking place. Chapter 528. Ultimatum. One of the three major guilds, Arc of Light, issued an ultimatum to Shin 1111's newly formed union at midnight last night without any warning. It came as a complete surprise to Zhong Heng. They demanded an apology from Shin 1111 for the vicious conflict at Tongju that night, surrender the 4 murderers, and compensate for the losses. If she refused, they would declare war on her. Since no third party was present at the time of the incident, players on the forum couldn't tell what really happened that night. According to Arc of Light, the number of players from their faction had been tracking down a monster. In the midst of the chase, they ran into another team of players belonging to the Union. The Arc of Light players immediately issued the Union's players with a warning, to which they were wise enough to give way to them. Regardless of why players joined the Union, at least they did it intending to protect ordinary people. In other words, if Arc of Light were the ones who killed the monster, the Union's players should gladly accept the outcome. Unexpectedly, Union players apparently played dirty. They pretended to leave, but instead, took another path back to where they were initially. At the critical moment when Arc of Light was fighting the monster, the Union players abruptly attacked them out of nowhere. The ambush resulted in 5 out of the 6 Arc of Light players' deaths, where only one managed to stay alive to tell the tale to his faction. Following that, Arc of Light was furious, hence, the confrontation with Shin 1111's Union. However, players on the forum had a hard time believing the whole story. First, the Arc of Light survivor was the only one who brought the matter up. Shin 1111 and her Union, however, hadn't yet responded to the accusations. Next, the 3 major guilds had been trying their best to keep the players under control, intending to show that they were a very reasonable bunch. After all, they had the upper hand over most players, and it was impossible they wouldn't take advantage of their powerful position. They had people from all manner of life them all the time, hence, it was unavoidable that a few rotten apples festered among them. Many small, medium, and even non-guild players had mixed feelings toward these 3 major guilds. Once the player base saw the announcement, more and more happiness seemed to build over their misfortune. One of the most upvoted comments was, "The stupid dogs of Arc of Light bully whoever they can whenever they want to. They totally deserve what happened to them." Less than 2 minutes after he posted his comment, he was muted by the moderator. The reason for that was attacking somebody with hurtful words. The player forum was actually something that the 3 major guilds created. Still, most of its moderators were supposed to be selected by players to ensure a fair atmosphere. Instead, the 3 super moderators were all members of the 3 major guilds, now endowed with the powers of banning or muting anybody whenever they so pleased. The player that was muted had no intention to keep quiet. Since it was easy to make a new account on the forum, the muted player returned in less than 10 seconds, even using the same username but with a 01 added behind it. "Come on, you power-hungry pig. I dare you to ban me again. You can mute me, but can you mute justice?" As soon as this reply came out, players began cheering for him. This was how the internet rolled. If you asked the group of people to confront Arc of Light in person, there wasn't a single soul who dared to do so. However, no one would back down if you put them behind a keyboard and screen. The super moderator was aware of this problem, and after banning a bunch of worthless keyboard warriors, he gave up. These cynics typically didn't care about who was right or wrong in this conflict between Arc of Light and the Union. Most simply took the advantage to vent their dissatisfaction with the Arc. Since the Union had just been formed not too long ago, most players found no conflict of interest with them. Besides, the Union was different from a guild. Players who joined the Union were complicated. Some were independent teams not attached to any guild, and since the Union was in a weaker position than Arc, they were bound to get the sympathy and support of the player base. For this case, unfortunately, all that sympathy and support in the world had no effect in solving the problem at hand. Zhong Heng realized that Shin 1111 was in trouble this time as soon as he saw the post. Regardless of right or wrong, establishing the Union itself was bad news for the Grand Guilds. The Union's current structure was relatively loose, and they were no threat to the three major guilds. And Shin 1111 had repeatedly stated that the Union's purpose was only to protect the ordinary. However, no one would know what would happen if the Union continued to grow, that they might one day become a juggernaut powerful enough to turn against the three major guilds. After all, strength within the Union structure could be gradually cultivated, and player relationships could be enhanced through working towards the same goal. At the moment, everyone was working together to defeat the monster and to distribute the loot as per regulation. If these players were to cross paths in the same quest, there was a good chance that they would work together. Then, slowly but surely, they would stick with each other to form a powerful faction. This incident might just be a catalyst, but it did not matter if it was right or wrong. The three major guilds were tired of simply standing and observing Shin 1111's union. This time, they were determined to do something about it. As if it were not bad enough, the two other major guilds' unanimous silence could only indicate that the situation was slipping toward the worst possible outcome. They employed a cunning technique for Shin 1111 to hand over players responsible for the incident. Aiming to tackle the Union's weakest link, they knew how the camaraderie within the Union would be fractured forever once she surrendered her people. And if Shin 1111 chose to resist, then the Arc of Light would most likely declare war with the Union. Let alone the difference in strength between the two sides, based on the Union's current situation, how many would choose to coexist and die with this new emerging force simply? So no matter which path Shin 1111 chose to go down with, the Union seemed to have reached the end of its road. She had only kept mum about her stand on this matter because the Union was in a complete mess right now. After receiving the warning, she immediately contacted the Union's management, including the leaders of small and medium guilds and representatives of the independent teams, beseeching them to develop a solution. Although Shin 1111 was prepared to face the worst, she felt a chill run up her spine each time she thought about everyone's reaction. Nearly 90% agreed that the incident's team should be handed over to the Arc of Light. It wasn't like these people cared about the truth. It was just as they said, the truth was no longer important. Whether the Arc was lying or not, the top priority was first to ensure the Union's safety. After that, they could prove their point to the Arc with words. Shin 1111 looked at the allies in front of her, feeling a deep sense of exhaustion in her heart. No matter what outsiders thought, the reason she established the Union was simple: to do the right thing. Doing the right thing might sound simple, but those who had actually put it in practice only knew how difficult it was to do. Because the world wasn't always reasonable. Before coming here, Shin 1111 had met the players who caused the conflict, and she was at least 80% sure that Arc of Light was the one lying. Even if it wasn't the other party's plan, they were obviously about to use this conflict to break the Union. Everyone knew what the players' fate involved in this incident would be if they chose to hand them over to the Arc. Everyone seemed to have deliberately ignored this. Personal sacrifices were underestimated in a big group of people. Chapter 529. Deadline. Shin 1111 took Western cultural history as well, but she didn't make it to class today. In fact, she did not show up in school at all for the whole day. Many were used to this, though. The boys would show a hint of regret whenever the name of their course beauty queen was mentioned. The girls, on the other hand, didn't care too much about her. Even among the three residing in Zhongheng's dormitory, two had drawn a clear line with Shin 1111. Wei Jiangyang's girlfriend, Han Xiaoxiao, still couldn't let it go. She and Shin 1111 used to be close, and she once even persuaded her to rethink what she was doing. After all, she was from a decent family, where she didn't need to sell her body. Her dad was no wealthy CEO, but compared to most girls born to working-class families, she never had to worry about her life. It did not make sense that she went down this path, not to mention how she was never a vain girl in the first place. However, neither those who cared about Shin 1111 nor the gloaters at school knew the real situation she now faced. The Union's impromptu meeting had been going on for a day and a night. Most important discussions had actually been completed in the first hour, but the founder of the Union, Shin 1111, didn't agree to the solution. It was why the meeting had been dragging on until now. Arc of Light gave them only one day. That was, if the Union did not give them what they wanted by midnight, war would then be declared on them. If that were the case, it was an acceptable outcome for the Union. Most in the conference room knew that once the players were handed over to the Arc of Light, the foundation they were built upon would fall apart. If the players were to be handed over today, they might end up the same tomorrow. That said, they should at least try to stay alive today, much less think about tomorrow. The president of a medium-sized guild attempted a last effort. In persuasion, he said, "I know you are displeased by the outcome. In fact, none of us are happy. This is a huge blow to the Union, and it might also affect your reputation. However, we all know how tough a decision it must have been for you, and we guarantee this position will remain as yours in the time to come." Reputation? I felt misunderstood. I don't care who the boss of the Union is. We are not a guild. It doesn't matter who the chairman is. Shin 1111 shook her head. "I cannot possibly agree to hand them over to Arc of Light. They will be killed. You may not want to surrender them, but we can't keep them as well," someone immediately retorted. "Although our numbers won't suffer, our players have far less strength than top guilds like Arc of Light. Their current admission criteria are to have at least survived 5 games, let alone that their guild has more than 10 grade B game items. Most of our players have completed only 3 games, a less than average number. Moreover, we only have 4 grade B items, and most of them are non-combat type. The Arc of Light is not the only top guild," said Shin 1111. "We will pay dearly if we go against them. Arc of Light must also consider if the balance between Silver Wings and the players can still be maintained." "What is that dear price we will need to pay then?" The guild leader of a small guild asked the question that everyone was waiting to ask. The Union's composition was inherently complicated, wherein small and medium guilds and independent player teams participated. So far, they had no problem cooperating, but in times of real danger, these apparently close allies would find it very difficult to work together. Now that everything was out in the open, masks had come undone, and everyone spoke their minds. The medium guild leader who spoke before continued, "The agreement between us was to deal with monsters in the city. That does not include a battle against one of 3 major guilds, Arc of Light." Shin 1111 frowned and was about to say something, but the next moment, someone abruptly kicked the door open. Li Bai, still with blood still on his body, and Rabbit, a lollipop in her mouth, strode into the meeting room. They brought along 3 captives with them. "These bastards wanted to kidnap someone, but we caught them," said Li Bai. Rabbit went on, "They are from Horizon. Li Bai beat up another 2 unlucky bastards, and they are now lying in the hospital." Shin 1111 cast her gaze on a middle-aged man who had not spoken much. He seemed gentle. It was the guild leader of Horizon, and he did not avoid her gaze. He pushed up his glasses and confessed, "Someone has to do it, at this point. Since you are unwilling, we will do it for you." "We haven't even come up with a conclusion yet," answered Shin 1111, still taken aback by the sudden intrusion. "I don't even know what the point is for discussion," said the middle-aged man. "If you don't hand them over, there is no need for the Union to exist anymore. Is that a threat?" Shin 1111 looked around the people in the conference room. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. No one replied to her. In other words, they must have agreed with the middle-aged man. "So, this is the justice your heart seeks?" Shin 1111's heart sank, but there was a slight glimmer of hope, where she hoped to awaken the conscience in their heart through those questions. However, after a long while, the oldest man and a representative of the independent players spoke slowly. "Politics has nothing to do with justice." There were only less than 3 hours left before they had to reply to Arc of Light. Until now, the Union still hadn't revealed their stand. On the other hand, the player forum was getting livelier by the minute. Players had posted speculations about Shin 1111's decision, and some had even started a bet for this event. Judging by the wager that most people placed, they leaned more towards Shin 1111 eventually handing the players to Arc of Light. It was only a matter of time. Dragging it a little longer would show that the Union did surmount some resistance against the Arc of Light onslaught, something that might ease the consequences of handing over the players. Public opinion on the forum seemed to have reached a consensus it was a choice any reasonable person should make. After all, Arc of Light wasn't really intending to destroy the Union. At best, it was only because of the Union's rapid growth, causing the three major guilds to ruffle their feathers. They wanted to use this opportunity to stunt and stifle their development in the fear that they might someday become a threat. Handing over the players meant reducing the Union's internal cohesion, allowing the Union to maintain its loose structure, and in turn, stopping Shin 1111 from integrating the emerging Union into a powerful force. This would be an acceptable result for both parties. However, at 11:12 in the evening, the medium-sized guild, Horizon, announced the forum, reiterating their respect for Shin 1111 and the Union she led. They had also stated that the two sides chose to split due to personal differences and wouldn't rule out the possibility of working together again in the future. As soon as this thread got posted, a second thread emerged before the lurkers got even to say anything about it. It was quickly followed by the third, then fourth. These were all posts by guilds or independent player groups within the Union. Anybody smart would promptly sense that something wasn't quite right. Without warning, the newly formed Union was now on the verge of collapsing overnight. Chapter 530. Preparation. Like everyone else, Zhongheng had been following the progress of this matter. Even at night class, he would bring along his laptop, seat himself in the lecture room's last row, and check the latest news on the forum from time to time. Class ended at 9:45 p.m. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Huadong and Wei Jiangyang invited him for a round of League of Legends. Zhongheng agreed to play, and he chose a jungler, where he occasionally glanced the forum while free-farming in the jungle. The first 3 rounds ended very quickly, all of them ending in less than 20 minutes. It was either Zhongheng's team annihilating the opponents, or their core players were being targeted non-stop. Zhongheng, the jungler, did not even need to step out of the forest to help the battle. However, the fourth game was extremely challenging. A very skillful player on the enemy's team was showcasing his mad skills, carrying the entire team. Unfortunately, for useless players had joined Zhongheng's team, and all they knew was to cheer. The enemy team kept killing their team with no respite, like wolves hunting a flock of chickens. Once Zhongheng's teammates were sent back to the base, they rushed to protect their towers, trying their best to maintain the fragile and precious balance. The fight was so intense that nobody seemed to get the high ground. In the end, Zhongheng had to sneak to the enemy's base to destroy their tower, leading them on to win the battle. When he turned off the game, he had already read Horizon's thread. At 11:32, the Union, or rather, half-disbanded Union, finally posted an announcement. It turned out they refused to hand their players over to Arc of Light. There was also an attachment at the end of the post about the conflict with Arc of Light's players. The Union told a whole different story, where the ones being assaulted was actually the Union team. This independent player team was rather powerful, and though they were forced to face both the Monster and Arc of Light players, they managed to withstand the onslaught. The Monster ran away in the end. However, they managed to kill 5 Arc of Light's players, and only 2 on the Union side were killed. Quickly, the post caused an uproar in the forum. It wasn't about the truth. In fact, even without the video evidence, many had already suspected that Arc of Light had fabricated the whole thing. It was Shin 1111's decision that upset everyone. When Horizon announced they were leaving the Union, some were guessing that Shin 1111 might eventually go against Arc of Light. Even with that knowledge, they were still left in shock after reading the announcement. The Union was way weaker than Arc of Light, let alone in a semi-disabled state. Shortly after Shin 1111's announcement, more and more players announced that they were leaving the Union for good. If the Union looked shaky earlier, it now looked like it was on the verge of dying. All these took place the moment Shin 1111 posted the thread. The Arc of Light reacted to Shin 1111's decision very quickly. At 11:45, they responded to Shin 1111, expressing their regret for the latter's choice. This time, they wrote in a very polite tone. They believed that Shin 1111 had been confused by the perpetrators, and they would head to the Union at midnight to deal with the 4 murderers. Any player that wasn't blind knew that the Union had already collapsed. In other words, Arc of Light had achieved their goal. There was no longer the need for wanton obliteration. They did not want to cause more players to resent them. At 11:49, the bartender sent Jonghang a message, telling him she placed the stuff he wanted at the designated spot. He didn't express his gratitude in the end since she didn't give him any discounts. He then put all the things he might need in his backpack. He never brought a powerful weapon, the pestilence bone bow, back to the dormitory because he did not want anyone messing around with it. His dorm mates were baffled by his actions, knowing how it was normal that he didn't return. This was their first time seeing Jonghang leaving at such a late hour. The moment Jonghang said that he had gone to find Han Lu, Chen Huadong and Wei Jiangyang gave him a quick glare. Ignoring the strange looks and questions they asked, he hurriedly left the hostel before the dorm lady locked the gate. As usual, the world came to a standstill at midnight. There were a lot of things to do tonight, but Jonghang wasn't really anxious. He set the time and decided to take one thing at a time. For now, he planned to go to the parking lot to get his polo. Once Shan 1111 made up her mind, nothing would stop the collapse of the Union. There was nothing Jonghang could do to stop it as well. But compared to the others, he got to know her earlier. He knew her better than them, and he knew what was really going on. With Shan 1111's character, she would never give up the innocent in exchange for peace. Now, she had to bear the consequences of her choice. Things had become less complicated since her mind was made, though. After achieving its goal, Arc of Light would proceed to punish the murderers. As expected, Shan 1111 chose to keep protecting the 4 players. Jonghang finally got to pay back the favor he owed Shan 1111 in Dreamland of Death. Earlier this morning, he sent her a WeChat message, asking if she needed any help. She rejected him, saying that the Union was capable of solving the predicament themselves. Although Shan 1111 was stubborn in certain matters, it certainly didn't mean she was stupid or naive. Based on the circumstances at the time, Jonghang believed that she, being the decision-maker, had naturally considered the worst possible outcome. She refused his help only because she didn't want to drag him into this pile of crap. Shan 1111 also knew that Jonghang had been reluctant to join the Union because he thought it wouldn't end well. She had no reason to get him involved at the Union's most precarious moment. However, Jonghang did not really care about the risk. Even if she refused to let him help her, he could easily get her position with his LV.2 hacking skill. But instead of looking for Shan 1111 first, he drove his polo to the address given by the bartender and found a black box hidden at the bottom of a dumpster behind the wall. A key was tied to the handle, and after closer inspection, he confirmed that he got what he wanted. He then tossed the object into the trunk. He then drove leisurely to the next location without hurries. Jonghang had been working non-stop for more than 10 hours, and finally, he had done almost everything on the list. After that, he checked into a nearby hotel to replenish his energy with food and well-deserved sleep. He waited for his cell phone to ring on time, and only less than 15 minutes left before the hour hand completed a circle. Jonghang washed his face, opened the password-protected black box beside the bed. He took out a number of parts, assembled them before it was all finally combined into a CS-5 sniper rifle, a weapon courtesy of American firearms manufacturer Macmillan Firearms. Unlike the famous Finnish Star or L115A3, the CS-5 was not a sniper that could shoot super long range. It is more suitable for urban warfare. And it is also a rare sniper rifle equipped with a silencer to meet Jonghang's needs. He noticed that a post-it note was posted at the back of the rifle. It was written by a Miss Bartender with the words, "Happy Killing." She even drew a cute version of a gunman at the lower right corner. Chapter 531. Bait. The Arc of Light had proved worthy of being one of the 3 major guilds. Although it was established after the other 2 significant guilds, it was weaker than the rest. Grow into a guild comparable to the other 2 in such a short time was a gargantuan task, to say the least. Unlike the Union's haphazard workings, Arc of Light had been planning for this operation for a very long time. Their management was infamously arrogant and efficient, a known fact among players. Whether planning or execution, they were ready even before the get-go, going as far as to plant one of their own in the Union. This came in the form of a president of a small-time guild, voluntarily joining the Union when it was first established, and even becoming one of its representatives later on. It meant that, while the Union was locked in conclave, Arc of Light watched their every move. They also managed to find out the whereabouts of the 4 players they hunted. Obviously, the deadline were words that meant nothing to them. After Shin 1111 made the announcement at 11:32 p.m., they would not just there and do nothing to wait for the people from the Arc of Light to look for them. In fact, at 11 o'clock p.m., Arc of Light's first assault team had already arrived near the target location. If Shin 1111 was willing to cooperate, it would all end well, and no blood would be spilled. However, if she was still adamant about going against them, the assault team would attack at midnight, and if everything went according to plan, the battle should end in less than 10 minutes. However, Arc of Light was surprised when they received the latest intel. Their targets had apparently been secretly transferred half an hour ago. Arc of Light's internal evaluation of Shin 1111 had always held her in high regard. She was young, no doubt, but an equally mature and calm woman. Not to mention the natural charisma and charm she possessed. For these reasons, Arc of Light knew who they were dealing with and had the ball rolling in advance. The current escapade, however, could be the act of Shin 1111 alone. It was a question no one could solve. It did not matter who was the one that tried to solve it. The fact that Shin 1111 managed to transfer her people secretly in such a risky situation even had Arc of Light bemused. There was nothing she could do to fix the situation right now. The Union's impending collapse was imminent. Few were willing to stay by Shin 1111's side. Relying on them take on Arc of Light was no different than using an egg to hit a stone. Moreover, Arc of Light had all the information about Shin 1111 and her comrades in their hands. Although they stated that they wanted to capture and punish the 4 murderers tonight, they did not promise that those would be the only targets. If they could not locate who they were looking for, they would look for Shin 1111 next. Since she insisted on getting herself into this pool of chaos, they wouldn't mind if they ended up with her anyway. They could then interrogate them about the 4 murderers. This was why Jong-Hung couldn't use the extra 24 hours to help her move her people out. Unless Shin 1111 and her allies chose to permanently leave the city and never come back, it would be pointless. She would never take that option unless it was the last resort. Arc of Light's leader, Ryu Weicheng, had finished work on time at 4:30 in the afternoon. He drove to the elementary school to pick up his daughter and was about to throw a birthday party for her at Sheraton tonight. He invited all her classmates, and since tomorrow happened to be the weekend, he made an exception to allow his daughter an all-nighter with her friends. Everything had to be pinpoint perfect tonight. His daughter was the only princess of the night, and everyone would be giving their best wishes to her. This importance of this had even surpassed the plan. Everything that needed preparing had been prepared a long time ago, and it made no difference if he stayed to monitor the whole operation or not. Not to mention that were our 2 vice leaders and 3 chairpersons in the current war room. Naturally, Ryu Weicheng was not worried about the situation at all. At 0:05, no one noticed a parliament of owls perching on the telephone pole, staring down at them with their large yellow-brown eyes. This place was an urban village located at the edge of the 5th Ring Road. Most local farmers built their own houses here, and some were rented out to migrant workers. Since the subway station was quite a distance away, the rent was relatively cheap. That said, a room with a separate bathroom would still cost up to 1,000 yuan. To save on money, some shared rooms with up to 4 other people. Li Bai's rented apartment was shared among 4 individuals. The room had 2 bunk beds, just like the setup of a dormitory. Each of them had to fork out 400 yuan per month, and the landlady decided to shut an eye on the matter. After Li Bai became a player, his income suddenly blossomed. However, he chose to exchange most of his game points for money and sent them back to his hometown, choosing to live here in this urban village. 2 minutes ago, he hurried back to this room. It seemed he had come back to retrieve something, not even bothering to reply to his roommate's jokes. The 2 Arc of Light strike teams had quietly surrounded this place. After that, they looked at their superior, a bearded man dressed like a director, who shook his head. Try your best not to alarm the residents here. Just wait until he comes downstairs. Everyone then waited for another 5 minutes, but still, Li Bai was nowhere in sight. The bearded man realized something was wrong and immediately led a group to the rental house. Inside, 3 men were topless, drinking beer and playing Honor of Kings. Li Bai was nowhere to be seen. The one guarding the window saw no one coming out of the room either. Had Li Bai fooled them? However, the bearded man did not seem too worried. He turned and said to a man behind him, "Find him." The latter nodded, lit a handful of weird tobacco, took a deep breath, and made an odd cry. He then rolled his eyes, and at the same time, the group of owls standing on the telephone pole outside the door seemed to have received a message. They quickly spread their wings one after the other and flew in all directions. The bearded man knew that their target had realized he was being trailed. That meant he probably didn't come back to get anything. He just wanted to take advantage of the urban village's complicated layout to distract the strike team. On the other hand, Shan 1111 was preparing to get the 4 out of the city. It was a pity that they made the wrong move tonight. The second strike team was prepared for this situation. Those owls were used to deal with this situation. The bearded man knew that Li Bai had been with Shan 1111 for a long time, and he could be considered as a veteran in Shan 1111's team. As long as they capture him, he would be able to make him tell them the whereabouts of their targets. There was no problem with his plan. However, he had underestimated Shan 1111's determination. To be more precise, everyone had underestimated Shan 1111's determination. She knew all too well how precarious tonight's situation would be. The strength between the 2 factions was severely unequal, and it was pointless for her side to mount a defense. From the beginning, she never intended to adopt a defensive strategy, and beyond expectation, chose an offensive tactic instead. Arc of Light wanted to capture her ally to force her to surrender. At the same time, she wanted to capture the Arc of Light senior management as a bargaining chip to negotiate with them. Li Bai was bait, but not to distract Arc of Light. He was the bait to draw them in. Chapter 532. Barber's Pole. Li Bai kept on running without looking back. Since he was familiar with the terrain, he could easily throw off the enemy's scents. But no matter how fast he ran, he failed to get rid of the pesky owl above his head. The latter clung to him like sticky candy. The owl practically served as a feathery global positioning system for his enemies. And it would not leave no matter how hard Li Bai tried to scare it off. Naturally, the bird wouldn't get too close to him that could ensure its safety. Too bad Li Bai didn't have any long-range weapons. All he could do right now was to flee in embarrassment. At times, he even had to run into others' homes. Both Li Bai and his enemies shared a common goal: none of them wanted to alert the residents living in this area. Li Bai only entered houses that their owners had still not returned from work. The bearded man was impressed by Li Bai's stamina. After running for a quarter of an hour, Li Bai was sweating profusely but showed no sign of slowing down. It was a pity that he was a player, or he should have tried marathons. Perhaps he would have earned himself a chance to be an Olympic champion after some training. Arc of Light sent more than 2 teams of players to deal with them tonight. The other group of players wasn't as friendly. While Li Bai was running away, he still kept an eye on the enemies that were going after him. But after running for a while, a golf club stuck out from behind the wall in front of him and hit him directly on the right leg. Li Bai suffered a sharp pain in his calf. It seemed like the bones inside his leg was shattered. Though he was suffering from excruciating pain, he chose to endure it, gritted his teeth, and not said a word about it. Li Bai then kept running with his other leg. The person who attacked him was in no hurry. He waved to stop his allies, who were about to pounce at Li Bai. "Run! Just keep running. Aren't you good at running? Although we were asked to capture you alive, as long as you are still breathing, we can do whatever we want to you. Really thought you could kill our people and stash away the murderer? You know you have to pay the price, right?" While talking, the man loosened the tie on his suit and walked up menacingly to Li Bai with the golf club. Li Bai, running in front of him, tripped on something and fell to the ground. Despite that, he said nothing, continuing to crawl toward the barbershop that wasn't too far away. At that time, the 2 assault teams with the bearded man finally caught up. The bearded man frowned when he saw what happened. Let's not create more troubles for us. Just capture him and hand him in. There's no need to rush. Gotta have some fun after working your ass off for so long, sneered the man in the suit. He then swung the golf club twice but found Lee Bai had stopped running. He was leaning against the door of the closed barber, looking at it coldly. For some reason, anxiety burdened the bearded man's heart. He quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist. Before he could fully draw his weapon out, his body froze. His mind was still working, though, and he immediately realized what the problem was. The barber's pole in front of the barbershop seemed to have been around for a long time and looked like a game item. Once the person took a look at it, they would be rendered immobile. As long as one person got to remind the people at the back not to look at the light, they would regain their freedom. By the time they realized it, it was too late. Everybody quickly followed suit, given a rude awakening when they realized they couldn't open their mouths. A total of 24 people were frozen in place. At the same time, Rabbit and Shan 1111 walked out of the barbershop. The rabbit ran up to Lee Bai. What a mad lad you are. Are you okay? Although Lee Bai's calf hurt like hell, he still managed to squeeze out an ugly smile. It's okay. I had to let him hit me. If I stopped here abruptly, they might catch on about something fishy, and they wouldn't have fallen into this trap. Shan 1111 nodded at Lee Bai in return. Hold on. I will ask the faceless man and old K to drive the car here. We will take you to the hospital first. No, it's just a fracture. I won't die from it, reassured Lee Bai, wincing a little from the awful pain. We finally caught so many of them, and there should be 2 small leaders within. The man holding the golf club and the bearded one are the leaders. Let's use them to negotiate with Arc of Light. A strange voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. I'm afraid those chips aren't quite enough for a negotiationist. It was a woman who seemed to be Shan 1111's age. She was dressed in sportswear and appeared to be a night runner. She took off the Bluetooth earphones and put them in her pocket, seemingly oblivious to her people were frozen, not far away from her. She then looked at Shan 1111, and a smile appeared on her face after a while. Very well. Just like what we analyzed, you are not the kind of person that would just wait to die. You are, asked Shan 1111 solemnly. You can call me Xiao Bing. Although I have always hated this nickname, all those guild bastards keep calling me Subin anyway. So, it doesn't matter to me, the woman named Xiao Bing lamented. I am from Arc of Light's Department of Strategic Analysis. For the past month, I have spent most of my time studying you. So, last night's attack was really premeditated. Lee Bai exclaimed, You've been preparing for this a month, right? Xiao Bing rolled her eyes and looked at Shan 1111, deeply bothered by the fact that her ally was asking stupid questions. Shan 1111 ignored her dirty looks. What have you learned about me? Almost everything, Xiao Bing snapped her fingers. I have studied your personality, horoscope, interpersonal relationships, acting style, values, outlook on life, and even the concept of mate selection. So no matter what you do, it's no secret to me. After talking so much nonsense, many of your allies still got defeated by us, snorted Rabbit coldly. After seeing Lee Bai was injured, she was furious at what they did to him. Wrong, little sister, Xiao Bing shook his head, I said we have anticipated your every move. So, of course, we know that you want to take our people hostage, which is exactly why I sent them here for you to capture them. The bearded man did not know what the man in the suit was thinking. If he could speak now, he would have begun to curse her. However, Shan 1111 seemed to have thought of something when she heard the words, and her face changed. Yes, that's right. I'm talking about 2 of your allies who are in charge of taking care of our targets. However, the higher-ups need us to capture a few of your people to force you to hand in the 4 murderers to us. But I think that since we want to capture all of you, it is better to do it all at once. I don't want any unexpected troubles. I have to thank you for helping us. After you capture our people, you notified your people to come to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to find you. Xiao Bing smiled. Chapter 533. First target. Shin 1111 realized how precarious the situation she was in now, not only because the enemies may have captured the faceless man and Old K, but the Barber's pole's effect also would not last forever. After 160 seconds, the enemies would regain their freedom, and half of that time had already passed. Shin 1111 did not intend to waste any more time talking nonsense with the enemies. She looked at Rabbit, and the two approached Xiao Bing together. The latter had no intention to put up a fight, quickly turning around to run instead. At the same time, 4 more teens appeared at both ends of the road, surrounding Shin 1111 and her allies. After running for a while, Xiao Bing stopped, turned around, and put on a smile. She did not know that the Barber's pole would only work for 160 seconds, running to draw Shin 1111 and Rabbit out of the pole's area of effect and to prepare for the next battle. However, just when she thought everything was set, a flare suddenly fell in front of her. The intense light made everyone's eyes on the street close involuntarily. When Xiao Bing opened her eyes again, Shin 1111 and her allies had disappeared. Midnight was finally here. Thus began the war between Arc of Light and the Union in this urban village. At the beginning of the battle, most players on the forum had accurately predicted the situation. Arc of Light displayed an overwhelming advantage right from the start. What was really surprising though was Shin 1111's strength. The Union had collapsed within an hour of the announcement of Horizon's withdrawal. According to the statistical analysis from the Arc of Light's strategy department, few were left on Shin 1111's team to help her. When the battle began, however, Arc of Light soon discovered that wasn't the case. They seemed to have sorely underestimated Shin 1111's reputation and influence in the Union. Not only was Shin 1111 rescued in front of the barbershop, but Xiao Bing also received news that the mysterious force had killed the strike team which captured Old K and the Faceless Man. But after receiving the news, she was not surprised but rejoiced. For Arc of Light, they were supposed to be undefeated, especially in this battle. Since that was the case, she didn't mind the slight twists and turns amid the war. Now, she could highlight the importance of the strategy department. She could also use this reason to request more funds for the department. In a hotel room 2 kilometers away from the urban village, Zhongheng set up his CS5 on the window sill. And at the same time, he turned on the TV and turned up the volume. He did not intervene right away in the battle happening in the urban village. Besides the fact that he was confident enough that Shin 1111 would not lose the battle so quickly, he also had more pressing matters at hand. Zhongheng's luck was pretty decent tonight. He managed to use the extra 24 hours to locate an Arc of Light frontline commander, obtaining a copy of the battle plan used to deal with the Union. Although it was only a simplified version, the execution time, route, and personnel deployment were all recorded. Other than that, Zhongheng also obtained the latter's account and password used to log into the internal OA of Light Arc. However, it seemed the Arc of Light Guild had their fair share of computer experts. Zhongheng tried to hack into the player forum jointly created by the 3 major guilds, and as expected, it was a failed attempt. With the USB flash drive from the whistleblower quest, however, the 3 significant guilds failed to track him down. The Arc of Light's internal OA used the same firewalls for the player forum. It was certainly no easy hack, but with the freshly acquired account and password, Zhongheng could now log into the system and retrieve more information about the battle that would soon take place. His first target was a group of elite long-range strike teams. Zhongheng bought the CS5 with game points from Miss Bartender. It meant Arc of Light could do the same thing as well. And as won the 3 major guilds, there definitely had some gun masters among their players. Arc of Light had initially planned to capture Shin 1111's team alive, hence there was no need to deploy long-range weapons. But now, the tables had turned. It turned out that many were still helping Shin 1111 even after the Union's collapse. Arc of Light saw this, and feeling threatened, they wanted to obliterate them entirely. Besides, they wanted to warn players on the forum to not get involved in this matter. Once these people rushed to the urban village, the fragile balance between would be broken. And Zhongheng was there to make sure that this would not happen. Not far away, Zhongheng saw 2 black MPVs passing by the traffic lights from his scope. As they sped toward the urban village, two remote control ground locks suddenly appeared on the road ahead. The driver of the first car did not expect such an obstruction to pop up smack in the middle of the road. He jammed his foot on the brakes and swerved the vehicle in another direction. Though he managed to avoid the poles in front of him, he couldn't avoid the vehicle barreling in from behind. In the end, the car overturned and rolled twice on the ground. At the same time, Jong-hung pulled the trigger. Reaper was the first name on his list. The driver of the second car was shot in the head by a bullet that came from nowhere. It caused his right foot to slip off the brake pad, and after rammed into the back of the car in front of it, it skidded to the remote ground locks. Its passengers were tossed around like ragdolls as the vehicle hit the steel poles head-on. The people in the first car suffered the same fate as well. They did not expect an enemy ambush, thinking it must have been a traffic accident. However, the road that they were traveling on was relatively remote. Besides, it was past midnight. There were no other vehicles on the road except for them. When they heard the pattering of bullets on their cars, their question was answered. The first person who got out of the car fell to the ground before standing up. Blood was splattered all over on the seat. The others quickly realized what had happened, all of them masters of the gun. Naturally, they knew that a sniper was attacking them. So, they promptly unfastened their seat belts and looked for cover. In less than 10 seconds, Arc of Light had lost 3 more men. The 2 6-person teams were now left with only 7 members. Fortunately, these ones seemed to be seasoned and experienced fighters. Within a few minutes, they managed to get their hands on their weapons and retreated to the back of the car. They hoped to maintain the stalemate with Jong-hung until backup arrived. Of course, Jong-hung wasn't about to let that happen. Seeing that all his enemies had retreated to the back of the car, Jong-hung detonated a canister of tear gas hidden in the dumpster by the roadside. The pungent chemical concoction irritated their eyes and noses, causing them to cough violently, with tears flowing out from their eyes. The white smoke from the tear gas provided them with a good cover, and they were hopeful once again. If they could take this opportunity to retreat to the closed supermarket behind them, they would no longer have to worry about their lives. They did not know that Jong-hung had taken out the filter lens from his backpack. Chapter 534. Surrounded. Xiao Bing, too, received news that the long-range attack team had been assaulted. 10 minutes had passed since their last message, preparing to escape into the supermarket and waiting for support. After that, she received no more messages from them. It was these sorts of silence that made hearts drop, the precursor to something awful that might have befallen them. After backup hurriedly arrived, they confirmed that something terrible had indeed happened to the long-range attack team. 2 multipurpose vehicles had overturned on the road, and dead were scattered all over the place. However, the killer was nowhere to be found. And this was just the beginning. A quarter of an hour later, she received another piece of bad news. A small team carrying essential game items had been ambushed by the mysterious killer as well. In the end, not only did they lose what they were transporting, 5 out of 8 of their members were killed, and 2 were seriously injured. Unfortunately, the mysterious killer fled the scene 5 minutes before backup arrived. Before she even had time to digest the awful news, she was told that the squad responsible for escorting the prisoners had also been wiped out 20 minutes later. The players in the forum were rattled by the tremendous shock. No one thought that the war, one that was supposed to have been over and dusted within 10 minutes, would encounter such a plot twist. It seemed a team of players had been secretly helping Shan 1111. They managed to stop Arc of Light's first wave of attacks. But what was even more surprising was that some war god had appeared to have taken the Union side. Since the 2 elite long-range attack teams were assaulted, casualties on Arc of Light's side had begun to soar. More than an hour had passed since the first Arc of Light's assault teams were wiped out. The information about the mysterious sniper was analyzed, including his weapons, the route he chose, and the time spent in each battle. Players lurking on the forum marveled at the mysterious sniper's exceptional marksmanship. The way he positioned himself, and how he had always managed to flee right before Arc of Light's backup arrived. It appeared this sniper knew the inner workings of their plan, picking off targets that only increased in strategic value one after the other. Not to mention how he managed to eliminate all his enemies in a tiny amount of time. Was he going to turn the tide of the battle all on his own? Before tonight, no one would have the slightest inclination that something so absurd could happen to them. But now, Jonghang had seemingly done the impossible. Just as players' praises began pouring in, he encountered his first hiccup of the night. Jonghang once again set up his CS5 on the rooftop, about to execute his fifth target. He would reduce each battle's time by 5 minutes, and other than preventing Arc of Light's reinforcements from attacking him, he had to ensure that things moved along quickly. Although he knew their troop deployment and route, preparations could only be made along the way based on information he collected. Working with the OA battle squad to determine the specific target, he knew that obtaining internal command information wouldn't come so easy. Arc of Light soon realized their servers were getting infiltrated as more and more of their strategic targets were hit. As long as they changed their passwords, their information would no longer be accessible. Jonghang would only encounter more danger as he moved on. The target driving the Highlander was approaching, and a plump man in the passenger seat was holding his mobile phone, seemingly ignorant of the fate that awaited him. Jonghang sensed that something was sorely amiss. He swiftly tucked away his gun, turning around to see behind him. Someone had been approaching him without realization, prompting Jonghang to pull the trigger. It was a stunt learned from Simone. At an almost point-blank range, he could hit the target blindly without using the scope. The next moment, though, he felt a burning sensation raging where his palm touched the barrel. Jonghang instantly threw away the CS5 in his hand. Unfortunately, the exceptionally high temperatures had burned his palm, leaving it badly scalded and blistered. The barrel of the CS5 on the ground glowed even redder after a few seconds, as if it had just been removed from the kill. The mysterious person did not approach Jonghang after disarming him, staring at him instead, in a hood and mask with great interest. "So you're the one who's been causing us trouble tonight?" asked the person after a moment's silence. Jonghang remained mum. "Why won't you speak? Are you dumb?" The person uttered a pitiful tut. "It seems we have got ourselves a little celebrity tonight. You have become very famous on the forum. Half the posts are about you now, and everyone is curious about your identity. Why don't you take off that mask and let me see your face?" As the person talked to Jonghang, a man with a pair of shadowy wings landed on the roof. On the other side, the door at the stairway was also pushed open, and out came a burly man carrying a gigantic chainsaw. 3 enemies now surrounded Jonghang from 3 directions, and he was only 2 steps away from the edge of the rooftop. This was no coincidence. Arc of Lights reacted faster than Jonghang imagined, extremely quick to catch where the problem was. Instead of asking everyone to change their passwords, they simply decided to let it be. Instead, they used the people in the Highlander as bait to surround Jonghang on the rooftop. These 3 individuals looked different from the enemies Jonghang had met before. If the people he killed were Arc of Light's elites, these 3 people were undoubtedly higher in rank. As expected, the guy who had spoken before spoke again. "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Before Jonghang could even reply, the man continued, "The bad news is that you crossed paths with us tonight. I advise you to not try anything stupid. There are not many in Arc of Light who are stronger than us. Our people have studied your characteristics, and they know how proficient you are at firearms. We happen to be your kryptonite. Especially me. As long as I am here, you won't ever dream of touching a gun again." The man expected to see Jonghang's panicked and pale face, but he was left a little disappointed. From the start till the end, Jonghang's expressions hadn't budged an inch. But the good news is, Arc of Light had always been the most open-minded guild of the 3 major guilds. It is our tradition to value talents. I have to admit that your crazy performance tonight has been impressive. As a result, senior management wants to give you a chance to join our ranks as an Arc of Light member. If you agree to join us, we will no longer hold you responsible for the murders you committed. You can also keep the game items you took from us. How's that sound? It's the best offer you can get from us." However, he didn't expect Jonghang to mount a reply when he was done with his little speech. "So, Arc of Light sent the 3 of you to deal with me?" Isn't it a little careless of them to make such a decision? Chapter 535. Kill one by one. You guys have been talking there for a long time. Are we going to attack him? Said the burly man with the chainsaw impatiently. This guy is so arrogant. Let me try to fight him first. Before his two companions could answer him, he had already taken a big step, hastily moving toward Zhongheng. His allies knew all too well about his temper, and after hearing his heated tone, they didn't stop him. Just don't destroy him. I still have questions I want to ask, continued the man who spoke with Zhongheng. Then you probably won't have a chance to ask him any questions later. I had a hard time keeping my target alive using my fighting style. The burly man grinned menacingly, and at the same time, flicked the switch on the handle. His chainsaw was not plugged into a power source, its cable still dragging on the ground. Strangely, the phantom of a machine buzzed to life a few moments later. The piercing whine of the machine broke the silence of the night. Without saying anything, the man lifted the chainsaw and swung it upon Zhongheng's head. Not only would his skull be shattered, but there was a good chance Zhongheng would be split into two. Zhongheng had no intention to block the man, stepping back to dodge the attack. In the end, the chainsaw landed on the floor, causing a massive cloud of sparks to fly around and grinding a cavity a few centimeters deep into the rock-solid concrete. Don't worry. You'll have your turn soon. The burly man laughed widely and raised the chainsaw again. It seemed like the reaction did not affect him when the chainsaw created an impact on the ground. Even when the chainsaw landed on the ground, the man remained expressionless, still holding the saw firmly in his hands. Then, with a loud have, he struck the saw at Zhongheng's head again. To avoid the weapon's full brunt, Zhongheng had to dodge also, missing the spinning blades by a couple of millimeters. Even worse was that Zhongheng was already at the very edge of the rooftop, his foot now halfway off the ground. Knowing how close he was to certain death, he took a step back, and now, there was only a fist-wide space between him and the busy road beneath. This building he chose as a sniper nest was 15 stories high. If he fell from this height, there was no way he would survive the fall. A beam of joy flashed in the eyes of the burly man. He foresaw that Zhongheng would either stumble and fall from the tall building or split into two by his chainsaw. Once again, he decisively lifted the saw and exclaimed with excitement, "I dare you to be as arrogant as you did now, Tilda." However, the chainsaw missed its target, and Zhongheng, against all odds, had seemingly disappeared into thin air. The burly man did a double-take, sticking his head out to look down the building. Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" He quickly turned around, and, lo and behold, Zhongheng had already snuck up from behind. The burly man's companions stared at each other, unable to believe what they just witnessed. As bystanders, they began to realize what had just taken place. Zhongheng did jump down from the building, but as he fell, he grabbed the edge of the rooftop only in time to swing his body, creating enough force to bring himself back to a safe spot. His movements were lightning quick, abandoning the opportunity for escape. If Zhongheng took this opportunity to strike, the strong man with a chainsaw would be really displeased. The man with shadow wings behind him said, "The game is over. Let's take him down together. This guy is tough to deal with." Zhongheng's reaction had made him more cautious, prompting him to spread his wings on his back. And the person who messed with Zhongheng's rifle earlier also took out a deck of playing cards from his pocket. What they didn't expect was the rooftop's ground suddenly turning into a pool of flowing black liquid. The strong man with the chainsaw fell directly into an office below him. Zhongheng fell with him as well, and the person who messed with Zhongheng's rifle fell in the bathroom next door. The man with shadowy wings escaped because he could fly, but his face could only change when something struck his mind. He charged down from the sky, the pool of black liquid had coagulated back into the reinforced concrete ground. The flyer was caught off guard, crashing into the ground and hitting his head so hard he almost fainted. Name, Evil Wall. Grade, D. Function, reconstruct the structure of a wall. User is allowed to the state of a wall from solid to liquid. Remaining uses, 0. Since the three of them came on the rooftop together, Jongheng had been waiting for the opportunity to separate them. In a way, the man who messed with Jongheng's rifle said the right things. Arc of Light specially formed this squad to deal with him, and since one of them could render a gun useless, Jongheng could only resort to close-quarters combat. The strong man with a chainsaw existed solely for a situation like this. His formidable weapon and great strength were suitable for frontal combat. The flyer, on the other hand, had better dexterity to make up for his speed. In other words, the three of them complemented each other perfectly. It was true how Jongheng didn't have many opportunities to defeat them all at once. However, things changed when they were separated. Jongheng deliberately retreated to the side of the platform. Although the strong man with the chainsaw was highly offensive, it was easy for Jongheng to dodge those attacks with the training he had from the Black Sail quest. Unfortunately, there were still enemies watching the battle. Jongheng needed to look for the perfect timing even if he wanted to take out the evil wall from his pocket to use it. The half-second he had when he fell from the roof was the only time for him to disappear from sight. Now that one enemy was outside the building, and another fell into the bathroom next door, they were officially separated from each other. So, Jongheng only needed to deal with the strong man with a chainsaw. However, he did not have much time left. The enemy in the toilet would break the door in around 2 minutes, and the guy with wings should also find a window to enter the building. Hence, he needed to defeat the enemy in front of him as fast as possible. The strong man with the chainsaw got up from the ground and found that his allies were gone. He wasn't afraid but rejoiced instead. Immediately, he picked up the chainsaw on the ground and snorted coldly, "You can only dodge my attack. There's nowhere for you to hide this time." Jongheng did not reply to him. Instead, he drew out 2 Nepalese swords from his backpack. Since Scarlet's negotiations were not concluded, he had to buy these to deal with his enemies tonight. He ordered it from Miss Bartender together with the CS5, and although the sabers weren't game items by any means, they should suffice for tonight's situation. Chapter 536. Free Falling. The man who messed with Jongheng's gun surely wasn't in luck tonight. Falling through the roof, he landed in the bathroom, crashing his head on the toilet bowl, hitting it so hard that bright red blood started to gush out. Around 10 seconds later, he finally figured Jongheng's plan. After the massive blow to his head, he struggled to stand up from the ground, stumbling around a little. When he finally got to his feet, he hurriedly collected the playing cards that were scattered all over the floor, even fishing out some floating in the toilet bowl. Those playing cards were game items, every single one of them precious to him. Once making sure that he had all his cards, he pushed the bathroom door open, slowly limping and wincing. As soon as he got out of the bathroom, he heard the burly man holding the chainsaw bellowing. But unlike the time when he was on the rooftop, this was a roar filled with fear. It caused the one who messed with Jongheng's gun to waste no more time. He tried to push open the door, only to find it locked. He then drew an ace of hearts from the card box and threw it at the tempered glass beside the door. When the card touched the glass, powerful kinetic energy was emitted, and what resembled a spiderweb spread across the glass surface. Without hesitation, he drew a second card, and this time, the glass gave way, shattering into smithereens. He quickly rushed to where the strong man was, but the scene before him almost scared him to death. The strong man was sitting on the boss chair behind a desk, eyes wide open, face frozen, and very much dead. His body was covered with multiple open wounds, and both his arms were covered in blood. The injury that cost him his life, however, was the deep gash that slit his throat wide open, the part where Jongheng struck his Nepalese saber, thereby extinguishing the man's life. When Jongheng took the saber out, the sneak attack behind him was here. The man who messed with Jongheng's rifle knew that this was a perilous moment. Besides, his leg was still injured. There was no way for him to escape now. Hence, he could only stay back and fight. To stay alive, he had to use everything at his disposal to deal with Jongheng. As an act of desperation, he threw his playing cards at his opponent. At almost the exact instant, Jongheng kicked the desk over and ducked behind it. The rain of playing cards whooshed through the air, striking the table and cutting deeply through the hard rosewood with ease. Jong-hung attempted to pry the cards out using his Nepalese sword, only to find that they were so sharp they even left scratches on the surface of the blade. Seeing that the first wave of attacks failed to injure Jong-hung, the man that messed with his rifle became even more nervous. He then took out 3 more cards to throw at Jong-hung. When he saw that the overturned desk had shielded Jong-hung, he charged him in a rage, but he was stopped when he saw something. Left in fear with the hairs on his neck standing, he threw the remaining cards in his hand at Jong-hung. The salvo of cards somewhat managed to halt Jong-hung's advance, and he managed to retreat. Soon, he had successfully drawn some distance between him and Jong-hung, but before he could catch a breath, he realized that his card box was empty. His expressions changed, his face fell to the ground, thinking that he would surely meet his end here like the strong man. At that time, his ally with shadow wings had finally arrived, and he could breathe a sigh of relief. Even if the two failed to beat Jong-hung, they could at least escape by air. However, the happy expression on his face only lasted for less than a second. It was then that he noticed the Nepalese saber stuck in his chest, with Jong-hung standing adjacent to him still in the throwing posture. The last thought crossing his mind was how Jong-hung could have managed to hit him from such a distance. The 2 battles lasted less than 3 minutes. They ended later than expected, but luckily, Jong-hung managed to kill them both before they got to reunite. Initially, the man with shadow wings wanted to pounce on Jong-hung, but after discovering his 2 companions getting killed one after the other, he quickly changed his mind. He couldn't have imagined that Jong-hung, having lost his gun, would fight so fiercely. A slight delay had cost both his allies their lives. This time, the analysts in the guild's strategy department had made a colossal mistake. The reports provided by them were utterly inaccurate. It mentioned that Jong-hung was only good at firearms and that his weakness was close-quarters combat. Jong-hung did separate the 3 of them before the battle began officially. However, the fact that he could kill the strongman with chainsaw one-on-one, and his ally by throwing the saber, were all considered close-quarters combat. If he were to join Arc of Light, he could have quickly become one of their top fighters, not to mention his excellent marksmanship. The man with shadow wings knew this information had to be sent back to the headquarters. Since he was the only one left, getting rid of Jong-hung would be a tall order. Fortunately, unlike the other 2, had a pair of shadow wings. It enabled him to have an easy escape if he couldn't defeat Jong-hung in the end. Now that he had made up his mind, he did not stay where he was. He had just entered the building and only 2 steps away from the window. It would be a quick and easy escape. Although Jong-hung's CS-5 was now ready to fire again, the rifle fell into oblivion when the roof collapsed. He only needed to look out for Jong-hung's throwing saber. However, what he did not expect was that Jong-hung would untie the longbow behind him. The man with shadow wings felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Although he did not believe that Jong-hung could master archery after he mastered marksmanship and swordsmanship, he had witnessed enough miracles tonight, and his faith was sorely shaken. However, he had no intention to stand there and see himself getting killed. Seeing that Jong-hung was ready to draw his bow, he jumped out of the window as fast as possible. This time, he kept his wings folded, free-falling like a stone that was dropping from a great height. The last thing that he saw was Jong-hung pulling the bowstring. Judging by the arrow's trajectory of the arrow, keeping up with speed he was falling at was impossible. So, he was relieved. He was planning to fly to the back of the opposite office building first to be completely safe from Jong-hung's attack. When his wings were spread halfway, the arrow that was released from a great distance away drew an arc in the air, defying the law of physics. And it hit his heart, dead right in the center. Standing by the window, Jong-hung witnessed the guy with shadowy wings behind him tumbling and struggling in the air. In the end, he still could not change his destiny. Despite his efforts, he only met a grim fate, slamming into an SUV parked by the roadside, the impact so severe it caused the SUV's roof to cave in. The windows were all shattered as well. Then, the SUV's alarm was triggered. Chapter 537. Admiral rank. The birthday party was coming to an end in the small auditorium on the Sheraton Hotel's 4th floor. After cutting the cake and singing the birthday song, it was finally time for tonight's highlight, a Disney-themed part at midnight. Everyone present could choose a costume they liked and dress up as their favorite Disney character. The daughter of Ryu Weicheng chose Elsa from Frozen, and Ryu Weicheng himself chose the dead old king. He watched his daughter and a plump kid dressed as Prince Aladdin perform the last dance. After that, his cell phone rang. Ryu Weicheng frowned. Not only was he Arc of Light's leader, but he was director of 2 listed companies. He now had 2 mobile phones and 3 numbers. One was used to answer business calls and family, while the second was dealing with the guilds and players. He muted his business calls phone tonight, which could only mean that the phone that he used to deal with guild matter had to be the one ringing now. He glanced at his Patek Philippe watch and realized that it was 1 a.m. Was the war with the Union over? Ryu Weicheng was not in a hurry. After Elsa and Aladdin were done with their dance, he stood up and took the lead to applaud for them. After that, the hotel staff began to clean up the stage, taking out a PS4 and other fun stuff. The birthday party had ended, and the kids could do whatever they wanted. Those wanting to keep playing could stay in the auditorium, and those who didn't could retreat to the room upstairs to sleep. Ryu Weicheng walked to a secluded corner and returned the call to the number that called him. Swordfish, one of Arc of Light's directors, answered the phone, sounding a little more than helpless. Something went wrong. What is the problem? Has the target been caught? Something went wrong with the plan tonight, Swordfish reiterated. A powerful guy is helping the Union. Who? Ryu Weicheng was surprised by what he heard. The Union wasn't small by any means, but not many powerful players had joined them either. As for the slightly more famous players, Arc of Light had come up with a plan to deal with them, where the operation should theoretically have a 100% success rate. Since he had the caliber to become the most powerful guild leader, doubling up as the director of 2 listed companies, he was used to solving such conundrums. Quickly calming his mind, he asked, "How big is the trouble?" "Within an hour, he has killed 5 of our members and also robbed 2 Grade C game items from us. He even managed to hack into our OA. He knows our every move." To settle the issue, the guild sent a special operations team to deal with him. They were supposed to seal his skills and defeat him, not to mention how all 3 were 7 warlords of the seer level. The most commonly used method among players to evaluate combat power was the rounds of games they completed, but the technique had many shortcomings. First of all, players completing the single-player dungeons were generally stronger than those who completed the quest with a team. In a team, every player developed in a different direction. Some players specialized in combat, for instance. So Arc of Light developed its combat power rating system based on One Piece. In addition to the 7 warlords of the seas, there was an admiral, emperor, and king. Although the 7 warlords of the seas were at the bottom of this system, anyone who was qualified to enter was regarded as a master. Most elite players of the guild couldn't even make it to this list. Out of the 3,000 members, only less than 100 made it. A total of 14 had reached the admiral level. The king level saw even fewer. Ryu Weicheng was one of them, and thus far, nobody had a higher position than him. It was frankly a pointless rating, other than the fact it was cool. It was a one-piece concept. Players from the strategy department must have been one-piece takers. They described the emperor-ranked player as having the ability to destroy the world. However, as the guild leader, February Siege further confirmed that the whole point of creating the ranking system was to copy the idea from the original work. It looked perfect since it was based on the number of rounds the player completed. Nonetheless, it was not absolute. The battle results also had to consider environmental factors, whether one side was weaker against the other, and various other variables. It did not mean that the 7 Lords of the Sea would not defeat the Admiral. Like the goon sent by the Arc of Light, they were there to cripple Zhong Hung's sniping ability and were supposed to suppress him with close-quarters combat. The results, however, was as undesirable as it was unexpected. An Admiral-level master player. Ryu Weicheng's interest was aroused. The first question he asked was the possibility of recruiting Zhong Hung. The 3 players who were killed by him were asked to recruit him. Swordfish, on the other end of the phone, smiled bitterly. But at that time, we thought that guy was also at 7 Lords of the Sea level. So, I guess they were not very polite when they recruit him. Should we try to recruit him again? Ryu Weixing disagreed. Since Zhongheng had refused the recruitment by action, it was pointless to try again. After a while, he said, let the woman deal with him. She started this incident, so she should end it. On the other side, Zhongheng had finally entered the urban village. After losing the information that he acquired from OA, it was impossible to target the Arc of Light strike team one by one. So, he decided that he would go to the battlefield to face his enemies. Xiao Bing, the front-line commander, felt she was about to face a tough battle. The other party's brutal combat methods and terrifying effectiveness had been fully demonstrated in the past hour, the reason why she received no support from headquarters. Otherwise, the war would not have dragged on until now. The 3-7 Lords of the Seer-leveled players couldn't even defeat Zhongheng even after they worked with each other. The men that she had were still fighting the Union, and as of now, she did not have anyone strong enough to deal with Zhongheng. In fact, she was on the ready to retreat a quarter of an hour ago. Like a firefly in the dark, she knew once her opponent dealt with the people she had, he would be coming for her. As a result, her situation did not look too good now. She did not want to follow in the footsteps of those men that perished on the battlefield. So she has quietly retreated to a small hotel. It seemed like her bad premonition was coming true. After a while, she had lost contact with the team that was supposed to guard the place. Something terrible was about to happen to her. Xiao Bing turned off the light in the room and held a pistol, alone in the guest room's bathroom, pointing it at the door. Chapter 538. Suggestion. Although Zhongheng picked up the CS-5 later, it was no longer usable. High temperatures had damaged the rifle's internal structure. That said, Zhongheng possessed the infinite building blocks, a fine fit for dealing with such situations. 3 minutes later, a new CS-5 reappeared in his hands. He disassembled it, put its parts into a box, and carried it to the urban village. He then found a relatively tall residential building and decided to ascend it. The battle between Arc of Light and the Union had raged on for a long time. Although they had tried their best to avoid attracting the attention of the ordinary, youths of the day had evolved into pseudo-nocturnals. Many were wide awake even after midnight, and some noticed something unusual taking place outside their windows. However, Arc of Light dealt with it very quickly. They cut off communication signals in the area, temporarily blocking it, not to mention a bespoke game item they had that allowed them to erase the people's memories. They wouldn't remember a thing that happened during the past 2 hours. According to the original plan, the battle should have ended now. Zhongheng had all but disrupted Light of Arc's plans. While on the rooftop, he took a monocular from his backpack and zeroed in some Arc of Light members retreating to a specific place. On the other side, a small hotel attracted his attention. There were no suspicious people outside, but the same couldn't be said for the nearby buildings. Zhongheng realized that someone important had to be hidden there. They must have retreated in a different direction to protect the people hiding inside the hotel. Putting down the scope, Zhongheng reassembled the rifle as quickly as he could, ignoring those retreating. He then zoomed to the street where the hotel was located. Not hasty to eliminate his enemy, he first used the CS-5 to take out a man in a rental house not far away from him. The man would come out to check his surroundings from time to time. Another 4 people hiding in the grocery store next door got sniped as well. Unfortunately, the last shot finally exposed Zhongheng's location, prompting the enemies to fire back immediately in a rage. Zhongheng squatted down and paid attention to where the firing sound was coming from. With his excellent hearing, he located the enemies firing at him. He then took out a pocket mirror, looked at it quickly, and pulled it back, using the opportunity to change position. After counting to 3 in his heart, he poked his head out from a different spot and fired his rifle before the enemies could react. In that short stint, he managed to bag another 2 kills. Zhongheng took out the elite long-range assault team dispatched by Arc of Light Arc, leaving behind ordinary marksman players. They had submachine guns for weapons and could only be used for frontal assaults. Once a certain distance was put in between, the submachine gun's accuracy would drop drastically. Even if Zhongheng stood there and allowed them to shoot at him, there was a good chance they would land no accurate shots. It also meant that he would dominate the battle eventually. Zhonghang fired the rifle at his own pace. After repeating the same steps several times, all the marksmen on the enemy's side had been killed. He took a little more time to clean up a few enemy remnants still holding up in the building. When that was done, he walked to the small hotel with the CS5 in hand. To avoid causing bad memories for the receptionist on the first floor, Zhonghang climbed to the second-floor window. Once he got into the hotel, he opened the door, seeing no one in the corridor. He had initially planned to search room by room, but he heard footsteps outside the corridor before he could carry that out. He raised his CS5 and pointed in the direction of the emergency exit. When he came into the hotel, the street was still empty. The waiter at the front desk was asleep, which meant the person was definitely here for him. Arc of Light had displayed their full strength when he got assaulted once on the rooftop earlier. As one of the 3 major guilds, they would have many master players as members. Nonetheless, he was surprised his enemy came for him so fast. He did not hesitate this time. When the footsteps approached the door, Zhonghang shot half a second ahead of time. The bullet passed through the enemy's body, leaving not so much as a single trace. Zhonghang was dumbfounded. The bullet continued on its trajectory, hitting the wall behind her. It was as if the bullet had just penetrated a phantom. Zhonghang managed to take a good look at his enemy this time. It was a woman in a white dress. Barefoot with her long black hair hanging down to her waist, it was hard telling her age. Also, with her was a long sword. She wasn't that tall but exuded a thick heroic aura. She then looked at her chest where the bullet passed through. She was just as surprised as Zhonghang. After a while, she looked up. Even if you know I am from Arc of Light, you should at least listen to my introduction before you shoot me. You didn't ask where I came from when your guild set those traps to deal with me, replied Zhonghang. He knew that Arc of Light would send someone to disable his sniping. Hence, he did expect his rifle to leave the woman in white unscathed. He was simply unsure if it was the agent's own ability or an effect of a game item that made her immune to his bullets. To test his theory, Zhonghang pulled the trigger again without saying hello. Even after he emptied the bullet cartridge, the woman in white's body remained unchanged. She shook her head afterward, seemingly disapproving of Zhonghang's approach. This is a bit too messy. At this point, Zhonghang was sure that the opponent's ability to defend those bullets was very likely her own ability. If she had relied on game items, it should have exceeded the number of uses by now. Still, he couldn't tell if her ability was similar to that of piercings. Previously, the piercings had turned himself into a water giant, neutralizing bullets and blocking melee attacks. In the end, Zhonghang had to place his hope on the Paris arrow. The woman in white was in no rush to do anything to Zhonghang. And she had no intention to draw the long sword as well, standing there silently and waiting for Zhonghang to end the attack before she spoke again. "Are you a friend of that child?" Although she did not mention the name, Zhonghang knew that the child the woman in white was referring to was Shen 1111. He saw that Arc of Light seemed to send people who tended to prefer negotiation. So, Zhonghang stopped his attack. It was undeniable that tonight, he had killed his fair share of enemies. Still, the ultimate goal was to help Shen 1111 solve her problem. Since the enemy was open to negotiation, he didn't mind cooperating. As long as the Arc of Light stops all the attack on the Union, and stop pursuing what happened last night, I can promise you that I will stop the killing, said Zhonghang. However, what the woman in white said next left Zhonghang shocked. "I have to admit, from my personal point of view, I appreciate what you did tonight. However, I have to say sorry. Even if Arc of Light accepts your terms, I cannot. What if we talk about another proposal?" "What proposal?" "You stop the killing tonight, and if we do meet again in the future, I promise not to hurt you," the woman in white said. Chapter 539. On the same path. "Don't reject my offer first," said the woman in white. "If you really care about her, you should listen to me and avail yourself from this war." "Why?" "I appreciate your bravery, standing up for your friends and all. Unfortunately, not everything in this world can be shared. Sometimes you have to learn to bear it all alone. Certain paths are tailored for only a single person, and some battles are meant to be faced by one alone by design. This is her battle, not yours. Which side are you from? Asked Jong-hung, a deep frown forming across his forehead. This was a question he'd been wanting to ask since a long time ago. The woman in white said that even if Arc of Light was willing to accept the truce, she wouldn't. Jong-hung initially thought that she must have had some conflict with Shin 1111, but now, that didn't seem to be the case. Based on what she said, it was apparent she was complimenting Shin 1111. However, she stopped Jong-hung from finding the person hiding in this hotel. Clearly, she did not want the war to end. I do not take anyone's side. I am not Arc of Light, nor am I from the Union, said the woman in white. I am just walking my own path. Don't you think your path is domineering? Why do you have to worry about how others will choose their path? The woman in white smiled. I can ignore how others choose their path, but I have to take care of that child because she walks the same path as me. Jong-hung raised his eyebrows. Are you not human? Although the woman in white's narrative was somewhat cryptic, Jong-hung managed to figure out the reason behind it. Are you choosing an agent by using this method? Your observation is very keen, but unfortunately, you do not travel the same path as me. The woman in white said lightly, you are a righteous man. The fact you shot before trying to talk made me realize you are the kind who sides righteousness if it doesn't hurt your interest. You have no other faiths or beliefs in your heart. Righteousness? Are you the Miss or Astria? No. You are Justicia. Jong-hung finally determined the identity of the lady in white. When it came to the god of justice, Jong-hung first thought of the Miss, the goddess of justice that maintained law and order in ancient Greek mythology. She was the second wife of Zeus, and she was the one that maintained Olympus's order. On almost all the statues dedicated to her, she had a serious expression on her face, with a tray in one hand and a scepter in the other. As for Astria, she held lightning and a torch and was the goddess of the stars and purity. The most famous goddess of justice, however, was Justicia. She was a goddess created by the ancient Romans who combined all the gods that were related to justice in Greek mythology. She held a sword in one hand and a scale in the other. Simultaneously, she was blindfolded, symbolizing how she would always pursue the truth and not be blinded by her senses. Although the lady in white was holding only a sword with no scale and she wasn't blindfolded, she still stood out among the moral beings. Based on what Jong-hung remembered, Justicia was a goddess who liked white since it symbolized her flawless morality and her upright nature. During the Renaissance, statues of Justicia decorated almost every courthouse. Even today, there were many statues of Justicia outside the courthouse in Europe. There were virtually no legal practitioners who did not know her name, an indication that this woman was different from the small-time gods almost eliminated by time. Although Justicia was an ancient god, she was considered to be among the most powerful deities. Her true strength should be comparable to that of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Jong-hung was not sure if he could defeat her, and obviously, Shin 1111's being favored by the goddess of justice was something he'd been expecting. Just like what Justicia said, Shin 1111 was destined to take this path, and Justicia should have paid attention to her for some time now. Her perseverance, intelligence, and strength made her the perfect candidate as Justicia's agent. Since she is yours, why are you stopping me? Jong-hung looked into Justicia's eyes and asked. Everyone has a righteous seed in their heart, but it is hard to grow this seed into a towering tree. Challenges and difficulties are the best nutrients for the seed's growth. The road to light is destined to be full of thorns. I shall see if she possesses enough courage to carry out her beliefs, proclaimed Justicia sternly. As I said before, this is her war, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. In fact, I was the one who convinced Arc of Light to go to war with the Union. So everything that is happening right now is to test her? For that reason, you did not hesitate to cause the two major forces to be at war and make the innocent pay with their lives. Jong-hung shook his head. What kind of justice is this? You misunderstood me. Although I started this war between the Union and Arc of Light, it was actually inevitable. This is a conflict of interests between two parties. Arc of Light's leader is a typical businessman and will always make the most rational choices. In a way, you two share many similarities. This city reached its limits when it accommodated the two major forces. There is absolutely no space for a third party to interfere with the battle. Whether it be today or tomorrow, the battle between Arc of Light and the Union was bound to happen anyway. Then, why not do it tomorrow? Even when the Union grows, and even if they still can't fight Arc of Light, at least they won't collapse just like that. What's the point? Arc of Light will be the eventual winners, and by that time, I am afraid that they would have fought a few battles. Thousands of players will be involved, and it will eventually evolve into a long-term war. Many more will be injured and die, and more people like you who have nothing to do with the war will be dragged into it as well. So, why not just let the Union disintegrate today? So you want Shan 1111 to surrender? I don't want her to admit defeat. Justicia shook her head. I want to watch her fight for justice in her heart. Even if her strength is weak and her hope is slim, that doesn't mean she will lose the battle. Justice does not mean victory. Although we all firmly believe that the light will eventually come to us, we must venture into the darkness before that. This is her darkness and her dawn. After hearing this, Jong-hung was silent for a moment before finally putting down the CS5. Justicia thought that she had managed to convince Jong-hung to walk away from this battle. So, she put a smile on her face. A few seconds later, she saw Jong-hung taking out 2 Nepalese sabers from his backpack. He held them in his hands and said, I don't think that someone like Shan 1111 needs you to arrange her path. She is not trying to get anyone's approval. You and she have nothing in common. She is warm-blooded, and you are a reptile. Chapter 540. I called for backup. A look of surprise flashed across Justicia's face. Are you still going to fight me after knowing who I am? Well, I've killed a similar guy before, and I don't mind adding another name to the list, replied Jong-hang. Are you referring to Pestilence from the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse? Did you kill him? How is that possible? Justicia's expression finally changed. If you tell me you killed other gods, I would have an easier time believing you. The 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse come from hell. No mortal can cause them any harm. Have a grade B or higher grade item that helped you restrain him. You will soon find out the answer to that. Jong-hang didn't just stand there and wait for his opponent to take the first shot this time. Justicia's strength was probably higher than Pestilence, where she had demonstrated her ability to allow bullets to pass through her. It almost looked like she was hacking life itself. Jong-hang knew that this time, he had to be cautious. He rarely struck first, but the Nepalese saber slashed an arc in the air, slicing directly into the goddess of justice's chest. In Roman mythology, detailed descriptions of Justicia's appearance and priesthood were recorded. However, her battle records were blank. It certainly didn't mean Jong-hang took his opponent's sword for a display piece. On her other hand, the scale was there to measure good and evil, and after she looked at it, it was time she executed judgment with her sword. She was neither the god of blacksmiths, nor was she a war goddess like Venus. The best thing Jong-hang could right now was to end the battle before she could attack him. This time, he went all out. He had no intention to drag the battle. On the other hand, Justicia stopped relying on her ability to resist damage. She was even swifter than him, but after sizing up her agility, Jong-hang breathed a sigh of relief. Her movement speed was still within human limits, and he could make up for it with his LV3 saber skill. Including the battle with Pestilence at the hospital, this was the second time he fought against a god. Jong-hang also discovered some secrets, where there was a big difference in physical strength between different gods. In fact, some gods were no stronger than a mortal. Of course, each had their own bespoke ability. In a way, they were like enhanced versions of the agent. Gods were different from the players. As long as a player completed a quest, they would grow to become better. Meanwhile, the strength of the celestial beings was more uncertain, fluctuating over time. As for ancient gods, especially those born ages ago, their strength had dropped drastically. Just like Black Sail's ancient Celtic god, there was no news about her at all after the quest was completed. Jong-hang even suspected that she must be dead. The gods that were still alive had also contracted human diseases, such as the old man in the tank suit, who loved sweets so much he got diabetes. Even Pestilence's phone held many contacts of medical representatives. He even had an appointment with the hospital's chairman to play tennis on Saturday. Ironically, it seemed that a god was interested in improving his health. As they quietly thrived among the mortals, few could actually tell the difference between them and the regular neighbors. Of course, when they decided a display of powers was in order, people would surely remember the legends tied to these beings. Justicia must have been working in the courthouse for a long time now, and her muscles hadn't been oiled much. Nonetheless, she managed to escape most of Zhongheng's attacks with only her bare feet. After the battle with Zhongheng ensued for a while, she retreated to the corridor's end. Justicia frowned, finally drawing out the sword on her waist. Condemnation! Justicia chuckled softly, and a ball of golden holy light appeared on the sword. Before he knew it, Zhongheng's blade collided with the sword. The next second, Zhongheng discovered that he had already left the small hotel's corridor and was now standing on a grass patch. Justicia was nowhere to be found. Had it all been an illusion? As Zhongheng's eyes fell upon a person not far away from him, he immediately retracted that thought. Are you the one that messed with me? The tang-suited elderly uncle had a straw hat and rubber shoes on, looking as if he was going fishing. Half a year had passed since they last met. He sneezed as a cold gust of wind blew, complaining, "You think I wanted to do that? Why did you provoke that woman? If I didn't stop the time and bring you out, you would have been killed." Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. "I would have been killed by her." "Well, it's possible you are powerful enough to kill her. But what's the point? It's the 21st century now. The Second World War has ended for more than 70 years. Don't bring yourself down by talking about killing all the time. What she does has nothing to do with you." "I owe Ocean 1111 and her team a favor," said Zhongheng. The old man opened a bag of QQ candies and poured a whole bunch of them into his mouth. "They can't die anyway. You can make her pay next time. These have nothing to do with you." "Why so worried?" asked Zhongheng, his eyes darting around his surroundings curiously, trying hard to determine where he was. Almost all grasslands looked the same at night. And not a soul was in sight, which wasn't good news. "Stop looking around. We are on a dam now," said the old man in the tang suit with a shrug. "When you go back, the battle over there should be over. Also, you are my agent. Of course, I have to take care of you." The old man made it sound reasonable, but Zhongheng didn't appear to appreciate the gesture very much. He had become increasingly suspicious of him ever since he discovered that his parents and the old man knew each other for a long time. 17 years ago, they were all in the same expedition, and it was very likely that he had seen him at that time. Whatever Zhongheng was investigating most likely had a lot to do with the old man. Zhongheng was wary of him when they first met, but he didn't ask much. The old man in the tang suit seemed unaware of it and complained about the mosquitoes in the grassland. Zhongheng ignored him and walked to the Volvo nearby, the car that the old man must have driven him here with. When the fuel tank was checked, he found out it to be devoid of gas. "The nearest homestay is 20 kilometers away," the old man kindly reminded Zhongheng. Zhongheng was a little speechless. "Then how are you going back?" "I have called back up to come and get me in about 2 hours. Want to come with me?" Chapter 541. I'm happy when you are happy. The thickness of the old man's face went way beyond what Zhongheng imagined. After the rescue team arrived to deliver the gasoline, he offered to let Zhongheng and head back with him. The high-speed rail will only be completed by the end of the year. You can either go back by ordinary train or long-distance bus. Besides, after that, you still have to travel some distance before you can get to the train station. I don't think you can any cabs at this hour. We should go back together. Besides, I can keep you company as well." Zhongheng thought for a while before finally agreeing to the old man's proposal. He hopped into the driver's seat and the old man sat beside him. Zhongheng started the car, and the Volvo's engine hummed to life. After 20 minutes, the two finally got out of the grasslands. Since the rescue team only brought them 2 small barrels of fuel, Jong-Hung drove to the nearest gas station to fill up the tank. The old man in the tang suit took the opportunity to sneak into the small supermarket at the gas station and bought a large bag of snacks, half of which were sweets of all kinds. After getting into the car, he tore open a pack of marshmallows and handed a box of egg yolk pie and a pack of braised eggs to Jong-Hung. "Hey, it's almost dawn. Let's have some breakfast before driving." Jong-Hung was browsing through the latest news in the player forum. The battle in the urban village had ended, but the outcome was not known for the time being. The arc of light blocked the news, and no statement was made. Other than that, Shan 1111 had not logged into the forum since midnight. Players hanging out on the forum were now waiting anxiously to acquire the latest updates of the battle. Other than that, many posts were discussing him on the forum. Jong-Hung took a quick look at it and turned off his laptop. He then started to devour the egg yolk pie. He had fought several battles in a row and was now famished. The old man in the tang suit looked at Jong-Hung. "Are you still angry with me for pulling you out of the battle?" "Should I?" Jong-Hung asked, expressionless, as he finished the last bites of the pie and threw away the wrapping. "To be honest, I don't like Justicia either. Roman mythology is like a pot of chowder. The folks pour everything into it and stir constantly. It looks good from the outside, but it might not taste as good in the mouth. They tend to mix up mythologies of the East and the West, even incorporating Greek and Egyptian mythology with folk religion. But you have to admit, they did a good job once. Now, most of them have fallen from grace. Justicia is lucky. She tied herself to the law. Nowadays, nobody believes in gods and monsters anymore. They are more willing to believe in the law." The old man babbled on as the Volvo pulled away from the gas station. In the review mirror, the staff on duty at the gas station walked back to the duty room with a yawn. "Let's not talk about these frustrating things." The old man finished his marshmallows, then tore open a pack of popping candy. He stuck out his tongue, pouring in a landslide of sweets. His eyes closed as he took in the sweetness. "How have you been doing recently? Is everything good? We haven't met for a while. You should have completed 7 games by now, right? Are you satisfied with the little gift that I gave you? What is this? User feedback survey. I can understand." The old man smiled as he waved the popping candy. "I am different from deities like Justicia, who abuses her agent when she has nothing else better to do. I will always take care of my partner's well-being. When you are happy, I'm happy. After all, I have invested everything I have in you. Like the old saying goes, don't mess with a gambler who is already losing." Jong-Hung made no comments. If it was a few months ago, Jong-Hung might have still believed what he said. After the Greenland incident, however, he no longer thought that the old man approached him with the sole purpose of making him beat the game. The old man continued, "Actually, I came here deliberately to look for you. You should already know that the proxy war is about to begin." Jong-Hung first heard of the proxy war from Mr. Coffee, and then he also asked the bartender lady about this question. However, he only managed to acquire some ambiguous descriptions about it. Now the old man was here for this matter. It seemed like the proxy war was vital for him. Proxy war was somewhat similar to what you have experienced in the games. It is still considered a quest, but it will be more dangerous. Not only do threats come from the quest itself, but also your competitors. As its name suggests, the proxy war only involves the agents. Of course, your former teammates can continue to team up with you as an apostle. Don't underestimate the apostles. If you can lead them well, they can become a mighty force. After all, many players have skills that equal the agents, and it's only because of affiliation or better choices that caused the deity to give up on them. Of course, if you like to fight alone, that's up to you as well. The gift to you is still valid. After eating the popping candy, the old man finally stopped talking for a while. Other than that, I have to remind you of something. When we first met, I warned you to be careful of other agents. Some of them will use every means necessary to get rid of their competitors in the real world. Especially after tonight's events, you are now famous among the players. Fortunately, Other than Justicia, no one can recognize you. Just be careful not to run into her again. If you have the time, you can also kill the players you don't like. I have to say that you are very decisive tonight. Just paying back the favor, Jong-hung replied nonchalantly. Yeah, whatever you say, the old man shrugged. I know you don't trust me fully, but it doesn't matter. One day, you will realize who cares about you. Finally, you have to remember that I am your solid backup. No matter what happens in the future, you can always ask me for help. TSK, if you want, you can write the sentence in a notebook. Okay, I've said what I wanted to say. We can relax now. The journey is still long. What song do you want to listen to? The old man in the tang suit turned on the stereo. I remember there was a song called Learning How to Meow. Have you heard it before? It's trendy. Seaweed Dance is quite good as well. Earlier, I saw a female streamer on TikTok, and I have to say that her body is nothing short of a masterpiece created by God himself. I'm not sure if she used filters while she was recording the clip, which is why I'm planning to get her contact and ask her about it. Chapter 542. Presumption. After Jong-hung returned to school, he sent Shin 1111 a WeChat message to make sure she was safe. Shin 1111 replied with a negotiating after a quarter of an hour. Thank you, don't worry, she added after a pause. Jong-hung knew that Shin 1111 was no longer in danger, but he didn't know what her discussion with Arc of Light was all about. With her personality, it was obviously impossible to make her hand over her people to them just like that. Otherwise, the war wouldn't have even happened in the first place. Jong-hung was wrong this time. Shin 1111 and Arc of Light had completed negotiations quicker than expected. Before the war even began, Arc of Light have achieved its goal. After the Union's collapse, they no longer cared about the 4 murderers, the excuse they used to start the war. They had to make sure that they put a good ending to the show, on the surface at least. Jong-hung killed heaps of enemies last night. He intended increase the price that Arc of Light had to pay. Everything he had done was to force Arc of Light and Ryu Wei-chang to sit down and negotiate with Shin 1111. Amid the war, he crossed paths with Justicia, and amid the battle, the old man in the tang suit pulled him to a random grassland. But since Justicia started the war between the Union and the Arc of Light, she should also clean up the mess after that. Jong-hung was right. The ending, however, wasn't something Justicia expected. You don't want to be my agent? But last night, you mentioned the scales of justice, proof that you and I chose the same path. Justicia frowned. Don't you want to expand and spread this path to others? The reason why you formed the Union was to help more ordinary people, right? Together, not only can we rebuild it, but we can also expel evil and rekindle the torch of justice. Do you want to light the torch of justice, or do you want more people to worship you? Shin 1111 asked calmly. You want me to be your agent just to help you win this game? Is there any difference between the two? Justicia's frown got deeper. If more people believe in justice, more of them will fight for justice. I have countless lawyers and judges working with me, but I didn't choose any of them as my agent. I chose you because I see myself within you. Shin 1111 shook her head. You are wrong. We believe in justice itself, not you. Even if you are gone one day, justice will still be here. Those words threw Justicia into silence. After a while, she looked up. Let's put my matter aside first. The final reward for this game is amazing. It's great that even the gods are jealous. No one can refuse how tempting this is. Only players chosen as agents will be eligible to participate in the final game. I really need you to help me win this round, and you need me to appoint you as an agent. Shin 1111 remained unmoved. If you have been observing me for that long as you have claimed, you should know that I never care about rewards. No, you can make good use of that reward. Even if it's not for yourself, said Justicia with adamance, but after a short pause, there was a smile on her face. Kronos thought I didn't know he was the one who saved the kid, right before my sword of judgment landed on him. He looks down, patronizes me. By the way, I haven't seen him for half a year, and it seems he's getting weaker and weaker. He was still forced to use his time-stopping skill to rescue that kid, though. This shows that an unprecedented evil must be hidden in that child. Interesting. I couldn't feel the existence of evil at all when I spoke to that kid. Why did Kronos, the god of time, choose him as his agent? Justicia muttered to herself. After a while, she looked at Shin 1111 again. Anyway, the kid came last night. He risked his life to fight Arc of Light for you. He should be your friend, right? In that case, can you bear to watch evil swallow him one day? And now, you have an opportunity to save him right in front of you. Shin 1111 raised her eyebrows, this time, seemingly moved. Jongheng had gone through numerous battles tonight. He drove from the grasslands for the whole night back to his city. And he did not expect that he actually made it in time to attend the accounting principles class at 9:45 in the morning. Having no time to wash up, he rinsed his mouth quickly, headed to the cafeteria for some steamed buns, and walked into the classroom half a minute before class started. The bell rang right after he sat down, and Chen Huadong, who had already occupied the golden seat at the third row at the back by the window, gave him a thumbs up, an indication he admired Jongheng's guts to enter class right on time. Jongheng then quickly walked to Chen Huadong and sat beside him. The latter moved the book on the seat and whispered in a low voice. I thought you were not coming. Everyone said that you were sitting on Han Lu's thigh, and you have disregarded your credits. On the other hand, Wei Jiangyang shook his head and said, after experiencing the previous level 6 incident, I think the young master, Jongheng, just doesn't want his usual grades anymore. Anyway, with his wittiness and knowledge, as long as he gets more than 90 points in the final exam, he can still proceed with his study. The accounting lecturer coughed twice, and he glared at them with hawk's eyes. The two students stopped talking immediately. After they made sure that the teacher forgot about them, one started to look at an NBA match, and the other used his mobile phone to read light novels. Jongheng opened the textbook in front of him, but his thoughts weren't on it. He noticed that the old man in the tang suit was still pretending to be innocent. However, he looked much older than when he met him last time. In just 6 months, he already had more wrinkles on his face and grey hair on his head, but he was still in good spirits, even hooking up with the female streamer on TikTok. When he bid farewell, Jongheng noticed that his back was now a lot more hunched than the last time they met. Jongheng didn't know what he had gone through during that period, but it was obvious he wasn't in good health. Jongheng was reminded of the weak ancient Celtic god he encountered in the Black Sail dungeon and now knew that even deities would die, be forgotten, or even getting killed. However, the difference was that Jongheng did not think that the old man in the tang suit would allow himself to be forgotten by others. There was no doubt that he'd been executing some plan all along. Jongheng did not know his role in this plan and what role he'd play in the future. Would the two become enemies eventually? Chapter 543. Set item. The war between the Union and the Arc of Light started without warning and ended just as abruptly. However, everything was settled now. Arc of Light announced that it had reached a settlement with the Union and promised to stop hunting for the 4 murderers. Everyone knew how they had managed to bring the Union down, and even if Shin 1111 managed to keep the 4 murderers alive, the Union couldn't return to its previous state. Arc of Light was clearly the winner in this war, and the Union, the obvious loser. The Union was now less than 1/10 of its original size and dominated by independent player groups. The large and small guilds working with the Union had left before midnight and were too embarrassed to ask to rejoin. After the war, everyone was well aware of Arc of Light's goal. They would not allow anyone to form the 3rd largest faction or union in this city. Hence, no one in their right mind would go against their will. Jongheng met Shin 1111 in the cafeteria that night. She sat in the corner alone, eating a bowl of barbecued meat rice. Thanks to the rumors, no one would eat with her anymore. Even her own Don's residents refused to befriend her, where everyone deliberately avoided her. It was as if she was carrying some kind of plague. Shin 1111, however, took it all in lightly. After all, there were too many things that required her attention. This wasn't the time to spend energy on such trivial matters. She ate and read a book at the same time, her face showing not the slightest concern. Suddenly, a plate was placed opposite her. Shin 1111 looked a little surprised. She raised her head to see that the person was Jong-hung. "Are you reading a book about self-cultivation?" Jong-hung pointed to the book she was reading. "Yeah. I've been missing out a lot, and I read it when I've got the time," said Shin 1111, adding, "This game will end one day, and we will return to normal life, right?" "I hope so." Jong-hung looked at Shin 1111 and signaled with his eyes to ask if he could sit facing her. She nodded. "If and when this matter comes to an end, what do you want to do after graduation?" "Me." It was rare to see a spot of embarrassment on Shin 1111's face. "I want to open a pet store. It's a dream I've had since I was 10. I've told nobody about it, not even Rabbit or Lee Bai. You are the first to know. Remember to visit my shop when my dream comes true." "Definitely. Inform me when your pet shop is open for business." "What about you?" Shin 1111 asked after a sip of her millet porridge. "I don't know, I have never thought about these. The old me wanted to live life according to the way he likes. Nothing has changed. Maybe I will go on a trip first. There are so many places in the world that we haven't been to and the life we've never seen before. I wish I could experience it all if possible." Jong-hung said. "I wish you a smooth journey in advance then." Shin 1111 picked up the bowl of millet porridge. "I also wish your pet shop a prosperous business," responded Jong-hung as he picked his bowl of seaweed soup. The two did not talk too much about the game because it was a public place, after all. All kinds of people would pass them from time to time. Nobody would understand or believe what they had been through so far. 5 minutes later, Shin 1111 finished the barbecued meat rice in the bowl, wiped her mouth, and looked at Jong-hung. Jong-hung has almost finished his food as well. Maybe he had been with Holmes for too long, that his eating speed had slowed down a lot since finishing the last game. Quote from Sherlock Holmes, "This was the way a gentleman should be eating." It was actually not that bad. Eating slowly enabled a person to chew the food more thoroughly and made it easier to digest. And now Jong-hung has developed a rhythm in eating. Shin 1111 saw the way Jong-hung ate, and she was fascinated by it. Secretly, she hoped that he could eat a little longer. It was not until Jong-hung put down the chopsticks that Shin 1111 realized that she had been staring at him for some time. Suddenly, she felt embarrassed to ask the questions that she wanted to ask. After that, Jong-hung raised his eyebrows at Shin 1111, "I have finished eating, and there is still an elective course that I have to attend in the evening. I will take off." "Take care. You too." Shin 1111 watched Jong-hung stood up and walked to the counter to return his food tray. She had indeed suspected that the mysterious sniper who caused a lot of trouble to Ark of Light last night was Jong-hung. After forming the Union, she had made a lot of friends. However, none of them was outstanding in marksmanship and close-quarters combat. Jong-hung's strength had always been a mystery to her. Shin 1111 and Jong-hung had not been through the same quest together. The only time when they worked together was during Han Lu's case, where they entered her dream to end the dreamland of Death's Curse. However, the situation was quite special at that time. After entering the dream state, everyone was separated. Jong-hung was with Hypnose, and in the end, Shin 1111 did not know why Hypnose gave up and left. It must have had something to do with Jong-hung. In other words, among so many players, only Jong-hung had successfully solved the dreamland of Death's Curse. Not even the 3 major guilds could deal with it. However, Shin 1111 was a little shaken during the meal just now. Justicia mentioned that the mysterious sniper had unimaginable evil in his body. After knowing Jong-hung for so long, she was sure that Jong-hung might not do everything out of justice. However, the latter did have its own rules of conduct, with a bottom line and principles, far from evil. Therefore, Shin 1111 decided not to ask him about it and watched him leave instead. Since the time between afternoon and evening class wasn't long, so Jong-hung went directly to the classroom after eating. He did not want to tell Shin 1111 that he was the mysterious sniper last night. Firstly, he did not do it to her gratitude. Secondly, his plan was executed halfway through and was interrupted by the old man. Technically speaking, he did not help much. Hence, it did not matter to him whether Shan 1111 knew about it. After evening class was over, Zhongheng ran to the parking lot outside the school and opened his polo's trunk. He risked his life to help Shan 1111 and the Union to go against Arc of Light, working hard through night, but it wasn't without gain. During that time, he killed several of Arc of Light's assault team and collected some game items. Since he was in the real world, he did not receive any notification from the system. Hence, he did not know whether the items that he took from them was game item. Besides, the Arc of Light did not leave him too much time to take care of his enemies. Hence, he must end the fight as fast as possible. And he could only make use of his experience to collect those game items. But there was one thing that Zhongheng sure of. The necklace pattern that he acquired from the man with wings was very familiar to Zhongheng's shadow moment. The crow's image, coupled with the shadow key that he had, these three things were obviously from the same set of items that remind Zhongheng of the concept of set items in this game. Now, he just needed to figure out how to put these three things together. Chapter 544. Katana Hunting. It would be better to hand over the matter to the professionals. Zhongheng took photos of the three items one by one and sent them to the bartender. About a quarter of an hour later, he received a reply. Interesting, have you found the three items needed for this set? Instead of answering the questions, Zhongheng asked rhetorically, will I receive a massive boost if I put them together? A boost? Oh. You are talking about the set effect. No. 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 That's now how it works. After you gather all the necessary parts, pass a test and you will be able to inherit part of the original owner's power from it. A power similar to an agent. Similar abilities as an agent, and you are not required to sign any contract. It will be considered as your ability. Such items are very rare and can only be used when they are all collected. At the same time, once you use the set items, they will be rendered useless. So, I personally suggest that you use up the remaining uses before combining them. As for how much power you can get, it depends on the affinity between you and the original owner. The bartender explained everything to Zhongheng patiently. I remember I appraised Shadow Moment for you. There should be 4 items in this set. You need one more item to complete it. Once you collect it all, come to me and spend 100 points. I can help you activate the set's effect. After Zhongheng contacted the bartender, he called Ding Sai from Fulu and asked for his help to keep an eye on the 4th item's whereabouts and informed that his portable Mighty River Crab had been sold for 122 game points. After deducting the 2% handling fee, Zhongheng could get 120 points. The remaining items in the trunk were challenging to deal with. If Zhongheng sent them all for identification, it would cost him a great fortune. Besides, it wasn't like he could sell game items acquired from Arc of Light through legal channels. After the end of last night's war, Arc of Light shook hands with the Union. Nonetheless, they did not give up finding the mysterious sniper, mainly because Zhongheng had killed many of their players. Other than that, 3-7 Lords of the Sea-level master players had also been taken out by Zhongheng, an incident Arc wouldn't be forgetting anytime soon. Earlier, they had put up a reward on the forum, soliciting the whereabouts and related information of the mysterious sniper. If anybody managed to capture him, Arc of Light would give out a grade C game item as a reward. Many players on the forum were eager to try their luck, but after they witnessed Zhongheng's true strength, a vast majority decided against it. Besides, one grade C game item was not nearly attractive enough to a master player. Arc of Light would definitely not distribute highly practical grade C items like an escape dagger for the reward. In fact, there was a good chance it would turn out to be something useless. So, for now, Zhongheng was still safe. Meanwhile, the rest of the game items obtained from Arc of Light would have to be kept in the trunk for a while. After a few moments, Zhongheng received a new message. I have come up with a solution to our problem. The sender of the message was Scarlet. Do enlighten me. If I can find another decent katana for you, will you return my broken one? Where is the katana now? Zhongheng wasn't like Scarlet. He didn't have specific requirements when it came to choosing a katana. If there was one of similar quality, he wouldn't insist on holding on to the Mikazuki Munechika. Of course, he had to look at the new katana before any decisions could be made. It is not with me now. Scarlet paused and continued. I am afraid that you will have to get it yourself, or more precisely, I'm allowing you to get the sword. Scarlet was worried that Jongheng might not have understood her. So, she explained the whole thing again. I have a game item that allows me to spawn a special quest after using it. Only one person is allowed to complete this quest. It is like a knife mound. You can pick a katana from the quest and bring it back to reality. Jongheng was no stranger to such special quests. His infinite building block was obtained from one of those, and after listening to Scarlet's explanation, it seemed this was different from Fan Mainan's Lego quest. A player can only enter once. Jongheng asked. Yes, otherwise, I would have gone in again and tried to get you a new katana. Scarlet continued typing. And I must tell you in advance I can't guarantee that the katana you bring out from the quest will be of the same quality as the Mikazuki Munechika. But you can rest assured that all katana in the quest are well-known swords in history, and you will quickly recognize them. However, getting your hands on them won't be easy. How difficult would it be? This item can only be used 3 times. My friend and I each entered once, so there are only 1 attempt remains. What I experienced was a quest called Deiroku no Hen. Rebels surrounded Ashikaga Yoshiteru's mansion, and I protected his mother and wife. For that, I got this Mikazuki Munechika as a reward. My friend, on the other hand, experienced was a quest related to Mosoru Demon Sword Village. She failed to complete the quest, and in the end, she only managed to bring out a grade E katana. Scarlet paused again. The following are just conjectures and are not necessarily accurate. When we choose our katana, it chooses us as well. But beware. Everyone using this item receives different quests that are tailored specifically for you. There will be a katana that suits you best, but all lies in your ability, whether you can acquire it or not. Other than that, these quests have another advantage, and that is you can improve your skills on the katana. Ashikaga Yoshiteru is a very famous katana master in Japan. I stayed with him for 15 days, but my techniques while wielding the sword improved a lot. Jongheng's reply was quick this time, leaving Scarlet a little surprised. I agree to the deal. Discounting standing a chance to get a famous sword with the same quality as the Mikazuki Munechika, the fact that he could improve his katana technique was enough to make Jongheng accept the deal. He had spent 10 years in the Black Sail quest to improve his swordsmanship skill to LV.3, daily practice was no longer enough to upgrade to another level. He, however, had not given up the possibility of further improvement. If what Scarlet said was true, then this was an excellent opportunity for him to achieve his goal, not to mention he had the extra hours, allowing him to stay longer in the dungeons. Scarlet was still concerned that Jongheng did not understand the trading conditions, yet again, she reminded him. Let me tell you the truth here, the game item itself is very valuable. Whether you get an excellent katana or not after you use my game item, you'll have to return the upper half of the Mikazuki Munechika to me. Of course, it shouldn't be a problem for you to complete the quest. I'm fine with that. Jongheng chirped. Before that, though, I need to make sure this ain't a trap. Chapter 545. Bakumatsu Kyoto. Jongheng and Scarlet agreed to meet at the checkpoint where both their identities would be revealed. It was a safe zone, so neither had to worry about being ambushed. Jongheng used his oath ring to authenticate Scarlet's words, then exchanged the upper part of the Mikazuki Munechika for Scarlet's scabbard. Scarlet checked the hilt she received to confirm that it was genuine before slipping it into its satchel. She then instructed Jongheng on how to use the scabbard. Cut the flesh of your palm and let your blood drip onto it, about 2 milliliters. After 3 minutes, you will find yourself in the special quest. The transaction was complete. At this point, and eager to reforge her Mikazuki Munechika, Scarlet didn't linger around the checkpoint, leaving hastily after a handshake with Jongheng. Both enemies in the Whistleblower quest, Scarlet attacked Jongheng on the dodge tomahawk, and Jongheng almost killed Scarlet in the subsequent fight. but their few meetings outside the game had been pretty pleasant. Scarlett even said that if given another opportunity, she would work with him again. After Scarlett left, Jong-hung checked his watch. It was 40 minutes to midnight, and since he wasn't in a hurry, he ordered a drink and asked the bartender for a knife. 5 minutes to midnight, he cut his left palm and let some blood drip into the scabbard. When the blood looked to be enough, Jong-heng wrapped the cut on his hand with some gauze. 2 minutes later, that familiar dizziness struck, and he could hear the system prompts in his ear. Verifying player's identity. Verification complete. Player 07958 has the scabbard in possession. Connecting player to the quest. Extraction completed. Your quest is Bakumatsu Kyoto, Special Edition. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 paved the way for the Edo period. The Tokugawa clan ruled the country and instituted a policy isolating the country for more than 200 years. At the end of the shogunate, finances were tight, exploitation was rising, kimonos could no longer stand the oppression, and riots became rampant. During the Black Ship incident, an East India Company's warship had broken through the country's gates with artillery, forcing the shogunate to sign a series of unfair treaties, forfeiting their sovereignty and humiliating the country. This infuriated the locals. With internal and external troubles on the rise, the philosophy "Revere the Emperor, Expel the Barbarians" became the slogan that kick-started the movement to overthrow the Tokugawa shogunate. The rebellion was led by Satsuma and Choshu provinces, where a secret meeting took place in Kyoto. Leaders conspired to launch a coup against Tokugawa Yoshinobu, leaving the country in a precarious state. This game will not be included in your stats, and you will be unable to re-enter the quest once you exit. Mission objective: find the sword. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 240. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 10 days in this quest. The quest ends in 30 days. Players can terminate the game at any time and return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will begin in 5 seconds. Players, ready yourselves. Unlike previous quests, before Jong-heng entered this one, Scarlett had given him a treasure trove of information, and he could prepare well ahead of time. He spent one night, plus the extra 20 hours, skimming through Japan's history and had become relatively familiar with the Bakumatsu period. If memory served him right, the Black Ship or Kurofune incident took place in 1854. By 1865, Saigo Takamori and Okubo Toshimichi of the Satsuma domain had taken over. In 1867, Emperor Takamori, who suppressed the movement, passed away. Emperor Meiji, who was only 14 at the time, succeeded the throne. Meiji sided with the movement. That year was also probably Kyoto's most tumultuous period. In fact, most daimyo, powerful Japanese feudal lords, took the wait-and-see approach. It wasn't until the Toba Fushimi battle the following year that the Satsuma rebellion took complete control of Gyeonggi-do and gained the majority support. During the subsequent Meiji Restoration, Japan underwent rapid advancement, making it the first country in Asia to embark on industrialization. In contrast, China, which had been in contact with the West, was still under the rule of the Qing dynasty. After the Opium War, the semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries continued to decline. Although Lin Zexu, Wei Yuan, and their likes, whose eyes were open to the world, worked hard to promote reforms, they struggled under the existing system. The irony was that Wei Yuan compiled the illustrated treatise on the maritime kingdoms in hopes that his compatriots would be able to recognize a world-renowned force. To his surprise, the book sold poorly in China. Qing dynasty scholars were probably busy memorizing stereotypes at that time. Consequently, the publishing house lost a lot of money. An ocean away, in Japan, the book sold out and had dozens of reprints. In addition, after the Meiji Restoration, the military, especially the navy, became increasingly powerful, and Japan began embarking on a path of brutal expansion. Most people were already familiar with subsequent events that followed. Now that the dust had settled, and while missed opportunities to make history could be made up with hard work, the deep wounds and scars it left behind could never be restored no matter how hard the future generations worked. Jong-heng briefly recalled the related historical events during the countdown, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a town, most likely Kyoto. It seemed a very prosperous area, its streets were flanked with tea houses, bath houses, and shops, and lining them were dozens of street peddlers. The atmosphere was crowded, festival-like, and a buzz young women in kimonos, geishas, samurai with large and small swords on their waists, and even Western faces were walking about. It had been 13 years since the Black Ship incident. In addition to the Japan-US peace treaty, the shogun signed a series of trade treaties with Britain, Russia, France, and other powers. In the early days, only a small handful of Dutch, the Netherlands was the only country that could trade in Japan before the Black Ship incident, but now, the Western population in the city had grown substantially. On top of that, there were many more foreign products available for purchase. Jong-Hung's first stop was a shop selling mirrors. His reflection showed that he was dressed like the typical Ronin *, a straw hat and a worn-out hari that had not been washed for God knows how long. The sword on his waist indicated his status as a samurai. The Edo society had a strict and elaborate social structure, and samurais were members of the ruling class. All feudal lords owned these warriors large armies, where their masters would pay them salaries and provide food and lodging. Of course, whenever there was war, these warriors would have to sacrifice their own lives. Both parties had their own rights and obligations, but Ronin or wanderers like Jong-Hung's had no master and had no income. In fact, there was practically no money in his pocket. Regardless of the time period, filling your stomach would always be the most crucial thing. What was more, Jong-Hung was going to stay here for a long time. He would have to solve the issue of food and accommodation first and foremost. Ronin, a samurai without a lord or master during Japan's feudal period. Chapter 546. Who are you? Japan was going through troubled times, where peace and order were absent throughout the country. The choppy waters gave birth to many job opportunities, especially for the samurai. Because of the uncertainty of the country's situation, the clans changed their ways, recruited troops, and bought horses, actively saving as much as they could as they awaited the future. It was still a far better period than the time after the Meiji Restoration when the sword abolishment edict was issued. The move caused the samurai to lose their jobs overnight and their swords confiscated from them. Especially for those who were very skillful, they had the luxury of choosing their employers, which was whoever offered the highest pay. Both shogunate and Tobaku supporters were all actively seeking manpower. Jong-Hung, however, wasn't interested in going down that path. Once he joined a particular establishment, food and clothing wouldn't be a problem, but for that, he would have to give up his freedom. This era strongly emphasized Kishinden's absolute obedience to their landlords. If he was assigned a task he was unwilling to do, he could never refuse. If he did, he would be sent to the front lines. Jong-Hung's other mission objective for this quest was to find a sword that suited him and could challenge a skilled samurai. It would be an excellent opportunity to break through his sword skills. So, be it the Tokugawa shogunate or Satsuma domain, he didn't want to get tied up to either side. For now, the best course of action was to play by ear. In fact, he did not have to solely rely on his samurai status to make a living. Many foreign merchants in Kyoto now, and Jong-Hung had mastered quite a number of foreign languages. In any given period, translators were always a scarce resource. He could make money doing translations for foreign merchants, and it also would not hurt that he would be able to travel around Kyoto for free. Having made up his mind, Jong-Hung decided to head for the pier. It was getting late, and if he failed to find a job before sundown, he could be spending the night sleeping rough on the streets. Jong-Hung was about to leave when he heard someone calling out, "Excuse me, my lord, would like to have some grilled eels." Jong-Hung looked down and saw a timid little face looking back at him. It was a girl of about 12 years of age carrying a tiffin box. Even though she had mustered every last bit of courage she had, she still looked a little nervous. Those tiny hands holding the food container trembled. But before Jong-Hung could say anything, her companion, looking to be slightly older than her, pulled her away. The latter whispered, but Jong-Hung could still make out a few words. "Chio, don't provoke the Ronin. They are dangerous." The girl named Chio stole a glance at Jong-Hung. As the two girls were busy trying to escape Jong-Hung, the dangerous man, they ran into a passerby. Chio's companion looked up, and the color drained from her face as he stammered, Sorry, I didn't see you. Delinquent little rascal. The person they ran into was also dressed like a warrior, except he carried a far more intimidating demeanor than a ronin. This warrior had 2 companions with him, looking like they had a little too much to drink. They had probably been drinking at some nearby pleasure quarters. The man shoved the tiffin the girls were holding, rudely tipping them over, then bellowed, "It is thanks to you idiots that those Westerners bully and humiliate this country. Brother Yamada, watch your tongue. You wouldn't want those guys from the Shinsengumi * to hear you," advised a companion of his. "What is there to be afraid of, Matsu? Times have changed." The warrior named Yamada didn't seem worried. "In fact, I've meant to ask Kondo Izami to teach me his Tenon Rishinryu." Yamada bellowed, and his companions were terror-stricken when the word Shinsengumis was mentioned. They glanced nervously at Jonghang. After the Aikdea incident, Kondo and his Ronin group, the Shinsengumi, rose to fame, earning themselves the moniker Wolves of Mibu. They were staunch supporters of the shogunate and helped it maintain law and order in Kyoto. On top of that, they also dealt with Tabaku supporters. Ruthless and vile, they made for excellent assassins, and an immense multitude feared the Shinsengumi. Matsu did not know why Yamada would suddenly mention the Shinsengumi. He shot Takahashi a dirty look as if blaming him for letting Yamada drink that much. The pair wanted to drag Yamada away before he made a scene, but he was already getting out of control. It was a mistake mentioning those Westerners. It made him reenact the anger he harbored against them for all those years, and in a fit of fury, he grabbed the tachi at his waist. Matsu and Takahashi shrunk away from their companion. Yamada was furious, and he was quite the swordsman. He wasn't just the best out of the 3, but he was relatively well known among the samurai community. Matsu and Takahashi were not about to compromise their own safety. The little girls were so terrified that they forgot to run for their lives. Instead, their legs were cemented to the ground as they watched Yamada draw his sword. Yamada's brows furrowed. He wanted to scare the 2 little rascals and watch them pee in their pants, but he interpreted it as silent opposition when the girls did not move. Combined with the intoxication, the scene brought up some unpleasant memories. Of course, he had every reason to be resentful. 3 years ago, he followed the radical Kusaka Gunzue to save the emperor as a samurai of the Choshu domain. At that time, he was a high-spirited warrior, but the Hamaguri Gate Rebellion did not defeat the Kyoto defenders. Kusaka Gunzue committed suicide to avoid capture. The shogunate joined forces with Britain, the United States, France, and the Netherlands to attack Shimonoseki, forcing the Choshu domain to concede. Shinsaku Takasuji, one of the leaders of the shogunate, was forced to rove the streets. Things did not pan out well for the samurai who participated in the Hamaguri Gate Rebellion. Yamada had drawn his sword because he was sloshed, but mostly because of his answer for his unfulfilled aspiration. Seeing the 2 undaunted little girls resisting him, he was overwhelmed with hatred. Yamada raised his sword above his head. Even though the little girls selling grilled eel were just strangers to him, and he had no interest in improving Kyoto's security, they had only got into trouble because they were trying to get away from the dangerous man Jonghang. He wasn't just going to stand on the sidelines and watch the kids getting hacked to death by a madman in a drunken rage. But as Jonghang was about to draw his sword, something at the corner of his eyes made him stop. On the other side, Yamada yelled at the top of his lungs, his sword raised above his head. As he swung the blade downward, a wooden sword met it, subsequently blocking the attack. "Who are you?" Yamada roared, his nostrils flaring, eyes wide, and chest heaving vigorously. "Koyama Dojo, Akane Koyama," said the rescuer in a clear, crisp voice. To everyone's surprise, the person who stepped in was a young girl, holding off the attacker with a wooden sword with one hand and carrying some tuna she bought from the market in the other. Footnote: Kishinden, a Japanese feudal daimyo's band of retainers, something similar to a small elite military company or a unit of faithful bodyguard Shinsengumi, a special police force organized by the Bakufu during Japan's Bakumatsu period in 1863. Chapter 547. Fight. When Yamada drew his sword, everyone scrambled to get away, but when Akane Koyama stepped in and blocked Yamada's sword, the people stayed on, and watching from afar. Unable to finish what he started, Yamada's mood worsened. Worse still, the person who stood in his way was a woman. He barked, "Our dojo's in such a slump now that they accept just about anyone. A bloody disgrace." The young girl held her ground. "In my opinion, it's the Choshu domain that is going downhill. Their samurai are experts at bullying little girls on the street." Yamada's face darkened, his voice quivering. He was so mad that he could literally kill her at any moment. "Hey, woman, did you just insult our Choshu samurai?" Contrary to what most believed, the shogunate had imposed numerous samurai restrictions during the Edo period. They weren't allowed to kill civilians simply because they were unhappy. According to Article 71 of Tokugawa Yoshimune's Kujikata Osadamegaki, a book of rules for public officials, samurai had the right to strike any individual of a lower class with the sword, and avoid punishment, when their reputation had been by rude behavior. The rules for disrespect killing were described in detail in the book. First of all, in most cases, the samurai were only allowed to kill civilians in their own daimyo territory, and the daimyo did not like having their own civilians hacked to death. The chances of civilians being killed in Edo and Kyoto were high. There were even Edo civilians keen on extreme sports who deliberately provoked the samurais. Secondly, samurais were not allowed to bring up old scores. If they were insulted yesterday, killing the perpetrator today was forbidden. Thirdly, if the opposing party apologized, the samurai were also prohibited from killing that person. Then, after a kill had been made, samurai were expected to undergo thorough investigation and inquiry. Should the samurai's report be false, he would immediately be deprived of the samurai status. Of course, if there were no witnesses or if the crime was committed by a fast-running ronin, that was a whole other problem. So, strictly speaking, Yamada's attempt to kill the little girls was poorly substantiated. If he hadn't drunk so much tonight, he would not have drawn his tachi, especially not in broad daylight. But the situation had now taken a turn. This young woman who had appeared out of nowhere was impudent. Yamada might have been drunk as a lord, but his brain still functioned reasonably. As soon as the woman had spoken, however, he began playing that insulted a Chosun samurai card. That way, when he terminated her, he would have something to attest to his actions even if he were to be investigated. It dawned on Akane Koyama that she might have expressed herself too insolently, but before she could say anything, the girl standing next to Chio burst into tears. She was so terrified that she froze for a good while, not showing any reaction. Scram! Now that Yamada had a new target, he could not be bothered to deal with the two little brats. He shoved the crying girl, pushing her down to the ground. Immediately Chio ran to her friend's aid. After making sure that her friend wasn't injured other than a scrape on her palm, Chio turned her pretty, big eyes to Akane Koyama, looking concerned. Yamada raised his weapon again. Even though he spoke condescendingly towards the dojo girl, he dared not underestimate her because she could block his attack. Akane Koyama's swordsmanship had been passed on to her by her father, the owner of Koyama Dojo, a place she practically grew up in. During its heyday, people often visited to compare notes, hence Akane developed a pair of keen eyes and could tell if someone was the real deal by merely holding their sword. Even though this Choshu warrior appeared to be brusque and ruthless, he was not just all hat no cattle. Not to mention Koyama Akane had only brought a wooden sword, so this fight was not going to be easy for her. More onlookers had started crowding the area. Matsu and Tokahoshi were beginning to feel the heat. The Shinsengumi could be nearby and could show up at any time, and it would be pointless even if Yamada won the fight because his opponent was just a lowly woman. In any case, if he lost, it would not only be him, but the entire Chosu domain would be put to shame. Matsu and Tokahoshi glanced nervously at each other, both wondering if they should just knock down Akane, then drag Yamada away with them. However, a pair of eyes suddenly fell on Matsu. Sensing danger, Matsu looked up to meet the gaze of the person. He was dressed like a ronin. He saw Matsu looking back at him and twisted the sword in his hand as he gripped it tighter. The warning was obvious. Matsu cursed his bad luck. He was not as skilled a fighter as Yamada. It was all thanks to not getting accepted in his previous workplace that he reluctantly joined the Tabaku, thinking that when the shogunate was overthrown, a veteran like him would at least be made an official of some kind. It was about the same case for Takahashi. Usually, the pair would just tag behind Yamada and take advantage of whatever they came across with. When they actually had to roll up their sleeves and fight, there was no guarantee that they would win, even if it was a 2-to-1. Even though the guy looking at him looked penurious and unruly, his gaze was fierce and intense. Matsu was absolutely certain that those who had never spilled blood before would never have such a look in their eyes. Could he be a thug who had escaped to Kyoto after murdering someone? To be safe, Matsu and Takahashi decided to stay where they were and not make a move. On the other side, Yamada and Akane were focused on the fight, no longer paying attention to anything around them. One of Yamada's specialties was a sword technique called Oishi Shinkijiryu, which originated from Shinkijiryu and was devised by Oishi Susumu. It was said that Oishi once challenged all the dojos in Edo using a bamboo sword and came out undefeated. The main feature of the Oishi Shinkijiryu was a high-speed attack with the left hand. Yamada's left hand was lightning fast and persuasive. On the other hand, Akane Koyama's area of expertise was handed down by her father, mainly defensive stances. There wasn't a strike she couldn't block with her wooden sword. This was Jonghung's first time witnessing a samurai sword fight. Both Akane and Yamada's sword fighting skills were inferior to his. According to his calculations, Yamada was at about the start of level 2, and Akane should be at the peak of level 1. But because one of them was inebriated, and the other had a wooden sword, neither could put their skills to full use. In comparison, Yamada was slightly more affected. Even though Jonghung did not know which school of swordsmanship technique he employed, he could tell that Yamada was an expert in speed attacks, something that required great agility and masterful precision. Right now, he could barely walk in a straight line. In contrast, Akane Koyama's circumstances were slightly better. Her weapon was a disadvantage, and her swordsmanship lacked versatility, but because she was the type to take the safer route. In Jonghung's opinion as an expert swordsman, the fight was actually not as dangerous as it appeared. Footnote: Daimyo, in feudal Japan, one of the great lords who were vassals of the shogun. Edo, the former name of Tokyo. Chapter 548. Akane Koyama. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen slashes were exchanged between the two. Akane Koyama stumbled 5 steps backward, and although her face showed no fear, Chiyo was getting more worried as each second ticked by. Immediately, she looked around, hunting for the likes of anyone that could offer some help. Unfortunately, most bystanders were unarmed civilians, and even if they were willing to lend a hand, there was nothing much they could really do. In the end, her gaze fell on Jonghung, the Ronin. However, Jonghung had no intention to get involved in this matter. He could envision that in about 10 moves, Yamada was bound to lose the battle. Unable to attack for some time now, he had become more and more frustrated. Perhaps he felt it embarrassing to lose to a woman. Those who specialized in quick melee attacks knew how taboo it was to get anxious and impatient during a battle. His form was beginning to show signs of deterioration. To explain in gaming terms, although his APM, action per minute, was improving, his EAPM, effective action per minute, fell simultaneously. Jonghung would not want to be nosy at a time like this. Hence, he decided that he would ignore Chiyo for now. He stood there and turned his attention to Matsu and Takahashi. Although Akane Koyama and Yamada's swordsmanship were not as good as his, there was still something to be learned from their battle. The Japanese katana fighting skill was founded relatively late. The Tangdao also inspired the tachi, but they were both crafted differently. A tachi would be made using a high-temperature carbon removal technique, where the blacksmith would carburize it at the end of the forging process. Japan had always lacked high-quality coal, hence the tachi could only be smelted at low temperatures. On the other hand, the Tangdao forging technique was lost, causing the sabers that were forged during the Song and Ming dynasties to drop drastically in quality. Usually, a Tangdao was a thicker and heavier weapon, while the tachi was lighter and thinner. Speaking of sword fighting skills, scholars in the Spring and Autumn Warring States period were required to study martial arts. Among the ancient 6 arts were riding and shooting. As they traveled through the country, words didn't always bide well, and when that didn't work, the fist was typically the other method to resolve the problem. Confucian scholars were forced to abandon some of their principles for the emperor's convenience in ruling the country. The quintessence of ancient six arts was changed as well, where it was later translated as something along the lines of a gentleman would use his tongue to deal with his problems instead of the fist. Back to the Japanese side, the prevalence of warrior culture upheld the samurai as part of the ruling class. During that time, many were very willing to spend their time honing their katana fighting skills, and before the Haito Edict, numerous dojos dotted the land, and Japanese katana-manship schools flourished as well. These Japanese katana-manship schools each had signature teachings. These were all very new things to Zhongheng, and whether learning from them would yield anything valuable was still unknown. That said, Zhongheng yearned to visit all these schools. Scarlett once said that the quest was generated according to the characteristics of the player. Zhongheng entered the quest, Bakumatsu Kyoto, for a reason. When he saw Yamada and Akane Koyama fighting each other, he felt he learned something, and although it was only a small gain, it was valuable enough since he hadn't improved in a long time. Masters of all disciplines gathered in Kyoto, and it gave him an excellent opportunity to learn from them. When Zhongheng was thinking about where to start, the battle between Yamada and Koyama Akane had already ended. Koyama Akane took advantage of Yamada's rush, attacking him. When Yamada could not retrieve his katana after going for Koyama Akane, she sprouted from her defensive position and used her katana to slash Yamada's hand. The latter was in such intense pain that he had to let go of his tachi. Koyama Akane did not continue attacking him. "You are defeated," she proclaimed. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be defeated?" Yamada became furious. Although he had dropped his tachi, he still had a wakizashi at his waist. Except for those practicing the dual-wield technique, the samurai of the Edo period would only use their wakizashi after they lost their primary weapon. Yamada prepared himself to draw his wakizashi to fight Koyama Akane. After he lost he looked like a disgrace to his kind. He always thought his opponent was nowhere nearly as good as him, not to mention how he engaged in battle after getting drunk. At least, that was how he felt after losing. This battle was all about the honor of the Choshu domain samurai, and he had to win by hook or crook. Koyama Akane put away the wooden katana. She shook her head, lamenting, "I don't want to fight anymore. I fought you to save others. If you really want to fight me, go to the dojo, and I will be there waiting for you." After a short pause, she added, "And now you have a weapon. I only have a wooden katana, which is exceptionally unfair." Yamada's rage overwhelmed him that he almost fainted. He was amazed by the fact that she had the kahunas to mention impartiality. If not for his drunken haze, he would have won the battle. Yamada only felt a flow of heat rushing to his head, and he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Both of his nostrils were breathing out hot air. A few seconds later, someone grabbed his arm. It was Matsu and Tokahoshi. After seeing Yamada dropped his weapon, they finally dared to move forward to talk him out of it. "My friend is drunk today. This battle doesn't count. We will head to your dojo and challenge you another day," shouted Matsu. And the three of them subsequently left before patrollers could arrive. Koyama Akane did not stop them from leaving. She then bent down and picked up the tuna that dropped on the ground earlier. After that, she walked to Chio and her friends and asked, "Are you all right?" The two little girls shook their heads. After thanking Koyama Akane, they bent down and picked up the grilled eel skewers that had fallen to the ground. Both children of fishermen and artisans, they learned how to save money from young and were no strangers to thrift. Although the skewers couldn't be sold anymore since they had fallen to the ground, they could still be eaten after a bit of washing. Zhongheng sensed Koyama Akane glaring at him. She then touched her pocket, took out about 15 cents, and handed it to the two girls. "I went out in a hurry today. This is all I have today, but it should be enough to make up for your loss." Chio and her companions did not take the money. The only reason they were still breathing right now was thanks to Koyama Akane. In fact, they were thinking about ways they could repay her. To them, it would be inappropriate if they took her money. Koyama Akane then gave Zhongheng another death stare. She could be heard muttering under her breath, "They almost died because of you. You didn't even help them, and now you are not going to give them some money to make up for their losses. Koyama Akane didn't have to speak any louder than that, but Jong-Hung heard what she said, albeit not too clearly. When he finally realized what she was talking about, Koyama Akane was already leaving after giving the two girls pats on their heads. Jong-Hung was dumbfounded. This wasn't the last time the two would cross paths with each other, though. In fact, not long after that, they would meet yet again. Chapter 549. Choosing a house for rent. After the Perry expedition, the Edo shogunate concluded the Kanagawa Treaty with the U.S. and was forced to open the two trading ports of Shimoda and Hakodate. However, after the 5 years of Emperor Komei's reign, the two sides signed the Treaty of Amity and Commerce on the Puritan ship. The ports of Kanagawa, Nagasaki, Niigata, and Hyogo were added to the treaty. At the same time, foreigners were allowed to stay for business in the Edo and Osaka areas. Although Kyoto wasn't on the list, it took only 1 day to get there from Osaka. 10 years had passed since the Treaty of Amity and Commerce, and after the Kinmon incident, Sono Joy rethought their strategy. Since the emperor was the only one in charge now, he focused on Bakumatsu. The barbarian was no longer mentioned anymore, and they started to cooperate with the West actively. Hence, Westerners could move around even more freely now. As the most important river in the Kansai region, the Yodo River originated from Lake Biwa and connected the Kyoto Basin with the Osaka Plain. It was an important transportation channel for Kyoto during the Edo period. Many foreign merchants from Osaka had also come to Kyoto by traveling on this river. Jong-Hung asked around about the nearest pier, and he arrived at the spot before sunset. The place was no less lively than the city. The riverbank was lined with machiya, where tiles were neatly arranged on their roofs, and signboards and curtains swayed in the gentle breeze. The window's first layer was a thin convex lattice followed by a mosquito net, a classic example of traditional Japanese architecture. The building's main structure was made of wood, its entrance narrow, but the walkway long. Under normal circumstances, the part facing the street would be used as a shop, and the back was used as lodging. The advantage of this layout saw all the shops clustered up, and they were close to each other. There were boatmen unloading goods at the pier, and there were also ladies preparing to get on the boats. A shrine was not too far away from Jong-Hung, where dozens of devotees gathered outside for the daily blessings and protection. It wasn't long before Jong-Hung found a Western businessman interested in hiring a translator. The latter's name was Gabriel, a Frenchman. He had come to Kyoto with a business group to discuss selling a batch of cotton yarn with a local businessman. It seemed he was dissatisfied with the cotton yarn business, and he had other plans in his mind. However, it was inappropriate for him to announce his plans to the business group. It meant he would not be able to use the assigned translator in the group. Just when he wondered where to find a Japanese that could understand French, Jong-Hung delivered himself to him. Gabriel was delighted. He quickly waved his hand, eventually agreeing to pay Jong-Hung a koban each day as his salary. Koban was a general currency used during the Edo period and was a gold coin of sorts. A koban was equivalent to 1 tael of gold, and 1 tael of gold was equivalent to a small sentence of 1 or 2 gold. 1 or 2 gold was approximately 60 mace or 4 strings of coins. In this era, the daily income of a craftsman in Kyoto was about 70 coins. In other words, Jong-Hung's current daily income had almost caught up with a craftsman's 2-month salary. Jong-Hung knew 1 or 2 things about translation jobs of the era. He had consulted the people at the pier before he came here and discovered a huge demand for professional translators in Japan right now. However, those who could communicate with foreign businessmen were no longer lacking as they did before the Perry expedition. In fact, even when the country was shut down during the Bakumatsu, Satsuma, Choshu, and others had been secretly doing business with other countries. The Tanegashima, actually the matchlock gun, originated from Satsuma. When a Portuguese merchant ship was blown to Tanegashima Island south of Satsuma by a typhoon, they named this Japanese iron gun as Tanegashima. Now that the shogunate had opened for trade for over 10 years, many Japanese had traveled to Europe to study, and a translation job wasn't as valuable as it used to be. Gabriel's paid more than double the market price. And he did not even know Jong-Hung well. Jong-hung also asked for an advance payment, and despite that, Gabriel didn't hesitate to hire him. From there, he knew that this French businessman's plan in Kyoto might not be as simple as he thought it was. With Jong-hung's LV.3 sword fighting skills and the experience accumulated in the previous few quests, he was not too worried about the dangers he encountered. Moreover, it was sundown, and it might be too late to find the next employer. So, in the end, an agreement was reached between both sides. After paying Jong-hung a koban, Gabriel asked him to meet tomorrow morning at the tea house next to the pier. When Jong-hung left the pier after talking to him, the sky had fallen into complete darkness. Thanks to a meal before the quest, he wasn't very hungry, and as of now, his top priority would be to find a place to stay. During the Edo period, the shogunate set up a Sankinkotai system to control various domains lords. These were required to go to Edo every once in a while to carry out government affairs for the shoguns. In fact, it was just an excuse to make them spend less time in their territory and prevent them from fooling around when they were there. If they disobeyed, they could be taken down the next time. However, Tokugawa was kind enough to fix all the dojo along the way. Later, he even started to develop hatagoya, a somewhat similar concept to capsule hotels of later generations. Not only did they include 2 meals for every night you stayed, but many hatagoya had maids to take care of their customers. During the Bakumatsu, more and more travelers poured into Japan, and the hatagoya started to deteriorate. Criminals began providing gambling equipment and prostitutes to their customers, and some hatagoya even forced their maids to become sex workers. After that, Osaka's businessmen banded up, discussing a plan to open chain hotels and unified the service standards, so travelers could stay at ease in the hotel with the guild sign hanging outside the door. Whether it was a hatagoya or an ordinary inn, they were temporary solutions for Jong-hung. Considering the time that he needed to stay in this quest, Jong-hung still preferred to rent his a house. Seeing that there was still some time, instead of going to the hotel in a hurry, he found a middleman nearby and asked the latter to show him the houses around this area available for rent. The middleman was a 14 or 15-year-old boy who looked brilliant and was also born in this area. He was well informed and knew everything about every household. Jong-hung first paid him 100 coins and promised to give him another 100 after that. Immediately, he became more energetic than before. He did not care if he had not eaten dinner. His priority was to take Jong-hung to walk around the streets. However, Jong-hung was not interested in the several houses located in the prime spots. The two of them went further and further and had to light up their lanterns in the end. Jong-hung had already planned to give up and wanted to do it again tomorrow. However, the last place triggered Jong-hung's interest. Once they entered the house, they saw a small courtyard. At its center was a cherry blossom tree, and the smells it emitted were nothing short of phenomenal. There was a well under the tree as well, and the water was crystal clear. The layout of the small courtyard was square, simple, and beautiful. Once Jong-hung pulled open the shoji door, he saw that the house was spacious and there was also a tea room. Other than that, the furniture was complete. In a modern world context, Jong-hung could just bring his luggage in and stay here for good. Chapter 550. It's you? I like this place. Jong-hung turned to the middleman who brought him to the house and asked, "How much is the rent?" "The rent is really not that high. It only costs 2 strings of coins a month." The middleman scratched his head. Seemingly, he was reluctant to elaborate. Jong-hung walked around the house with a lantern, not paying too much attention to the brooding expressions of the middleman behind. "When can I sign the contract?" "It's a bit late now. I might have something to do tomorrow." "How about early in the morning?" "Can the owners come and meet me here really early?" asked Jong-hung. No, there's no need for all that trouble. The owner happens to be living right next door. My lord, if you have made up your mind, I can call her over now. She stays so close to this house." Jong-hung was a little astonished. When he thought about it, he slowly rationalized the whole thing. The family's mansion appeared relatively large, and it was customary to rent out a part of it to make some extra money. As it happened, the wall on his left looked rather new. However, Jonghang did not think much about it. Sorry for the trouble, he nodded. After a while, the middleman brought the landlord to meet Jonghang. Before the two arrived at the door, the middleman's voice could be heard. I'm doing you a huge favor now. I have found you a generous tenant. He didn't even frown when I told him that the rent is 2 strings of coins every month. Now, you must not drive away another potential tenant. Otherwise, no one in this area will dare to rent your house in the future. Another voice snorted coldly, What kind of tenant are you introducing this time? The man asking to rent my place previously had his hands all over me. I had to teach him a lesson. The middleman rolled his eyes when he heard what she said. That is what a man likes. That guy drank too much and he simply wanted to take advantage of you. There was no need for such a fuss. How is this a fuss? Just talking about it pisses me off. I ran into 3 samurai warriors from the Changju domain at the market today. They drew their katana in the street and was about to bully the 2 children. But the worst part was that no men dared to stop them. The woman's voice sounded uncannily familiar. After noticing that she was talking about what happened at the market earlier, Jonghang immediately knew who she was. She was none other than the female warrior named Akane Koyama, the one who defeated Yamato with a wooden katana. Jonghang wasn't expecting to meet her again so soon after they parted ways. Now, it so happened that he was about to rent her house. As they were talking, the two had already walked into the courtyard, and Jonghang's sole opportunity to make an escape vanished. The moment they saw each other, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. It's you? Akane Koyama raised her eyebrows. Just when she was going to say something else, something important appeared to have crossed her mind, abruptly swallowing the words about to escape her mouth. On the other hand, the middleman was proud to seal the deal. Well, as soon as I saw this man, I knew he was destined for great things. If he becomes famous in the future, maybe your little courtyard will be recorded in history. How is that even possible? Let's find some clean clothes to wear first, replied Akane Koyama with a distinct irritation in her voice. The way Jonghang dressed right now was far from the generous tenant that the middleman mentioned to her earlier. Akane Koyama even suspected that he might not be able to pay the rent. Jonghang could understand Akane Koyama's concern, but he did not expect that she mentioned nothing about raising the rent. With a straight face, she said, Since you will be living with me, you must abide by my rules. First of all, it is strictly forbidden to destroy the plants and trees here. Secondly, you are forbidden to drink and get drunk here. If you want to drink, there's always a restaurant for that. Finally, the most important thing is not to be like the 3 Changju samurai warriors today. They use their martial arts to do evil and terrorize our residents. She paused. Well, disregard the last rule. You look like haven't learned any martial arts before. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just stood there and not helped the girls. Aye. Jonghang was speechless. If there are no other questions, let's enter the house and sign the contract. Akane Koyama urged. Jonghang considered the deal for a while, and he was fine with the rules she stated. They were all very reasonable, and although previous residents had been violently driven away by Akane Koyama, he wasn't too concerned. He realized that he was too choosy when it came to picking a house to rent. It wasn't like he didn't walk around the area for some time, and he had also seen a few houses. Nevertheless, he was no interested in renting any of them. If he carried on searching, he might just find nothing better, so he decided to settle for this one. Thus, Jonghang and Akane Koyama quickly signed the lease contract. He had already exchanged the koban with silver and copper coins, and once the contract was signed, he immediately paid off the middleman and the rent. Akane Koyama, the owner, was a little surprised to see him take out the money. I didn't have much money at that time. I earned these after that, explained Jonghang and the two whose mouths were ajar. You earned this money? Koyama Akane looked suspicious. Is Kyoto a good place to earn easy money now? How did you make such a large amount in such a short time? I've traveled to various Western countries and I have a good understanding of their languages, so I just got myself a job as a translator. You can understand Western languages? Well, your Japanese is a bit weird. Is it because you have been in Western countries for too long? Akane Koyama asked suddenly. She instantly saw Jonghang in a different light. During that time, it was unimaginable to leave home and travel thousands of miles to the west, and those who did make it abroad already had the idea of finding a way out of Japan for a long time. This made Akane Koyama change the way she looked at Jonghang. She thought for a while and said, "I live in the dojo next door. If you want to practice with the sword, you can find me there." Jonghang thanked her politely. He had finally found a house for rent that he liked. After that, Akane Koyama and the middleman left together. Jonghang could not do any cooking since there was no time to buy ingredients, so he settled for nearby a roadside food stall to ease the hunger. When he returned to the house, he did a simple wash-up, lay on the stack, and listened to the sound of the wind swaying the branches outside. This was how he spent his first night here. Since he accepted a koban from Gabriel, Jonghang decided to take up the responsibility and rush to the tea house between the piers early the next morning. However, by the time Gabriel woke up, it was noon. When he arrived at the tea house, he seemed relieved when he saw Jonghang. Last night, Gabriel was worried that Jonghang might not stick to the plan after taking the money. After all, certain patriots of Japan were trained to assassinate Westerners a long time ago, thinking it would help them defend home and the country. Fortunately, such crimes had dropped drastically in recent years. Gabriel squeezed a smile on his face and said, "What we need to do today is very relaxing. Let's have a taste of Kyoto cuisine first. After that, we will go and watch sumo wrestling. In the evening, the local merchants will hold a banquet for us. I'll just go there by myself. That's what you need to for the day. How does that sound? Easy money, right?" Jonghang did not comment about it. He knew that Gabriel's choice to act alone was intended. He had something conspired up his sleeve. His activities today were only a cover-up, but Jonghang did not expose him. Just as Gabriel said, at least the money that he earned today was easy money.